What has occurred in the meantime is something we have never experienced in American history, and that is the accumulation of surplus of huge amounts. And I hope you will tell us whether you think this is a short-lived phenomenon or a rather permanent phenomenon that is going to be besetting the American economic scene.
And there's very likely a fairly large block of such securities out there, which we would have to pay horrendous premiums to induce the people to give up their instruments. And unless we can do that, you can't reduce the debt.
So all that information is available in our commercial paper program.
And who got the money?
Hundreds and hundreds of banks. Any bank or that has access to the U.S. Federal Reserve's discount.
Tell us who they are.
No.
What is the bottom line on AIG? Is it $1 trillion? Is it $2 trillion? Where is the bottom line as far as the American taxpayer is concerned? Do you have an answer for that?
I can't give you a number, Senator Bunning.
We need to know who benefited, where this money went. There's no transparency here, and we're going to find out. The Fed can be, and Treasury can be secretive for a while, but not forever.
For example, in cash, we don't know, for example, who's using a $100 bill today. We don't know who is using a 1,000 peso bill today. A key difference with the CBDC is that central bank will have absolute control on the rules and regulations that will determine the use of that expression of central bank liability. And also we will have the technology to enforce that.
All right, welcome to Movement Traps. Falling into the Movement Traps, continued part 2. This is another part of the Falling into the Movement Trap series, Fallacies in the Truth Movement. And tonight we'll be covering the Federal Reserve mythology. So we'll be unpacking the big topic, the big golden cow or holy cow or the golden goose, however you want to look at it. The big kahuna tonight, the Federal Reserve, the big kahuna of the Patriot mythos. Somehow it's also linked in with libertarianism, anarchism. It's a keen focus of all truth and freedom movement mythology. I've been talking about it here and there, but tonight we're actually going to unpack it as a part of the Movement Trap series. So we did part 1 a couple years back. We unpacked the general landscape, and we went over the general topics of the series that's going to be on the truth movement, in particular, fallacies within the truth and freedom movement. And now we're actually going to be getting into one of the topics. Again, the big mythology around the Federal Reserve System. So get ready, hold on for that. Is it private, the Federal Reserve? Is it not private? Is it audited? Do they have the reserves? Is it federal? Is it not federal? Is it secret Illuminati bankers? Secret meetings? Apparently Congress passing bills that they don't even understand they're passing or something, and continuing them for hundreds of years, or 100 years at least. What is it, 115 years or so now? So 12 years, 112 years. Sorry, I was a little off, but so we're going to be starting out first with a clip from James Corbett. He goes into the Patriot Mythology, a term that we've talked about in part 1, but James is going to go into it a little bit more, and it's a perfect start to this episode. A lot of people may have become familiar with the Federal Reserve through James's work on Century of Enslavement. Very well put together documentary by Mr. Corbett. I'm happy to have him open up the show for us here tonight. Excuse me. And it's a good example in his video of making corrections, which is also what we're doing here tonight. We're putting down some links. We're going to be dropping some content, dropping some fresh info on this, again, this cherished mythology around the Federal Reserve, which is part of the Patriot Mythology subsection of the freedom movement and the what we'll be covering in the movement traps. So there's some issues in the documentary that I think, that's what we're going to be clarifying tonight. The documentary that James Corbett did, Century of Enslavement. It's not to be critical of James or his work. He's obviously done tremendous work, and I cannot take that away from him. So it's good that he's going to start us off here tonight. So hold on tight. We're going to get into that. It's a 20-minute clip or so. That gives me a second to do a tech check, get the slide presentation ready to go, and then we'll go into a couple things and get started. So thanks for being with us tonight again here on the Movement Traps, Fallacies in the Truth Movement, Falling into Movement Traps Continued Part 2 with the Federal Reserve Mythology.
You're listening to The Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
Welcome, my friends, to episode 174 of the Corbett Report podcast, Patriot Mythology. Pop quiz. What do the following 3 quotations have in common? Number 1. If the American people ever allow private banks to control the issue of their currency, first by inflation, then by deflation, the banks and corporations that will grow up around them will deprive the people of all property, until their children wake up homeless on the continent their fathers conquered. Thomas Jefferson. Number 2. The bold effort the present central bank has made to control the government are but premonitions of the fate that await the American people should they be deluded into a perpetuation of this institution or the establishment of another like it. I am one of those who do not believe that a national debt is a national blessing, but rather a curse to a republic, inasmuch as it is calculated to raise around the administration a moneyed aristocracy dangerous to the liberties of the country. Gentlemen, I have had men watching you for a long time, and I am convinced that you have used the funds of the bank to speculate in the breadstuffs of the country. When you won, you divided the profits amongst you, and when you lost, you charged it to the bank. You tell me that if I take the deposits from the bank and annul its charter, I shall ruin 10,000 families. That may be true, gentlemen, but that is your sin. Should I let you go on, you will ruin 50,000 families, and that would be my sin. You are a den of vipers and thieves. You are a den of vipers and thieves. I intend to rout you out, and by the grace of the eternal God will rout you out. Andrew Jackson. Number 3. We are grateful to the Washington Post, the New York Times, Time Magazine, and other great publications whose directors have attended our meetings and respected their promises of discretion for almost 40 years. It would have been impossible for us to develop our plan for the world if we had been subject to the bright lights of publicity during those years. But the world is now much more sophisticated and prepared to march towards a world government. The supranational sovereignty of an intellectual elite and world bankers is surely preferable to the national autodetermination practiced in past centuries. David Rockefeller. Well, longtime listeners to the Corbett Report podcast will no doubt recognize at least one of those quotations, the quotation from Andrew Jackson, as one that we went over in episode 125 and found to be almost certainly spurious. That is to say, Andrew Jackson almost certainly did not utter those words in that way. And we went over the reasons for that in an article that we delved into in that episode. Sorry, Andrew Jackson probably never said that Den of Thieves quote. And similarly, the Thomas Jefferson quotation about the inflation and deflation, and the David Rockefeller quotation about how the press had enabled the Bilderbergers to further their plans for world domination, almost certainly were not said in those words in that way at those times that they are commonly ascribed to them. That is to say, they are spurious quotations of questionable origin. And yet, they are almost universally and uncritically parroted and copied in alternative media time and time again. This goes to the very point of today's episode, and that perhaps is best encapsulated in a famous quotation to the effect that the best way to refute an argument is to defend it poorly. Now, I will give you a source on that quotation, but ironically enough, I can't remember. I believe it was Friedrich Nietzsche who said that somewhere in his writings, but I can't find the exact quotation, so I won't make it up out of thin air. But that is the exact point. We may be fairly certain that Andrew Jackson did utter something to the effect of the Den of Thieves quote at some point, or at least held those views, or at least that those views are correct and true and do apply to the real world. But that does not mean that we can just go ahead and say that he said those words without some sort of source for that quotation. Or similarly, if we look into the Thomas Jefferson quotation, we find that that quotation has in fact not been discovered anywhere in Thomas Jefferson's writings, and that it has been marked as spurious by Respectfully Quoted, and many others have pointed out that the words inflation and deflation were not used in an economic sense until the 20th century, meaning Jefferson almost certainly did not use them in that quotation in that way. So where did they come from? Well, they were put into his mouth many years later by someone who may even have had the best intention of thinking this is what Jefferson truly thought or believed. But when we put words into someone's mouth, obviously it is not the same as them saying it, and we can't just go ahead and assert that they did say it. Similarly with the Rockefeller quotation. This quotation supposedly comes from remarks delivered to the Bilderberg Group meeting in Baden-Baden, Germany in June of 1991, but as we know, of course, with the Chatham House rules, which forbid participants of the Bilderberg Group meetings from actually reporting on what was said specifically by anyone at the group, these remarks were probably not given word for word verbatim by someone with some sort of recording device. Of course, there is no actual source document from which these words come. They were supposedly delivered orally, has in fact not been discovered anywhere recorded at the time. So where do we get this word for word quotation, which contains the very juicy tidbit, the supranational sovereignty of an intellectual elite and world bankers is surely preferable to the national autodetermination practiced in past centuries? That is something that all of us listening to this podcast likely feel that David Rockefeller believes, but again, it is not the same as him actually saying it. And I'm not here to say that he did not say those words. Perhaps he did. But once again, the chain of custody on that quotation, so to speak, is severely wanting. And we can't just go around asserting that he said it without some sort of documentation for it. Because once again, if we defend our side of an argument poorly by relying on quotations that were likely made up out of thin air, or at the very least that we can't prove were not made up out of thin air, then we are standing on intellectual quicksand, and we will sink because of it. In the past, I myself have promoted things which I no longer would promote because I do no longer think they have a rational or sound basis, and we'll get into some of those things in today's episode. But as another case in point on the quotations front, I was recently writing the script for a video that I will be putting out in the near future on the subject of overpopulation that I found in an article called What the Malthusians Say that would have helped my argument immensely, such as this quotation from Bertrand Russell. I have already spoken of the population problem, but a few words must be added about its political aspect. It will be impossible to feel that the world is in a satisfactory state until there is a certain degree of equality, and a certain acquiescence everywhere in the power of the world government, and this will not be possible until the poorer nations of the world have become more or less stationary in population. Or this quotation from Michael Silverstein, president of Environmental Economics. If necessary, nations of the third world must be forced to remain poor if their development threatens resources on which all life depends. As I say, those quotations would have been immensely helpful in me constructing the argument that I was constructing for that video, but since I could not find an actual source for those statements, either in the writings of those people or in an interview that had been published in some sort of respectable place, because there was no real way for me to pin down where those quotations came from, and no way for me to say that the author of the article didn't make them up out of whole cloth, I did not use them, and I will not use them, until such time as they can be shown to me to have come from the sources that the people are saying they came from. And that is, again, not to say that these quotations are necessarily spurious, but simply that we have to be able to prove where they come from before we go around promoting them. So at this point, I'd like to turn to another piece of what I call Patriot mythology, that is to say, things that have been widely disseminated and spread and are now almost taken for granted as being true, despite the fact that their actual intellectual backing and premises are not exactly on sturdy ground. And for our next piece, let's turn to the JFK assassination.
See, JFK, our first Catholic president. John was the most charismatic of the presidents and had great support from the American people, and he felt that he could defy the international bankers and get away with it. He wasn't just killed because he was favoring some rights for black people. The president has power to just, with an executive order, make a law. I'm almost finished. Executive Order 11110, signed into law early 1963, where with the stroke of his pen, he took away the power of the Federal Reserve to print the money. And he, John Kennedy, boy, this is something. He put $4 billion into circulation in $2 and $5 denominations, but all $4 billion was backed by silver. 6 months later, like it was with Lincoln, he was shot down in Dealey Plaza.
Or so the story goes, and there the story is put forward by none other than Louis Farrakhan, but I have absolutely no doubt that my listeners have probably encountered that story numerous other times from numerous other people. And again, I'm not here to single anyone out and to put any ridicule on anyone in particular for espousing this view. It has gone around and has been featured in works that even I myself still adhere to and would still recommend to people, like Jim Marr's Crossfire, which is an incredible overview of the JFK case as it stood in 1989, and it's an extremely detailed and wonderful book in a lot of ways, and has really obviously contributed to so many things, including Oliver Stone's movie and many other things. But he was also a proponent of this idea that Kennedy signed Executive Order 11110 that supposedly issued billions of dollars in U.S. notes or silver certificates, and sometimes those are used interchangeably, even though they're not the same thing. And this was somehow the end of the Fed, or the coming end of the Fed, or he was phasing out Federal Reserve notes, or something to that effect. And just a few months later, lo and behold, he was killed. And the idea is that Kennedy was standing up to the banksters, and the banksters gunned him down. And that's something that seems to fit with a lot of pieces of the puzzle, because obviously it's something that we had seen previously. Of course, Andrew Jackson being an example of someone who was attempted to be assassinated because of his ideas about the bank. And then there was Abraham Lincoln, who I think a lot of the evidence shows was gunned down because of his various ventures into currencies and things that the banksters did not like. And then, well, it seems to fit a sort of historical pattern. So was JFK gunned down by the banksters? Well, perhaps not. And in order to flesh that out, why don't we turn to someone that many people think is an authority on the Federal Reserve and has literally written the book on the subject, none other than G. Edward Griffin of freedomforceinternational.org. And back in 2000, he had an article entitled simply The JFK Myth, which breaks it down and shows that, well, maybe JFK and Executive Order 11110 is not the way that many, in fact, I would say these days, most people portray. Quote, what EO 11110 did was to modify previous Executive Order 10289, delegating to the Secretary of the Treasury various powers of the President. To these delegated powers, EO 11110 added the power to alter the supply of silver certificates in circulation. Executive Order 11110, therefore, did not create any new authority for the Treasury to issue notes. It only affected who could give the order, the Secretary or the President. The reason for the move was that the President had just signed legislation repealing the Silver Purchase Act. With this repeal, the Treasury Secretary could no longer control the issue of silver certificates on his own authority. However, the issuance of certificates could be controlled under the President's authority. Hence, for administrative convenience, President Kennedy issued Executive Order 11110. Ironically, the purpose of the order and the legislation was to decrease the circulation of silver certificates, with Federal Reserve notes taking their place. As economic activity grew and prices rose in the 1950s and early 1960s, the need for small denomination currency grew at the same time that the price of silver increased. The Treasury required silver for the increasing number of silver certificates and coins needed for transactions, but the price of silver was rapidly approaching the point that the silver in the coins, and in reserve for the certificates, was worth more than the face value of the money. To conserve on the silver needs of the Treasury, President Kennedy requested legislation needed to bring the issuance of silver certificates to an end, and to authorize the Fed to issue small denomination notes, which it could not at that time. The Fed began issuing small denomination notes almost immediately after the legislation was passed, and in October 1964, the Treasury ceased issuing silver certificates altogether. If anything, EO 11110 enhanced Federal Reserve power and did not in any way reduce it. Let's put this issue into perspective. The proponents of the JFK myth assert that Kennedy was assassinated because he was about to issue silver certificates, thereby denying the bankers their customary interest payments on the nation's currency. However, the reality was just the opposite. Previously, the president could have issued silver certificates on his own authority. But with the signing of EO 1110, he delegated that authority to the Secretary of the Treasury. At that time, the Secretary of the Treasury was Douglas Dillon from a well-known and powerful banking family. That means Kennedy surrendered the power to issue silver certificates and gave it to a member of the banking fraternity who could do with it as he pleased without the approval, ratification, or other action of the president. Dillon, of course, would have strong motive to preserve the dominance of Federal Reserve notes. The theory that Kennedy was getting ready to issue silver certificates is without evidence or logic. The persistent rumor regarding the banker's role in JFK's death was reinforced by several books circulated in conservative circles. They contained an ominous passage from Kennedy's speech at Columbia University just 10 days before his assassination. He is quoted as saying, "The high office of president has been used to foment a plot to destroy the Americans' freedom, and before I leave office I must inform the citizen of his plight." However, when Columbia University was contacted to provide a transcript of the speech, it was learned that Kennedy never spoke there, neither 10 days before his assassination nor at any other time. Now, tellingly, at the end of that article, Mr. Griffin appends some correspondence that he had with one of his readers about his statements about the JFK myth, because the reader was quite irate that he had swallowed the pill hook, line, and sinker and believed the story that these silver certificate issuances were of just a routine occurrence and of no particular significance. And it is interesting the degree to which people will attack those who are going against what they want to believe, even if the facts of the matter seem to indicate the other way. And again, I'm open to always being corrected, and I do not posit that I am always 100% infallible. In fact, I myself have, of course, pointed to things in the past that I now no longer adhere to. So it's very important that none of us take ourselves too seriously or believe in ourselves to be so flawless that we can never admit revision to our beliefs based on the available evidence. So the best I can do is to go with the evidence that I have and put it together in the best way I can. But again, that's why I always stress for people not to just sit here and take my word for everything, but to look at the facts for yourself and to come to your own conclusions. I am not here to tell you how to think, nor is anybody else, although there are many psychopathic individuals, manipulative individuals who will gladly do your thinking for you if you want to go back, just sit back and allow the information to soak into your brain and not to actually question what you are receiving. Well, now that we've tackled that myth, and it is a very powerful one, and I have absolutely no doubt will persist and continue, and many people will be absolutely convinced, despite the evidence to the contrary, that Kennedy was opposed to the Fed and the banksters. But at any rate, let's move on to another one, and this one, if not equally contentious, is probably going to be even more contentious. But again, if we don't look at the facts and face them for what they are, then we will never get anywhere close to the truth, and that's all I am interested in.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Corbett. I was looking at the date there, 2011. Wow, that's probably about as long as I'd been familiar with James, maybe even a little bit after that. So that is quite the flashback Friday here in the Federal Reserve Mythology. And I'd like to share something with you here where we can see this playlist on falling into the movement traps. Probably the most convenient way to see the work in total that I've done with falling into the movement traps. So if you wanted to see more on this particular topic, you could go and check it out. As soon as this loads here. Okay, we'll give that a sec. So the main place starting point on my website, I have it easily findable. Here you can find falling into the movement traps and just click into that. And then this is reverse chronological. So we initially, started talking about the issues surrounding voluntarism, and I did quite a few videos on that. And then we went into contradictions in the secondary matrix. So this is sort of like, once you are awakened, This is basically a preliminary recording from what we're doing here today with Fallacies in the Truth Movement, this series. Again, going into voluntarism, something I'll continue to go into. There's plenty of talks on that, but as you can see, there's quite a few videos. We did a series in the Freedoms Rising podcast about this particular topic, and then back here in June of 2023, part 1 to the series that you're watching now, and then these videos go along with that as well. An introduction to what we're talking about here tonight. The Federal Reserve is not privately owned. This video can be found here. Let's see if we can get good old Odysee to actually load. And I have this all in a playlist starting from that first video back that I did in 2019. And so you could just play this playlist here and get caught up on the entire Movement Traps series. And then the video we're recording now will be right here at the bottom. Alright, so let's go ahead and jump right into it. And let me pull this over here. Alright, so again, tonight we're covering Movement Traps, Fallacies in the Truth Movement, Federal Reserve Mythology, Falling into Movement Traps Continued, Part 2. Again, you can find this posted on tylerbloyer.com, and we will also be reposting over on the One Great Work Network. Falling into Movement Traps. This series is something I picked up and started working on because of a need I saw in myself to look at more of the rhetoric even at the time that I was partaking in, and also those around me in the Truth and Freedom movement, and then just the general philosophical concepts in general, as I went into in part 1, picking out the contradictions and using logical process, essentially, to remove contradictions and fallacies. So much so that we're going back through and actually covering this information in a way where we're presenting it out to the public like this, in a manner where others could avoid being this guy here, slipping and falling into these various movement traps. You have the socialist, all the way to the communist paradigms with libertarianism, anarchism, voluntarism, all the isms that I've been familiar with. Not so much communism and socialism, but the other three. And this nice primitive artwork here. You can see we've done these sort of centerpiece productions on the topic. Productions that are evergreen, that I'm really proud of being able to produce as part of this series. And I'm glad now today that we're able to continue on with fulfilling what I've been wanting to do with the Falling into the Movement Trap series. And we will also, be continuing on with other topics. So we'll get into that. So again, if you haven't seen part 1, or even if you did back then, it probably, I think, is good to go get a refresher of what we're talking about here today. You could take a look at part 1 and see the general landscape and overview of what I'm planning to go into with this continued part of the series. As you can see, we've been adding pieces into this particular topic over time. Now we're sort of in a sub-vein of that, Fallacies in the Truth movement. So we're turning around and we're analyzing particularly various topics that you'll find in the Truth movement. And the part 1, I think, I break down, what we even mean by that. So we go into all the definitions. What is truth? My takes, my starting positions, my presups. So if you want to presup me, bro, you got to go and watch part 1 so you can understand the presuppositions. Don't get lost in the argument now, because I know it's hard to hold on to the arguments and keep them in your mind long enough to before you blurt out your complete garbage onto the keyboard in the comment section, which we had even just from the little bit of information that we started to discuss, just teasing about this particular topic, because again, it's the golden calf. It's the thing that you're not supposed to talk about. You're not supposed to discuss to the people worshiping it in the cult, right? You're not supposed to come at them with information that contradicts their the Kool-Aid in their cult that they've been drinking, because a lot of the time that's what you'll find is that people act just the same as they would in the totally asleep people or the statists or cult members. Basically, you'll get the same sort of behavior in the Truth and Freedom movement. So again, this work for now, as far as I know, will be posted up on the One Great Work Network. OneGreatWorkNetwork.com. Tons of different awesome creators, content creators in the Truth and Freedom community, in the natural law community, in the One Great Work community can be found here. And do I fully agree with all of them? No. Some of them probably, we completely disagree on a lot of these topics. Our goal as a whole is to end slavery on this planet and end slavery in people's minds. And we are at war with that, and we are unified on that front. I don't think every nitty-gritty little detail needs to be agreed on, and I think also that we can all learn and grow together too, along the way on our mission to help people understand natural law and to help people understand that government and the belief in government is the belief in slavery. This isn't just an opinion. That's literally what it is if you want to be philosophically consistent. Okay? So, again, tonight, movement traps, fallacies in the truth movement, Federal Reserve mythology. We are going to get into it. We have some slides. We have a nice intermission coming up. And then we have some things we'll do to close out the show. And we'll get through this. It'll be a little bit of a longer episode compared to what I typically do, even though I do longer work from time to time. Just based on what I know we already have slated down, I could tell you that we're probably going to go a little bit long, and that's fine. The point is to get this episode recorded, put out there. It's not so much about how long we go on the live show. This is something I've been looking forward to doing for a while now, and we're going to be continuing on with this sort of work. I have more Movement Trap series presentations that I'll be putting together, and the Creature of Control, my Notion card. I said I wouldn't complain to myself. I said I'm not going to complain about technical problems, but luckily I have a backup computer, but I did lose my card for the show on this computer and was fighting with it during that opening scene, so I'm just going to take kind of a quick sec while I multitask here. Yeah, let me talk about the future episodes that I'll be doing on Bio-Psy-War. So there's plenty to cover, obviously, in the upcoming and ongoing Bio-Psy-War. So this is something in 2025 I want to get out, as well as additional Creature of Control episodes and Movement Trap series. So essentially, what you see today is generally what I'd like to continue to do the format of: create a slideshow presentation, put basically a podcast show together for your entertainment pleasure, and then put it out there. And is it the frequency that I would like to keep up with? Not necessarily. Is it the way that I want to do it in kind of a bullish way, stubborn way is the word I'm looking for, because I'm a little bit of a perfectionist? Yes. But then I'm also, pushing myself to try to get things out, especially a little better than we've done. in the recent 3 years or so. We had a good pace. Lots happened. I'm not complaining. Life has given me now the opportunity to sit down tonight and record this. I'm very excited about that. Even being able to have gone around the table on this topic and gone, through looking through the various facets of this multifaceted topic itself, and then being able to get it to the point of this sort of conversation that we're going to have here today. Even that seems somewhat of an insurmountable task, looking back at now and thinking about all the time I've spent thinking and going through and ruminating and researching and discussing and looking into this particular topic. If you're involved with the truth and freedom communities in any way, or libertarianism, so on and so forth, then this topic is not unfamiliar to you. The Federal Reserve and all the mythology, all the things that we're going to go into here. So I got my show card back. Technical snafus and conundrums, let's just see how this goes, and hopefully we get everything out here without any problems. One-man show can sometimes be a lot of fun, and we'll see how it goes. Okay, so again, a Patriot mythology. Tonight we're talking about the subsection vein of that, the Federal Reserve mythology. So James gave us some idea of what Patriot mythology is. Our connotations might be separately or slightly separate, a little off, but generally in the same topic. For me, the Patriot mythology is the Constitution, and if we could, even make America great again, or, save the Republic. If we could only go back to this point in time, right before this thing happened, then we can save the Republic. Okay, so this is all federal, this is all Patriot mythology. It's in that topic. Okay, so again, Patriot mythology, as part of the movement traps discussions, we will use the phrase Patriot mythology to refer to various beliefs of the Patriot movements. Of course, the QAnon shaman, the perfect avatar for this kind of discussion here today. So what are some of the main movement trap topics as far as fallacies in the truth movement? As a reminder, we did go over these in part 1. And this is not an all-inclusive list, but these are some of the general topics. There's more that I could add here. There's subheaders under each one of these. As you can see, today we're in that number 1 and 2 area. Groupthink and Patriot mythology. Okay, and we're also in number 3, the focus on economic solutions. We're really, also in the next 2, the belief in political solutions. And another topic, the principles of libertarianism and anarchism, quote unquote, principles. Some of the presuppositions of the libertarian or anarchist movements are going to be brought into question. Okay, so, and then the being awake people, quote unquote, right? Going right along with the militant truther, the people that hyper focus on these topics, even the ones that they're potentially incorrect about, which is why we're taking the time to go through this series to help others stay out of the movement traps. And then the influencers in these arenas. What are their motives? What are their goals? What are they all about? And more where that came from. There's more topics. For now, this is the general area we're going to stay in with the Troop Movement Trap series. And as I go, I will let you know what part 3 is going to look like after today. we just got to get this part out of the way. We really got to kind of get through the Federal Reserve mythology. It opens up the door to realizing, whoa, wait a minute. Let's back up here. Let's just tap on the brakes a little bit and really take a look again at exactly what it is that we're trying to do and how it is that we're going to get there. So that's why we have to go into this topic. Why is it important to look further into? So why do we even need to look into this topic further? Let me say it. This is sort of like, this is the truther guy. Well, we don't need to look into this further because the people in the truth and freedom movement already have it all figured out, right? Right? So why we don't need to look into it any further, Tyler? What are you saying? It's mythology. Okay. I don't know. Well, me and my Patriot movement with my republic, we need to go back to the republic. Republics are better. Like the Republic of North Korea. They're a republic. So just the word republic makes me feel better. I don't know why my truther questioner guy turned into like a southern gentleman, but do we go down the accepted truth, we already know it all path here? Or are we going back to remember that we're in the question everything, being the learner, being the person who's always going to take in the new information and make sure that we're on point, that we have our starting positions and precepts correct, that we're analyzing the problems of the world correctly, right? So no, we don't have it all figured out yet, Mr. Truther, and that's why we need to look into this today further. So should the truth movement be accurate? Should they try to be accurate, or should we just go along with all the preconceived? No, it's the Rothschilds, it's the Federal Reserve that's privately owned, and then it's the CBDCs. Oh, and don't forget the economic collapse. Or are we just going along with the narrative that the guys that came before us all came up with as far as the problems and the solutions? Or are we on the journey of seeking the truth? Are we trying to be accurate in our assessment of the problem? Are we trying to get the facts correct if we're going to be, quote unquote, trying to wake other people up? So should people seeking the truth attempt to correct others who are on that path as well? Or, should I just be like, oh, you don't want to take the time to do that, Tyler. That's a waste of time. It's a negative thing to do. Also, you don't want to do that. You're gonna, be in just doing a lot of research that's unnecessary, or should we take a step back and just take some time to look at this? Should we go through this together and see what we can find on this particular topic and just make sure that, all the things that we thought about the creature from Jekyll Island and the whole, all the myths involved around this particular topic that we're going to get into, can we question them, or is it just like settled information that we can't get into? So I'll get the third point here. If we are trying to convey what woke us up, right, which is a lot of people in the truth and freedom community like to talk about what got them to see things in a different way. So if we are trying to convey what woke us up or are helping to wake others up, shouldn't we use accurate information? So if that's what our goal is and what we're trying to do is to use the information and our knowledge and insight and ability to communicate that information to other people in a way that would be helpful for them to assist in their journey on the path to awakening, wouldn't it be good to make sure that all that information that we're passing along downstream, we're taking it in this information, we're going to be passing it along downstream over here, shouldn't we go about the effort to really make sure that that information is correct and accurate? So obviously you could tell my answer is yes, we should do that. And if we we should add some extra context and flavor in like we're doing here today with a presentation like this. And we should put in the time to do that so that others can also fix the mistakes that they may have made with the particular solutions they proposed, or the things that they think other people should really know, or and then I even think they should go as far as to do this, to address the issue and make sure that it's publicly known that you now stand corrected. However that needs to be done, I'm doing it like this, and then it's settled, and then you can move on, and you don't necessarily need to fix the contradictions in the presuppositions, right? Once they're removed, they're removed. It's not something you need to exactly go fix, right? That's not the thing here. We're not exactly trying to fix the Federal Reserve and the Fed movement people, the Ron Paul movement. Oh, if I could just fix them in this way, then we'll get it done. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to remove the fallacies, remove the contradictions, clean it up, get the rhetoric cleaned up, and remember back to what the mission actually is here, what we're trying to actually do with the one great work, with the message of freedom, with the message of truth, freedom, and prosperity, and love, and wisdom. What is it exactly that we are trying to accomplish? And we'll get into that at the end here. So just to clarify where I'm coming from, so we don't get confused, so people don't try to think that what I'm trying to do is actually make sure we can fix the government and fix the Federal Reserve System. Let's just clarify that the Federal Reserve is illegitimate because really it's just an agency of the government, and the entire concept of external government is itself illegitimate. So this isn't for me to come in and try to fix the problem with the Federal Reserve, because then we'll have good government. The belief in government is the problem. The belief that rulership over other people can be something that is accepted as a claim, and then that enslavement is then also promoted and enforced on other people, and that claim is accepted and enforced as just a claim, but that claim is illegitimate inherently in nature. There isn't such a thing as ownership and a belief where, now that I've given up control of my body and my free will to the government, that now that's an acceptable, legitimate agreement and claim that can be then carried out on others as well, without any sort of fallout or consequence to this false construct known as the belief in government, which is the root problem inherent in our world right now, is this particular belief. And it's not because I have some issue with government and authority, or I have some chip on my shoulder against cops or something like that. Don't get it twisted. That's not what we're doing here. This is a consistent philosophical presuppositional starting point to understanding that there isn't a legitimate claim of ownership or any legitimacy to you accepting this false claim that somehow you can give up ownership and control over your free will or your thoughts, or by frivolous laws that are imposed upon you over the threat of violence and coercion, which is what the state is. And even if you're okay with that and you want to accept that, that's still not a right that you have, because it's incorrect, because it violates other people's rights, this thing that you're promoting. So let's just make sure that it's really clear, the starting points that we're coming from before we go into this, that it's not like I'm on some heroic mission to try to make sure that we can fix the government and fix the problem so we can get back to the republic or some kind of constitutional utopia that if we could only just fix the problem with the Federal Reserve or with the bloat or with... No, the whole entire concept of government itself and democracy, you need to go back and look at your Fabian socialism and to get a little bit more grammar on what the fuck you're actually thinking and talking about before you want to have a reaction to what I'm saying like it's just some sort of opinion. This isn't an opinion, this particular point here. This is the fact of the matter. So I know that it's hard to hear, but if you've been continuing the belief in this system, you have been continuing and condoning the belief in a human slavery system, and you have been wrong for doing so. And you are incorrect for promoting the belief in government and this slavery system. Okay, so just want to make it really clear where we're starting from here, because people get really confused really fast, and I just don't want to leave anything on the table as far as where it is that I'm coming from here. The whole concept of the Federal Reserve and government in general, which the Federal Reserve is just more government, is inherently illegitimate on its face before even getting started into trying to explain more about this concept, okay? So a few bullet points here. One Patriot myth, okay? If we fix the problem with the Fed, we can fix the government. Okay, wrong. The entire government is an illegitimate institution, and the Fed is just more government. Man's law system in general is illegitimate and against natural law, which is really the only ruler and the only the top creative force that we are all ruled by, that is the sovereign on this planet, or in this reality, not just on this planet, but in our known reality. I hate to break it to everybody in the truth movement again also, but you're not the sovereign. It's not about you being the sovereign. Okay, I get autonomy. I understand the philosophy of autonomy and the concepts behind wanting to be autonomous. And anarchism, no rulers. Anarchism meaning no rulers. I get that too. But the sovereign, the ruler, is natural law. The ruler is the creative force of the universe. The laws that bind our behavior, regardless of you understanding that or not, or believing in that or not. Okay, so man's law system, as opposed to the ultimate ruling force here, is inherently also illegitimate. It's not up to people and men to create what's right and wrong and write it down on paper and vote on it and enforce it up to everybody else, enforce it on everyone else, and that somehow makes something inherently right in nature. Okay, this is the missing piece, and part of the real problem of why we're in the conditions that we're in here on this planet is because of these false religions and beliefs in government and man's law. That is the actual problem. So the whole root of the problem with the Federal Reserve stems from this particular issue. Okay, it's not about Illuminati bankers or secret people taking over the government. That's what the government is, our government, especially in the United States here. If you're not hip to that and aware, the whole thing is one big revolving door of corruption. So the fact that the people at the Fed are involved or whatever, the whole thing is that, okay? And nature and its law is the only real authority and sovereign. Point 4 here. That's what we need to understand. That's what will fix the issue with the Federal Reserve and the getting back to something that will fix the problem. What we need to get back to is realizing that nature and its law is the authority that we need to understand and respect. So the psyop here is they are getting you to hate the Fed while it's all just government slavery. Government itself is the problem, not just economically, but overall. The belief that external government is illegitimate is the problem. Again, this isn't just something I'm saying because this is an opinion I came to, okay? This is the thing that you need to understand. This is the main point. We could just end the presentation here. These 3 slides are the fucking point of the whole thing, and now we can go back to learning that and focusing on that, and don't even think about the Federal Reserve System. Who gives a shit about the Federal Reserve System anyway? Is the point of this. The point of this kind of presentation in general is that. Are we going to get into the points and break it down so we can absolutely, break some of these mythology that's floating around so we can hopefully just try to put an end to the bullshit heading downstream? which we won't do, and all I'll receive for this presentation is hate from the truth community, because they're just as dumb and ignorant as any other community, okay? And they want to be in an echo chamber of circle jerk fucking best friends saving humanity fucking losers, okay? That couldn't save them fucking selves. So for our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the powers, against the world forces of this darkness, against the spiritual forces of wickedness in heavenly places. Ephesians 6:12. Another way to put that is this is a spiritual battle. And it's not about what you're going to physically do with an economy or with your money or having gold or getting your money out of the banks or getting ready for the collapse or being a prepper. Okay, this is a completely different battlefield. It's not about that. And it's about what we've been talking about here for the last few minutes. Okay. So back in 2017, I held this event, The Future Economy. Back then we were trying to explain to people and help people understand more about the upcoming digital currency and the decentralization of money. We didn't want to use the word Bitcoin, but that's what we were talking about. At the event itself, other cryptocurrencies were discussed. But this is just going back to showing that we have been looking at this topic for some time, and some of my earlier activism was in around, well, if we could fix this problem, then we can fix the bigger problems, right? Kind of what I'm saying now was not exactly the right assessment. And so here's some pictures of that event. Yeah, we were talking about Bitcoin. Do I still think Bitcoin is a great opportunity and one of the best opportunities of all time? I do think that. And I haven't been incorrect from those days. I wish I would have had more money in those days to invest. But neither here nor there. It was, look at where we're at now. But the Federal Reserve System itself is something I even started a brain model on now called the Creature of Control Brain. And this brain model can be found at tylerbloyer.com, and I've done a lot of links on the Federal Reserve System, and there's a lot of good information there. Not everything that I've ever looked at around it is incorrect because of what we're doing here today. What we're doing here today is fine-tuning the understanding. That's what we're doing here today. We'll be fine-tuning what we understand about this creature, right? So you can find that at tylerbloyer.com, and in the menu, it's the Creature of Control Brain. And you can pull that up and go into some of the links that we have there, including, this show that we'll link in there after it's recorded. I realized I was muted there for a sec. Hopefully I wasn't muted too long. Either way, what I was talking about was the Creature of Control Brain that you can find on my website. And then also now talking about Fallacies, Into the Fed, this Facebook page that I had put up pretty early on in my activism, and it was getting people in the local Salt Lake City area. We don't live there now, but in that area to talk about and wanting to meet up with people talking about how we're going to end the Federal Reserve, right? So again, I have been involved in this particular topic for some time and also been on the other side of it where I thought it was the biggest issue that we needed to address, so much so that I wanted to go in and be an activist about this particular topic. So again, it's not something that I'm just coming in here without any information. Oh, no, I don't understand the argument on the other side. What do you mean, bro? It's totally government, and I don't think it's private. Well, I'm not just coming in and talking about it from just never even looking at it. I have looked at all the sides of that. I understand all the mythology that we're going to go into here today. So I do want to thank Clint Richardson and Brandon Sterling for putting out the content they have that we're going to go into here today in our intermission. We're going to cover one of their clips on this to help me start to break down my hardness around this, my ignorance around this particular topic, right? And open my eyes up to going, oh my God, another thing along the way that I was wrong about. At first you go, oh, that's, what are they talking about? That's not what I think. That can't be the case. And then you kind of go, oh, these idiots, they don't know what they're talking about. And then you go, oh my God, is that right? Or what is the deal? And there's some confusion. And then you go, oh my God, like I kind of was incorrect about this particular topic. Well, these two dudes are the ones, and definitely Clint, more so, Brandon definitely had a part in this, was helping me to understand this particular topic and even wanting to be able to then do this presentation today. So some of the slides and then again some content I'll be sharing come directly from these two gentlemen today. So I just wanted to do a quick shout out and appreciation for the work that they've been doing and the great work that Clint has done over the years with his blog, the Reality Blogger, and his book, The Strawman. Clint's book, The Strawman, I still recommend for anyone wanting to really break down the real solutions to the problem of the Federal Reserve. Check out the book from Clint, The Real Story of Your Artificial Person, a private work by Clint Richardson. You can find that for free, I believe, or a small donation. In either case, it's definitely worth going through. I think it's one of those I probably want to go through every few years just to get the understanding back. Because I think Clint really gave us the keys with that book. Even if, again, he's not perfect or he doesn't have it all completely figured out exactly. Because that's not always what it's going to be about. We have to help each other grow and move forward through these things. So on this particular topic, Clint has put down, and in the show notes you'll be able to find the links, 3 great articles. The Incontrovertible Conundrum of Dr. Ron Paul, Today's Creature from Jekyll Island, and the 3rd article, Stop the Religion of the Fed. These are tremendous works done in 2012 and 2014, so they're still evergreen as far as this particular topic because people still believe all the mythology that Clint does a great job at breaking down in those articles. So in the show notes you can find them, and I would definitely recommend checking them out if you're not convinced or you just want more information after watching what we go into today. Go and check out those articles. Okay, so let's start with the breaking down public versus private. Okay, so private corporations are those founded by and composed of private individuals. For private purposes, so far none of this sounds like it would be something a government organization like the Federal Reserve would do. As distinguished from governmental purposes, okay, so not governmental agencies, and having no political or government franchisees or duties. So none of that sounds like it would be applied to something like the Federal Reserve, who absolutely has governmental purposes, and it has a governmental franchises or duties. I mean, this sounds exactly like what the Federal Reserve System is. So here, according to this ruling, here in this lawdictionary.org, public and private, so far that definitely doesn't fit with our definition of what like the Federal Reserve would be, because it doesn't say there that it can be governmental and all these other things, right? So the truth is the Federal Reserve is not owned by anyone. Okay, so looking at this definition of a private corporation from the lawdictionary.org, and where the confusion comes in around this whole topic is around the stock ownership. So a private corporation, the definition of that is a firm that is incorporated, the shares of which are not listed on a public stock exchange, and the shares, however, are held by a small proportion of stockholders. So you'll see my however, though. The stock mentioned in the Federal Reserve Act is membership stock, not ownership stock. And that's really the linchpin of the whole thing here. As non-exciting as that sounds, they are required by the Federal Reserve Act, the membership banks that participate in the 12 member banks of the Federal Reserve System, they are required by the Act to purchase the membership stock, which is different from and not the same thing as like ownership stock, like you would buy in a company where you now have part ownership in that stock. This particular stock is not the same thing as that. It doesn't give you control. It doesn't give you voting power. It doesn't give you ownership. It doesn't give you any sort of ownership in a private way that we call all the banks are privately owned. No, they're not, because they're not owning ownership stock. And this is as non-exciting as that sounds, that's really sort of the mistake that everyone who says that the Federal Reserve is private is making. And so we're not going to just finish with that. There's plenty more. We have more evidence on this particular topic to share, especially in the intermission. So I'm not going to leave you hanging there. You're going to get plenty more of proving what I'm saying to be true here. So already we're seeing from the definitions and now understanding that the stock is not an ownership stock in the Federal Reserve Act, that this is what people in the truth and freedom community explain as why it's such a problem. It's actually not even true. So that's not even correct. So claim the Federal Reserve, here's the claim, is privately owned because banks hold stock in it. And the reality is the Federal Reserve is a public entity and its stock is membership stock, not ownership stock. So the key facts are the Federal Reserve was created by Congress in 1913 by the Federal Reserve Act. It operates as an independent central bank within the U.S. government. Member banks hold stocks as a requirement to participate, and this does not give them ownership or control. So the bottom line is that the stockholders in a typical corporation have voting power and profit rights, but the Federal Reserve member banks do not. So I hope that's really clear. This is where the claim comes from those interpreting the Federal Reserve Act to say that the ownership comes from this stock, but it's not what they're saying. That is an incorrect claim, and it's completely provable as incorrect, and it takes away the whole mythology around that particular topic. So, as hard to deal with as that may be, or if you want to say, well, you just don't understand, Tyler, and it's not the way you're saying it is. They have all this 4D chess stuff going on, and you're reading their documents to try to get the answer, and that's not what you should do. These are the facts, and you don't have the facts, and your facts are incorrect. So that's the whole point of me producing this argument that I'm putting forward to show that it is not correct. It is blatantly false and a bad representation of the data. Okay, something that adults should be able to handle and go through and do. So William Gradier has it, the Fed is neither wholly government nor wholly private. It is an independent entity within the government designed to be insulated from political pressures. And that's from the book Secrets of the Temple, How the Federal Reserve Runs the Country. So again, designed to be insulated from political pressure. And liability, really. So they wouldn't want ownership of it in that way. That's not how they would want to control and influence the Federal Reserve. So one thing I'd also like to point out is I'm not making the argument that there isn't secret influence and people operating behind the scenes with shadow power and, the real power behind the throne and all these other things on how it would actually work. How secret societies and the occult would not have direct ownership in this way. It would be more of the own nothing, control everything perspective, okay? So we'll get into more of that. But again, the membership stock is not ownership stock. The structure of the Federal Reserve, the Board of Governors is a federal agency. Members are appointed by the President and confirmed by the Senate. The 12 regional reserve banks operate semi-independently, but must follow federal laws and oversight. So there's plenty of oversight. There's plenty of auditing. We'll see. There's plenty of control. They're not completely independent, making decisions with no oversight and all these other myths, right? And so again, with the stock myth, just to get it straight here, just to pound it home, the Federal Reserve banks don't function like private corporations, okay? They may be set up like a corporation. The government might structure itself like corporations do. We could even say they are corporations in that way, okay? But the Federal Reserve is not a private corporation. So these member banks in this stock, they can't sell, trade, or control policy with their stock. Profits don't go to the private banks. Most earnings are returned back to the U.S. Treasury. So holding membership stock here as the part of the final thought, holding membership stock doesn't mean ownership. The Federal Reserve is a public institution, not a private corporation. Okay? It's really actually pretty straightforward. And if you've been repeating and saying the rhetoric all over and over and over on this particular topic, and you're so into this that you can't even see outside of it and understand the fish in the water doesn't understand the water kind of a thing, you may not even understand the argument that I'm making about this ownership stock. But to make it really clear, when I looked into this to see where is this claim coming from exactly, that it's a completely private organization, this is the thing that they're relying on to put that forward. Okay, so again, I'm not saying I'm pro-Federal Reserve, I'm pro-central banks, which is a part of a plank in the Communist Manifesto, central banking. I'm pro-usury, I'm pro-fiat currency. No, I'm not saying any of those things. I'm just clarifying how the ownership works. And ownership here is an actual legal term. It actually has a meaning in law. It's not just something that we're making up. Okay, we don't just get to make things up in this world, this man's law world, how we want to have it be interpreted. Okay, it actually has proper interpretation in that system, which we don't really understand in general. But when we look at it, it's not ownership. It's not ownership at all. It's not. It's membership. So that might clue you in more to actually how things work. Memberships and private membership organizations, right? But it doesn't show us that the Federal Reserve is privately owned. Okay, owned meaning a very specific term here. We might be privately controlled, but even then you wouldn't want to say privately, because privately is a very specific term in legalism, in legalese, right? So here we have my claim, again, is the Federal Reserve is not private. It is specifically, and by definition, an independent agency of government. Okay, that's what it is. Technically speaking, that's the right way. And so we have the scene from Jurassic Park. This guy says private banks run the government, and no one really gives a shit. And they shouldn't, because it's not even the case. It's not even accurate. As far as the facts go. But again, we'll get more into how they may control it. But here, Z Big coming in for the big hit. This wild and crazy conspiracy theorist. Oh wait, no. He wasn't a wild and crazy conspiracy theorist. He was an insider who understood how these things work and wrote about it in his writings. like in the grand chessboard, and he puts it, the illusion of control is more powerful than the control itself. So even why is this myth being put out? Why do we all think that, why is everybody in the truth and freedom community think the same way about this particular thing? Well, my own take on that is that it's a red herring. It's something to divert us from the truth, to divert us from any sort of path of addressing any sort of problems that are actually happening. But again, the illusion and the story and the mythology around this whole topic is that the bankers control the whole economy and the Federal Reserve System, and that there's just nothing we can do about it. It's completely dominated and controlled by the bankers. And isn't it so powerful that they have this illusion going? Isn't it so convenient that this is the perception for them, right? So here we're going to actually go into a clip from Alan Greenspan. He's going to tell you exactly what the Federal Reserve is. He's going to be able to tell you, with his own words, that it's an independent agency of government. And it's not some big mystery, secret, shadowy thing that we can't understand. Let's just go in to hear exactly what he has to say. This is a clip that's shared around by a lot of people of showing how the Congress just has no oversight. Maybe we'll listen to it twice. Let's just listen to exactly what Mr. Greenspan says in this clip, okay? So let me get it pulled up here. Okay, we got it queued up. Okay, so we'll just take a listen here.
Is the proper relationship, what should be the proper relationship between a chairman of the Fed and a president of the United States?
Well, first of all, the Federal Reserve is an independent agency, and that means basically that there is...
Hold on, so what was it? The Federal Reserve is what? What is it exactly?
Basically that the Federal Reserve is an independent agency, and that means basically that there is no other agency of government which can overrule actions that we take.
Other agencies of government. So an independent agency of the government. Listen really carefully for the people that want to interpret things the way they want to hear it and not what's actually being said.
The United States.
Well, first of all, the Federal Reserve is an independent agency, and that means basically that there is no other agency of government which can overrule actions that we take. So long as that is in place and there is no evidence that the administration or the Congress or anybody else is requesting that we do things other than what we think is the appropriate thing, then what the relationships are don't frankly matter.
Okay, so what he's not saying is that no one has control over what we do, and we can't... He said if they wanted to, they could, but they currently don't, so we do what we do. And we're just another independent agency of government, just like any other independent agency of government. He didn't say the Federal Reserve is privately owned, and nobody in the government can control what we do, and there isn't anybody, in fact, in the government that could ever control what we do. That's not what he said. But that's what people hear in the Patriot Movement, in the truth movements. They hear that what he just said was that there's no one in government that control what... No, that's not what he said. He just said other independent agencies in government do what they do. We do what we do. Congress doesn't seem to have a problem with it. So we continue to do what we do as an independent agency of government. He didn't say privately controlled or anything like that. And you could say, well, let's not trust what he says. He's part of the thing here. Okay, but I'm just saying this is actually part of the evidence that truthers use as to show that what they're saying is true. So I'm just showing that it's absolutely, again, false evidence. It's not real. This is not correct way to interpret that particular clip or many other clips like it that talk about, how the Federal Reserve works, coming from, yes, directly out of the horse's mouth, and we can't exactly trust everything they say. But so far, what he said is perfectly in alignment with our understanding that we're breaking down here so far, that the Fed is an independent agency of government, and that Congress does control it, but they let them operate pretty independently as long as everything looks like it's good, right? So, let's get into the key mythology. We've touched on a lot of it already, but let's just break down some of the key mythologies around this whole thing. And part of it is the whole story around the Christmas Eve voting. Oh, they voted at Christmas Eve and nobody was around, and so they just pushed it through. And this is just basically over-fluffed, nonsense, ridiculous bullshit that is used to leverage this whole story and make it sound better. But it's really just... It sounds good, it sells books. It's not the case. There's not just one vote on Christmas Eve and then poof, the Federal Reserve Act is there. There's this whole checks and balances system. There's multiple votes. Congress is still responsible either way. It doesn't give them no culpability because it was Christmas Eve, so we just don't know what happened. Are you that dumb? That's not how it works. It's not at all how it works. And only people who already want to believe this story, this just adds more flavor. Oh, it was on Christmas Eve and they snuck it in. And we're going to see some clips on this. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you'll see. If you've looked into this at all, you know that that's a big part of this mythology. And then the secret trip to Jekyll Island. Oh, the secret trip that nobody knew, where the secret bankers wrote the bill and then they passed it in through their secretive Aldrich plan, and then that didn't get passed, and so they snuck it in through this other. It might be that they were secretive and all that, and that they even wrote the bill, but that's not at all uncommon for bills in Congress. Congress isn't writing all their bills, and in fact, they usually have the subject matter experts around that particular topic. Like if you were a banking system, it would probably be bankers and people involved in the banking industry that might be involved in writing the act. So again, it's just embellishment, again, around this whole narrative. The whole secret trip to Jekyll Island, it's just another embellishment like the Christmas Eve voting thing that's just adding in more to sell more books, to sell this story more, to make the whole private corporation, the next myth thing, seem more believable, seem like it's actually the accurate take on this whole situation, right? But it's just part of the mythology. That's why we're putting it here in the mythology. Although these things might be somewhat factually accurate, it doesn't lead to the conclusion, oh yeah, it's a privately owned corporation and we just have no control, and if we could fix it, we would fix the government. That's the whole Patriot mythology. These little embellishments just make that sound better. They're not actually providing any weight or sound evidence to the argument. It's just part of the story, the mythology. And same with the whole audit the Fed, Ron Paul movement around, well, what we need to do, guys, is audit the Fed because they've never been audited, right? This is part of the mythology that we'll be breaking down as well, that this is not exactly the case. It's not exactly an accurate claim, and it's actually, more bluntly, total horseshit, and not correct at all, and not even the case at all, okay? So then surrounding all this is always the looming, it's gonna collapse. Get your money out of the banks. Oh, CBDCs in control of everything are coming, guys. And we always have to be scared and fearful of the giant economic collapse because the secret Illuminati overlords are in control. Okay, so this is also all part of the wrapped in with this whole Federal Reserve mythology, is this doomsdayer economic collapse porn people putting this as the highest pinnacle of what we need to focus on and put our attention on and spend our life energy worrying about, to the point where we're so sick and maybe even broke and dead because we worried about this so much, but at least we got those bankers by not keeping our money in the banks. And this is going to sound horrible, but I actually know people that was the case. And it may have even been the thing that was making them so physically ill that, yeah, they're no longer here with us. And their main focus was always this particular topic. And, you know, I love that person. He was a brother to me. He was an awesome dude. But he was obsessed and in this world completely, and I see it destroying other people's lives as well. And constantly fear about these things that really we can't even control and really isn't even part of the actual problem anyway. It's set up as an illusion as part of something that we should pay attention to, when really it's not the ultimate end all be all of what we should be focusing on if we want to help fix the problems in the world, or help wake other people up, or help promote truth and freedom and prosperity in the world, right? So the whole mythology here is meant to get you to be fooled into looking at this as the problem. Okay, and so this is what people in the truth and freedom movement should be well aware of, what I'm saying. And this stuff might sound foreign to others, and it might not make sense to your average basic dipshit out there, right, watching this and not, what is he talking about? I don't even understand. Well, maybe this presentation wasn't for you. That's fine. We don't have to fully understand. But what it's for is people in the truth and freedom community, okay? Let me continue on with the slides here, because we'll touch on that more later. So, this is what the Patriot mythologers are always looking for, okay? What they're looking for is a backdoor into America, where truth and freedom can be found, okay? And this is what the Federal Reserve's private mythos is based in. If we can just get rid of the Fed, then we'd truly be free, right? Now, no, the solution for conquering human slavery and promoting true human freedom has nothing to do with fixing man's law and filing the right paperwork, or getting back to the Republic, or claiming your corporate birth tax citizenship as part of your Puerto Rican passport heritage or whatever, or going and becoming a citizen of UCC. That's how we'll do it. We'll become UCC citizens who has a different kind of law and constitution. No, none of that is what creates true human freedom, okay? What creates true human freedom is the understanding that you're not a slave, that the claims against you claiming ownership over you and control are false and illegitimate claims, and you don't believe them, and that in your mind you know that deep down you are a free being, and that there is no one who can legitimately claim to take away your freedom, even if they do put you into physical chains, into physical bondage. They actually still are making an illegitimate claim. They may be using force and violence against you to carry those claims out, but it doesn't make them any more legitimate, and it doesn't make them any more true, and even a person locked in a prison cell with nothing rotting away can be completely 100% free, because freedom is in the mind. Okay, it is attitudinal, and it has nothing to do with filing the right paperwork or getting us back to a time where we didn't have the Federal Reserve banks. If we could just go back to that, or if we could just go back to the original Constitution under the Declaration of Independence, then we'd have real freedom. No, that is not. None of that has anything to do with real freedom. And real freedom is understood between the temples, and once a person fully understands that concept, it cannot be taken away from them, okay? Hence, why they want you focusing on all this horseshit mythology about the problem of the Federal Reserve, and being a libertarian, and coming in and getting your gold and Bitcoin, and that's how we're going to fix the problem. All of those are false solutions, a false path to fixing the problem. None of it's going to actually address the real causal factors of the human condition on this planet. Okay? So, it's not found in any of the Patriot mythology. I'll just save you the time from going down the rabbit hole. There's nothing about a 508, C1A, or a particular type of citizenship that you're going to file and fix to fix the problem. Alright, the problem is actually much simpler than that. It's just hard because of breaking down your preconceived notions and understanding and beliefs and thoughts about how the world actually works, about how this reality actually works. But if you notice, everyone also pushing this mythology, notice how they're always selling something. People that are pushing the Fed as a private corporation, they always have a subscription, they always have a book, a service, they always, we're selling gold and silver, That's the solution, is to own more gold and silver. Oh, and just buy it through our affiliate link or through our guys, by the way, right? Or many other various products. But if you do notice, and I definitely did notice while doing this presentation research again, that this is always the case. Every one of these people always has something to sell to go along with the problem of the Federal Reserve System. So they have their own solutions, and their own solutions typically involve buying their product or service to go along with the solution. Wouldn't you know? Isn't that a coincidence? That the people always pushing and promoting this always have some sort of solution that you'll need to use them and their service or their product to fix the problem. So again, another false path, snakes in the long grass. The freedom community is completely packed full of these types of individuals who want to make a living off of you to fix the problems of the world, but they just also happen to need to make a living off of you to buy their services, buy their products, and you end up becoming their goal. You and your wallet and your hard work money that you earned through whatever way that you're earning it, most people probably through just traditional hard work, through their own business or through a job, are now needing to keep these freedom people and truth community people afloat through buying their services and products because of the problem of the Federal Reserve, don't you know? If you notice, though, a lot of it does go back to that. Just pay attention out there, okay? So now what we're going to go through is what I call the Mythology montage. The Mythologers montage is a montage of various people in the truth and freedom communities and where a lot of these sources of this mythology comes from. So you'll see in this montage many references to the Federal Reserve as privately owned corporation. And I could have picked out a lot more people than I did to put in this presentation. I was actually trying to be careful, not to be offensive in any kind of way, but then again, we do need to see the main pushers. And so I think I did a pretty good job of putting sort of the main pushers in the modern truth and freedom community out there in this clip. So let's go ahead and get into it. It's about a 6-minute clip, and then we'll come back and continue on with the slideshow before we head into intermission. So I'm going to go ahead and transition into this clip.
What's going on in America today? Why are we over our heads in debt? Why can't the politicians bring debt under control? Why are so many people, often both parents now, working at low-paying, dead-end jobs and still making do with less? What's the future of the American economy and way of life? Why does the government tell us inflation is low when the buying power of our paychecks is declining at an alarming rate? Only a generation ago, bread was a quarter, and you could get a new car for $19.95.
The problem is that since 1864, we've had a debt-based banking system. All our money is based on government debt. We cannot extinguish government debt without extinguishing our money supply. That's why talk of paying off the national debt without reforming our banking system is an impossibility. That's why the solution does not lie in discussing the size of the national debt, rather it lies in reforming our banking system. This is the Federal Reserve headquarters in Washington. It sits on this very impressive address, right on Constitution Avenue, right across from the Lincoln Memorial. But is it federal? Is it really part of the United States government? Well, what we're about to show you is that there's nothing federal about the Federal Reserve, and there are no reserves. The name is a deception created back before the Federal Reserve Act was passed in 1913 to make Americans think that America's central bank operates in the public interest. The truth is that the Federal Reserve is a private bank owned by private stockholders and run purely for their private profit.
The Federal Reserve System is a strange creature. It's easier to say what it is not than what it is. Most people think it's a government agency. It is not.
And 2 days before Christmas, when most of Congress was at home with their families, the Federal Reserve Act was voted in, and Wilson in turn made it law.
All in favor, say aye.
They did this during Christmas vacation, when many senators were home celebrating the holidays with their families.
In 1910, a secret meeting was held at a J.P. Morgan estate on Jekyll Island off the coast of Georgia. It was there that the central banking bill called the Federal Reserve Act was written.
They were going to draft a reform of the nation's banking industry in complete secrecy.
You know that the Federal Reserve is a private bank and not a government agency?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
It's a private bank? That would scare me quite a bit.
Bear in mind that each one of the Federal Reserve banks is basically a private corporation. Neither you and I, the people, nor the federal government, for that matter, own these corporations, these so-called banks. They are owned by other corporations, known as member banks.
Who owns the Federal Reserve? It's secret, and we can't find out what's happening. But the Congress created it, and it's not authorized in the Constitution.
The government borrows money from a private corporation using the name Federal that prints United States on it, and then it pays back to the Fed, which is owned by private banks. We don't know who all those private banks are. The money that the government is paying back to the private bankers is the money that comes from you and me. The Federal Reserve is no more federal than Federal Express. I've never seen a full list of ownership for the Fed. I don't think anybody has.
The government works for a private bank, and the private bank works for its owners, the true masters.
Why did we give a monopoly of creating money out of thin air to a private corporation?
The private central bankers.
She doesn't even know that the Federal Reserve is private. He doesn't want to tell her, hey, dumbass, we're a private corporation created by an act of Congress.
Well, what is the Federal Reserve? Is it an agency of the federal government? No, it is not.
It's important to clearly understand the Federal Reserve is a private corporation. It is about as Federal Express. It makes its own policies and is under virtually no regulation by the U.S. government.
Most Americans still believe that the Fed or Federal Reserve is the government. It is not. The Fed is a privately owned banking system whose majority Class A shareholders are the Rothschilds, Warburgs, Kuhn and Loeb, J.P. Morgan, Rockefeller, Israel Seif, and the Lehman Brothers. This private banking cartel is the Fed and is never audited and never pays taxes.
We're going to have this system of privately owned banks across the country, this network that all the banks can have shares in.
So a Federal Reserve note is a piece of paper issued as an IOU by the private banks
to a consortium of private bankers.
The problem is we have a privately owned central bank system in the United States disguised as a government-owned system.
The international bankers who own the private Federal Reserve Bank.
It's a privately owned central bank.
We have a private bank that prints money on behalf of the Treasury.
The Federal Reserve, which is a privately owned enterprise. They're not federal. They're owned by J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, and the other primary dealers, of course, that own shares.
Private, not federal, but private Federal Reserve Bank of New York.
So you're saying the Fed is a private corporation, right?
Yeah.
Well, they're definitely not, though. They're an independent agency of government.
Because they claim they're government, but they're really private.
Or the Federal Reserve is a private corporation with owners.
Which is where the Federal Reserve came from the Rothschild family dynasty, right? And it's a private corporation. It's not government, right? So
the banks created the Federal Reserve.
In 1913, there's not been an audit since then. The ownership's secret.
And so the banks created the Federal Reserve.
The private Federal Reserve. But the Federal Reserve is private. And that Congress, courts, no one, the executive, no power over them.
So we've got the Federal Reserve, a privately owned corporation with a monopoly on creating money, but with no accountability.
Ron Paul. He and about 263 members of Congress support a bill to audit one of the most powerful monetary institutions in the world.
Mitt Romney, he says, by the way, he supports an audit of the Fed.
It's time to find a way to audit the Fed by suing the Fed.
What I want to find out is what they're doing.
Again, they always tell Congress, we're open, we're under scrutiny, never been an audit, never been in control. They say they're governmental, they're not.
We need to find a way to audit the Fed. The Fed has found 100 ways to evade that.
We don't know what they got. We don't know. You don't even know how things work, you dumbass.
All right, so there you can see what we're talking about, essentially the claims that are being made about how the Federal Reserve is a private corporation, a privately owned corporation, right? And it's not audited, and it's owned by the Rothschilds, or there's no oversight, and the secret meetings and the Christmas Eve voting, and those are from all the classic documentaries, Money Masters, Freedom from Fascism, Thrive, which is one that I really liked and got into, and it helped me understand, quote unquote, how the world worked, right? Now, Thrive film was very good, but he pounds home that the Federal Reserve is private and not audited, and you saw Catherine Austin Fitts there, who now, we also had the opening clip was from John Titus, his new series, Bankocracy, and it's hosted on the SolariReport.com. And on episode 2 of that series, which I can share in the show notes, he actually goes into saying, the Federal Reserve is privately owned. Again, all of these people that are saying it's privately owned are going off of the fact that it's ownership stock, that because they have the stock, they own it. And that's what we've shown to be false already. And we'll go into more of that. So that was our key mythologers montage. Took me some time to put that together. I watched a lot of different films that, again, there was a lot more that I could have included in that. I was selective to not upset some people that are more close to me, but yet, I guess you could say, who you are, who's out there, always saying the Federal Reserve is private, and that's what woke you up, is it was actually finding out that the Federal Reserve is a private corporation, and that's why also you should come and use all your services because of this situation, when actually I think we need to check our rhetoric, check our grammar, and check our logic, check ourselves to make sure that we're actually, correct about what we're saying there. Again, because does it matter, going back to what we were talking in the beginning, if it doesn't matter to be consistent and you don't need to share accurate information, and we're not trying to actually help other people with legitimate good information about the truth, and we're just trying to sell products and services, then never mind. You could just shut this off now. We don't need to watch this. You don't need to go into any more of this. It's not important to be consistent in our presuppositions and worldview, right? Or how we perceive the problems of the world and how to fix them. Being accurate isn't the goal, right? Is that correct, freedom and truth movement people out there that are watching this that don't agree and want to stay stuck in that old worldview way of looking at this whole problem, and want to dig your heels in and get upset with me and go into the comments to start talking shit about how I'm saying things, or how I look, or how I talk, or how the people in these videos sound and look and talk. That's what we're going to do, right? We're going to bring ourselves down to the level of ad hominem attack against the messenger, which is what most people have done so far. I haven't seen any good counter arguments. I haven't had any actual legitimate, real good discussion on the topic and the points that I brought up. Just people throwing shit at me on the stage and talking shit. And like I said, all I'm going to get for this whole thing is hate from the Ron Paul community, hate from the libertarian community, even less love than I receive now from the freedom and truth community. And you know what? That's not why I'm here, and not why I do the work that I do. So none of that bothers me whatsoever at all, because I'm not here for likes and friends and building a community and all the other false fucking bullshit that people say that they're here to do, and they end up in these groupthink paradigms of not actually thinking because they can't think clearly, because what they're really about is getting is their own insecurities and getting complimented on their being able to say and repeat all the same other bullshit that all the people in the truth and freedom community repeat. That is the motive of most of the people in the truth and freedom communities, and what I call the we needs. The we needs are the people who are always saying, we need to do this. We need to audit the Fed. We need to build a community. We need. And then instead of doing things and achieving them and getting things done and doing and just, I'm doing, this is what I'm doing. I'm recording a presentation. I'm helping wake other people up by seeing that the things that they've been espousing around this topic are not true. I'm going to continue to do that work. I'm doing my best to communicate a message through the means that we have available to us today. I am going to, try my hardest down the next several years in my life that I have available with the amount of time and energy that I have left to continue to get better and improve on that skill set and do that work, and I am doing that work. Did you hear any we need in any of those statements? And we need to do this, and we need to do that, and if we could just fix the Constitution, if we could just audit the Fed and get Ron Paul in there to look for the gold in the vaults, then we'll really fix the problem, guys. Yeah. Okay? You're a fucking bunch of we needs. And I'm gonna make a t-shirt campaign at some point, because the real issue is it's a honeypot. Okay? And in cybersecurity, a honeypot is set up to attract attackers to a much more vulnerable and seemingly obvious target, which is really not set up with any real data to be gathered or any real things that are of concern of being stolen or targeted, and instead is made to have attackers attack it versus attacking the real problem. Okay? So that's what the Federal Reserve and this whole narrative is, and why it's put forward. This is the claim that I'm making, and from what I've come to understand of this whole scenario, it's wagging the dog. It's just the false dialectic set up to get you to focus on the whole problem of the economy and the Fed, and the Donald Trump said this, can you believe it? And Jerome Powell, then he said that. And, oh my God, they're going to raise rates, or they're going to lower rates. What are they going to do about the deficit and the deflation? And it's all just the government doing government shit. And they've created a technology known as the Federal Reserve with their fiat currency. It's just a technology. That's all it is. And the government is going to continue to create and use and modify and develop and use new technologies, guys. Guess what? That's what they're going to do, okay? So this whole thing of hyper focusing on the Federal Reserve System and the private Federal Reserve and the secret banking Illuminati, it's just a honeypot. It's made as, honestly, one of the things that a honeypot can do is, again, going back to the cybersecurity analogy, is monitor the types of people that would be interested in such a thing. And why are these attackers coming over here and poking around at this? Who are they? What are they up to? So it's what I call the reverse honeypot. I don't remember what the technical term is, but it's a way to analyze your opponent. So you get the freedom and patriot communities talking about all this stuff and pushing all these narratives. And then you study the PSYOP, and you continue the PSYOP, and you improve upon the PSYOP, and you make the PSYOP even better, and you get it to the point where we are now, which we'll cover after the slideshow today, some of the stuff that's currently going on in the world around this whole topic. It continues on. It's not just something that was talked about before and not talked about now. The whole PSYOP of the Fed is still used every day today, now, to talk about this. What are they going to do? Are they going to print, oh my God, the CBDCs? And what are they going to have, a Bitcoin reserve or the gold reserves? And it's a daily thing that we still talk about and hear about today, right? So audit the Fed. Another slide on this topic now. Another one of the mythologies. Let's hear the claim. The claim is that the Federal Reserve has never been audited, and we need to audit the Fed to uncover the corruption. Okay, but the reality is that the Federal Reserve is already audited annually, and this includes a comprehensive annual financial report called the CAFR, the CAFR, and independent audits. So it already is audited. It's overseen by Congress. Apparently the Constitution is what holds them in place to not being able to be completely independent and just do whatever they want as a central bank. They're more of an independent agency of government. Again, it's not exactly even a central bank in the traditional European central bank sense of more independence. It's an actually has more control around it than that sort of an institution. So key facts here are the Government Accountability Office, the GAO, and independent auditors already examined the Fed's books. The CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, provides a detailed, publicly available financial report every year. The Federal Reserve financial statements are audited by an independent firm and published on its website. So the bottom line is the Fed is not unaccountable or unaudited or nobody knows what's going on, you dumbass, like Alex Jones said, right? It's already subject to regular audits and oversight. And going back to Jones, every time they're talking about the Fed, he has his little gold guy on there, and suddenly they have, oh, and by the way, just buy all the gold from this guy. If you're going to solve the problem with the Fed, you got to get gold. And always, again, selling a product, selling a service, selling their solution, which is always going to put money in their pockets from you. Isn't that interesting how they get wealthy because you buy their story about the Fed and their solutions to it as well? That's an interesting part of this whole psyop, isn't it? So, again, just to make it really clear, and Clint and Brandon are going to go into this later in a clip, but the Fed's finances are already audited. The whole audit the Fed from Ron Paul. If we could just audit them, and even now, the current clown world shit show of Musk and Trump and Doge saying we're going to go in there and count the gold. Even though they already said that and did all that back in the first Trump presidency, and I'm going to pull up the articles later to show you this how the current rhetoric is some kind of crazy psyop, like people don't know how to use a web browser and go back and look at the previous audit of the Fort Knox gold. But there was some touting of they're going to audit the Fed, right? And, oh, we're finally going to audit the Fed. No, they're not. They're not going to do any of those things. You're not going to hear anything about it. And if you do, it's just a bunch of horseshit because it's already all audited and checked on, and you can read about it in what are known as comprehensive financial reports. So similar to corporations and how corporations are structured, the government and the independent agencies and all the agencies of the government do their comprehensive annual financial reports. And again, we could call them corporations, but it's government who structures itself like corporations. All right, so before we break down the rest of the slide deck, we're going to go into a somewhat longer intermission because there's quite a few clips I need to pack into this intermission, which are all going to provide context and help contextualize all the arguments that I just put forward, as well as the other key mythologies that we talked about surrounding this whole Federal Reserve mythology. So that's why we need to pack in extended intermission here today. So we've gone a couple hours now, and we're going to go a couple more with intermission, and then come back and try to close out the episode. So not too long. Again, today will be a longer episode because this is a big topic to break down. Something that we've been wanting to do for a long time now in the Falling into the Movement Trap series is get to this point of actually getting into the good stuff, really. Because this is, again, the pinnacle of a lot of the Patriot mythology. And I think that the good-hearted folks in the anarchist movement who have it correct, no, I'm just kidding, who have a more accurate assessment of the world and but correct solutions to it, at least to not recognize man's law as the authority, but instead natural law, right? They get wrapped up into this whole Patriot mythology thing because it's kind of like the old school boomer generation truthers, and boomer not in a derogatory way, but in a way just saying the generation that came before my generation, my parents' age folks, that was their mythology. They believed all this stuff and thought actually that you could fix government, okay? They hadn't come to the proper understanding and conclusion that government is inherently an illegitimate institution and should be abolished by our belief and through our minds and our understanding of true freedom and natural law. Once we come to the proper conclusion through philosophy, through not standing in contradiction and being consistent in our morals, so we're not moral relativistic man's law believers, okay? But on that journey to understanding that, there's all this, well, here's, again, the Rothschilds and the private banking system and the Council on Foreign... Not that you don't want to study any of these things, but again, that's not where the solution lies. It's just a bunch of horseshit narrative to sell products and sell books and keep us all involved in this paradigm of we could just fix the government and we could just get back to a government that actually makes sense and the republic, then it would all work out, right? So this is the paradigm that we're trying to put an end to here today, right? This is the thing that we're trying to break down and beat it into the dust and throw the dirt on top of it and say a nice little prayer and call it dead, because it's a mythology that's only hurt and gotten in the way of the truth and freedom community. So I get to catch my breath here. We're going to, again, go into these clips. I'll be back. Don't worry. There are going to be quite a few clips. Some of them may be harder to deal with. We might be getting into things that are very abrasive, again, to what I thought. If I'm talking about I'm a truther and I thought it was this way. Well, again, you need to be open to thinking about things in a different way and accepting to at least look at this information being presented here in these clips as plausible and maybe something to consider. Okay, let's take another look. Let's go back and re-examine the information that's available. And I've put together a nice little break here for us to go ahead and do that. So we're going to start out with Who Owns the Federal Reserve by Brandon Sterling, and Clint Richardson joins him there. And then a clip by a guy with a channel named Irida, who does a terrific job of breaking down how the whole private mythology is really not the case. And then a guy who I believe is part of like the Communist Party or something even, and I'm not pro-communism, but what he says and what he provides was valuable enough to put it into this intermission. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm promoting his take on the whole thing, but I want to get his information into this because it's very important at contextualizing again what we're talking about here. And then just a shorter clip from The War for Bankocracy, episode 1, from John Titus on Fed independence, differentiating it from European central banks. At that point, I will be back. So again, thanks for hanging out. Happy to have you guys here with me in the Federal Reserve Mythology episode, and we will be back after these clips.
Well, hello everyone. Brandon Sterling here with Safe Haven Portfolio Management. And we got Clint Richardson on. We're going to talk about the Federal Reserve. Now, this may trigger some people that have been on the truth movement or the alternative movement or whatever you want to call it, the freedom movement. And people involved with that corner of the internet, they're inundated with stuff from Creatures of Jekyll Island, which Clint has actually done a wonderful job in busting through those myths that are talked about in that book. Now, Clint, he's just pulling up primary resources which we can go through, how the Fed actually works and how the legal structure actually works. It's not this mythology that we're brainwashed into, and people are constantly saying it's a privately owned, for-profit corporation, and sometimes they'll even intermix other stuff in, like, oh, it's owned by the Rothschilds or is owned by a JP Morgan Chase. So we're going to get into that. We're going to break that apart. Clint, where do you want to start with this?
It's such a huge, this is the Odysseus of myths, this is like the granddaddy of the movement because everything seems to fade around. I mean, we could start with good old Ron Paul and what a fraud he was, if you want, because these guys like G. Edward Griffin and Ron Paul and all these guys, they write about this thing, and don't get me wrong. If I go up, you can go to Wikipedia right now, just so you understand how simple it is to really disprove a lot of this stuff. You can go to Wikipedia right now and you can pull up what's called, just so we have a clear understanding of what we're talking about, independent agencies of government. Now, we often confuse terms like private, which we know now means foreign. So is the Federal Reserve foreign from the United States? Who created it? I don't think so. So, okay, private, not quite the right word, but independent. Now, we do have tons of independent agencies of government, right? We have the post office, the postal service. And guess what? it's set up the same way the Federal Reserve is. It has a board of directors, and the president does then, it's all in, and they go to Congress and they answer to all the questions, just like the Fed chairman does. And you have all these Federal Reserve offices, right? Now, the only reason that is an independent agency of government, in other words, Congress creates it and it gets put into the executive branch, like everything does, it just means that Congress doesn't have time to deal with the mail system, right? Congress is not going to be out there delivering the mail.
Right.
So you have an independent agency of government that basically runs itself, and what that means is that it makes its own rules. Well, if you're a parent in your own house, you make the rules. Does that mean that you're not following the law? No, you're still under that top tier of government, basically. So the Fed is allowed to make its own rules and do it just like the post office. I don't think Congress is sitting around going, I think we should have butterflies on our stamps this time around. Oh, how about, well, let's be fair and have satanic images on the stamps so everybody feels equal, right? I don't think that's what Congress wants to do with its time, and so it has an independent agency. So when we look down at and again, type in independent agencies of government, and you'll find the Post Office, the Securities Exchange Commission, and every other thing out there that Congress doesn't sit and govern, but it does create, right? So you have the Federal Reserve Act, you have the Post Office, you have all these different things. So, yeah, I mean, basically, they all run the same way. Securities and Exchange Commission, it has a board, members, all that around. The only difference, and this is where the big foundation of the myth comes from, is that Eustace Mullins got confused in his book that he wrote about the subject, because he saw that banks held stock in the Federal Reserve. And without the glory of the internet at his fingers, he made the conclusion that, oh, well, that means JP Morgan, Chase, and all these banks must own the Federal Reserve. Therefore, the royal families own the Federal Reserve, and all that. Well, no. And what's hilarious to me is that the Federal Reserve actually had to put up a FAQ section, a question and answer section, because it was getting so many emails and so many questions and so many horrible comments. There they all are. Look, the Federal Communications Commission. So all of these, including the Federal Reserve, are independent agencies of government, not private.
Right.
They're not outside of government purview. They're still under the law. They're still all created by an act of Congress. Right? So there's no difference between any of these things. And so basically what you find is in the question and answer section on the Federal Reserve, one, it addresses privacy. No, we're not private. Two, but we'll talk about that because it's important. Yeah. Two, it says we are. How did it put it? It says and it says this in the Federal Reserve Act, by the way. So if anybody would actually read the Federal Reserve Act, which created the Fed, they would know, no, banks don't own stock. Now, what is required of banks, and this is in the fact section, is that all banks who are members of the Federal Reserve, members, what does that mean, right? Well, what is the Fed's membership? Oh, so it's an association of banks, and the banks are required to invest a certain amount of money. It used to be $1 million, and get what is called a membership stock, right?
Right.
Now, if you know anything about the stock market, most people unfortunately don't. Then you know that membership stock is very different than ownership stock. And
yes.
The Fed is very clear to say this. So it's not a choice. It's not like the banks are like, we're going to take over the world by taking over the Fed. No, they actually are required by the Fed to invest, and then they get their dividends and their payouts for their and not just that, but they get the right to use funny money. They get the right to have this zero reserve, essentially, or 10% reserve, or whatever you call it. I mean, basically, they get the right to hypothecate and screw up the entire world, thanks to their stock ownership. So, okay, so they own stock. Yes, it is true that banks have stock in the Fed. Is it ownership stock? Absolutely not. And they're very specific in the Federal Reserve Act and on their fact section that no, banks do not own the Federal Reserve, that it is not private. Now, okay, let's talk about when we talk about private, remember these words have different meanings in different contexts, right?
Yeah.
And so there's videos out there, and Ron Paul or put them out, or Alex Jones or put them out, and they'll sweep, and everybody be like, "Oh, that's just so evil. Oh, they're bad men." So here's Ben Bernanke in front of the Congress, and Congress asks him a question, and they're like, please, explain this part of the. Now Congress knows that this is information that is not privy to a public hearing. See, what you're seeing is Ben Bernanke in a public hearing. But if you've ever heard any other hearing, right, where they say, "I'm sorry, but this is privileged information." Privilege is another word for privy or private, right? So if you're privy to something, that means it's private between you and me. So I'm sorry, that's privileged information, cannot be talked about in public hearing. Well, it turns out, and I don't have it in front of me because I didn't even know he was going to do this today, but the Congress actually passed a law, and probably, I'm not saying it's a bad law. I'm saying the way they use it is bad, because they never tell anybody that it's the law that if Ben Bernanke gave classified or privileged information in a public hearing where everybody could hear it, he'd actually be in jail.
Right.
He'd be going against his oath. He'd be breaking congressional law and all the laws of Congress, right? So there's actually a law on the books that says that the chairman of these independent agencies of government cannot reveal classified or privileged information, or that is private information that would go into a private hearing. And this is why you have, you can go to Congress, you can sit in the lobby or the overhead area, and you can watch public hearings, but you're not privy to what is their private dealings. I'm sorry, but you're not going to be a witness to a classified hearing or anything that's going to deal with sensitive information. And so you're not going to get much when you go to Congress, except and here's the kicker. They can, when someone speaks publicly to you, so what you've got is Ben Bernanke going in there pretending that he has some power over Congress, right? So they make a show out of it for your benefit, so that you think that Ben Bernanke is private from Congress, doesn't have to answer to Congress, right? He's all powerful, that Federal Reserve, they control the world, right? Not at all. There's a law that says he can't speak, so he doesn't speak, but he makes a show out of it. And Alex Jones, being the controlled opposition, makes a bigger show out of it. And you've got this whole alternative movement that falls for it. I fell for it. Yeah. Everybody falls for it.
Yeah.
Until you do a little research. And like I said, all I ask is that you prove what you say, show me the source and give me the proof. And since no one was doing that, I had to look myself. So, there's all these little tricks and little things that are happening that it's very easy to make a story like G. Edward Griffin's Creatures from Jekyll Island. It's very simple, in fact, to embellish and make it seem like the Fed is this all-powerful thing. But guess what? When you look, the story, right? The Fed got together, or the Congress got together on a Christmas Eve Reserve when most of Congress was out of the session, and that's when they passed the Federal Reserve. Mwah, 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 mwah. Right, and it was on a Jekyll Island that those who wrote it, which is very common. Congress, I mean, do you think Congress doesn't have time to run the post office? You think it has time to write its own legislation? No. No, that's been going on for a long time. The creatures from Jekyll Island are all around you, man. They're writing legislators. It's lawyers, attorneys, businessmen, ALEC, American Legislative Exchange Council, all these things. So that's nothing new, right? But what Griffin did was he took this really kind of boring story of a bunch of bankers getting together writing a bill, which is nothing new, and and turned it into this mystery, right? So the facts of the thing, which I looked up, so I'm like, well, okay, let's just ask the question. This begs the question, right? What if all of the congressmen showed up that day? Let's just say on that Christmas Eve, which turns out to be a lie too, they all showed up and they all put in their votes. What would have happened? Well, it turns out that without all of those congressmen being there, if they would have all voted no for the Federal Reserve bill, it still would have passed. So, yes, it's true that there were a bunch of absentee people, just like there are at every congressional vote, because it's not uncommon. But you can, since you aren't privy to congressional sessions, you don't sit there and watch them all day. You don't know that at any time more than 50% of Congress can be absentee, and they're still voting on things. It's not uncommon. So they made this story about it. The truth of the matter is that was only the initial vote, and there still had to be a vote. I don't remember what they call it now. It's all in my documentation. But they vote for it, then they deliberate, and they add things to it, and then they have to vote again. So it wasn't even the final vote, right? There's just all of these little embellishments, and they're big embellishments that make the story much, much bigger than it is. And the Fed has been made into this monster, which it's really not. It serves a purpose. At the time it was created, I mean, I would not disagree with someone who said it was necessary to have some form of, not central bank, because that, of course, is Communist Manifesto, a plank, but some form of organization. Because you had banks were basically involved in organized crime. They were giving away money with no reserve. They were doing all this. So there had to be some banking organization, definitely, and it did serve its purpose. But you, of course, don't want a central bank. You don't want the same thing that the king had, which is the power, to create and then require you to pay in its own script. You don't want that. That was why we separated in the first place, supposedly. So there's just so much to it. Again, though, the congressional record, when you look at the voting record that's recorded by Congress, completely different story. Ron Paul, very good example of a complete and utter liar, open lying. And I challenged him, and I challenged people to ask him, hey, ask Ron Paul about the CAFR, right? Ask Ron Paul about the audit of the Federal Reserve, as he's saying there is no audit. And as the Federal Reserve Act says there shall be an audit, as the Comptroller General says, yes, we have an audit, as it's in the U.S. Code that it's required to have an independent audit, and it's called the Comprehensive Fund, just like every other government entity out there, every corporation that is a government, that's your cities, and municipal corporations, that's cities, counties, districts, states, they're all corporations, and they all must file a comprehensive annual financial report. And this is old stuff that I haven't visited in a while, but I mean, you're pretty shocked if you're not familiar with how much wealth, stock, real estate, money, debt that government actually owns. And there's absolutely no reason we should be paying taxes, because it owns so much. Just like pension funds fund their pensioners with stock investment, and the return on it, they could do the same thing with tax, which is what Walter Burien wanted to do. But Anyway, the point is, Ron Paul was pushing a bill, and it was the audit the Fed bill and then the end the Fed bill, right? And I'm like, well, okay, so if government can end the Fed, well, is it private?
Right.
I mean, well, okay, what in the bill, what happens to all the Federal Reserve assets? It goes to the Treasury. Well, okay. That means who owns it then? I mean, where is it? Where's all the assets going to go when you end the Fed? To the government, of course. When you look at over the years, I found different things that I felt I needed to report. What happens to, how about the income tax? What happens? Oh, the Fed collects income tax and it uses it for clandestine things. No, it doesn't.
Right.
It actually says in the CAFR what it does with the damn tax. All the things you say you can't find, all the things that people like Corbett, when he did his documentary, they just keep repeating each other in their documentaries. They don't ever source anything. Even the quotes that are known to be false quotes, are provably wrong. In fact, some of them are the opposite. They sound like they're bad, but they're good. I'm happy that I did the Fed. So there's so much to this, which is I did like 4 different papers on the subject. So the CAFR, the audit, basically says where the Federal Reserve, the federal taxes go. It also tells you what happens, and it goes to the Treasury, it goes back to government. It also tells you what happens to all the surplus. It also tells you about the gold. Oh, there's no gold. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. There's no gold. So, right. And it's in various accounts. It's not just in the Fort Knox, right? It's in various vaults. It's well accounted for, and it has a value set at $42.29. So anybody who is buying gold at thousands of dollars, you should know there's a statutory price on gold, and it's $42.29, and that's not gonna change. It hasn't changed since the inception.
Yep.
Right? It's gold is. It's. I don't want to say it's worthless, because obviously it's like any other commodity that you would use for whatever. The only value it has as an investment, in my opinion, is, as they say, as a hedge. In other words, if you go to the Bible and you read the story about how the men all pooled their gold and built the golden calf in order to present it as a gift to the new government, or a sacrifice to the new government, so that they could buy their way in to their next indentured servitude or citizenship, right? That's all it was. All you're doing is going from one money system to the next, because what's gold valued in?
Dollars.
Right. What's dollars valued in? The gold fixing that Rothschild does in the Rothschild Bank in the city of London, where the United States has an office, and they get together and decide what the artificial value of gold is. Well, what do you think government is doing? So government has 42 millions, billions of ounces of gold, and it says how much they've got. But the important thing is they've got not only the gold sitting there at $42.29, which never changes, they've got gold certificates. So the Fed, one of them holds the gold, one of them holds I want to say the Treasury holds the gold and the Fed holds the gold certificates, and they can cash them in at any time, however it works.
Yeah, that's how you get it. Yep.
But the gold, what do they do with the gold certificates? They're like, hey, these are gold. This is like my one certificate for 1 troy ounce of gold. Am I gonna be honest and say it's $42.29, or am I gonna go by the market price?
Right.
So now suddenly they have billions and billions in gold instead of just millions that they can trade the difference, right? So they're constantly using that artificial value between the market value and the statutory price of gold to invest. I mean, it's all about investment, right? Government has taken over the entire freaking world, the stock of every corporation, and we're just sitting back going, great, give me my pension. Give me my reward for allowing you to use my money to basically globalize the entire system, to build up China, to build up Russia, to build up all these economies and have the stuff. I mean, look at the CalPERS. If you want to have a rush and really see the power behind this thing, then just pull up the CalPERS investment report, where it lists, that's California Pension Fund for Employees, and where it lists every stock that it has and everything. You would be shocked when it says $1 billion worth of Exxon stock or $1 billion worth of this bank. But then you go into the foreign investments, $1 billion in the Bank of China, $1 billion. Government owns everything. This is why it's being built up everywhere. And that doesn't just mean America. That means Canada. That means all the English, all the states, all the counties, all the cities, all the districts. You start pulling 220,000 different government corporations together, all required to invest. Well, now you're talking about where the real power is. The Fed? No. Where the real power lies is what's called corporate governance. So every company has a section that it will call corporate governments. If you go to Exxon, it'll say our corporate governments. So basically what this means is that government has controlling stock in all corporations. Therefore, it elects through proxy, basically. If you are an ownership stock holder, then you have voter rights. So that's the difference. If I'm a bank and I'm in the Federal Reserve, I don't have voter rights. I don't say what goes on at the Fed. I simply am given privileges for being a member. I could offer stock in my private association if I wanted to, right?
Right. Yeah.
But I don't need to. We're not, that's not what it's for. But I mean, if that's what you're doing, you could.
Yeah.
So yeah, the whole thing is just corporate governance, and the fact that government has been investing in and starting up every corporation in the world. And trust me, you don't get ahead in the business world unless you're part of.
I mean, people want to blame the hedge funds. They want to blame BlackRock. But you look into the top shareholders of BlackRock, and it's the pension funds that Clint is describing. So
yeah, anytime you're pointing a finger as a pensioner, you're the problem, not anybody else. You are contributing your money. It's not your money. You can collect it now with the penalty of losing what they've invested, or the gains, in other words.
Right.
But I mean, you're contributing your money. If they go bankrupt, see, my theory is this. We're talking about there's going to be a financial collapse and all this.
Oh gosh.
Well, okay, but hear me out on this, because that would be like saying that because we get into a fight, my household collapses and therefore I lose my family. Am I right? Really, we get into a fight, we have some bad times, and we recover.
Yeah.
Right? We go through 2009, we have some bad times, we recover.
Yeah.
What happens in 2009? Trillions and quadrillions and massive amounts of money are stolen or taken out. I won't say stolen, but taken from the markets, because the valuation is in money. So they take all that money, and you're left with, suddenly we have low prices. Maybe if we now invest in the airlines after 2001, then, they'll go back up, and they go back up, and then they go down. Well, I'm saying to you that if you imagine for a moment that government being not any one, right? Own nothing but control everything. Well, it would be very easy for me to believe that they could easily cause an artificial scarcity or artificial crash in any market or the whole market, but specifically in any market, to the point where the price goes down so low that someone has already put a futures bet on it, right? And so someone now could very well, say in the royal family, suddenly have control of all the airlines, because all of government stock, they just sell it off. I mean, there could be a point where the entire power structure that has been built, which is government ownership of corporations, and therefore they elect the board of directors, they elect, therefore, the CEO. right? The whole thing is, I mean, to consider corporations not part of government is kind of foolish, really.
Right.
There really is no, yes, they're sectors of the same thing, right? So with that knowledge, you probably do pretty well in the market. My concern is what happens when they purposefully cause a not a a crash or a something that's going to take that down to a price level where, okay, now we can start dividing it amongst our friends and still control, but not all. It's just it's a frightening thing to me to think of that as a scenario. As far as a crash, just a generic random thing, I'm not even sure that's even possible at this point. That anything could just, oh, it just happened, right? It's so controlled. I mean, you of all people, you must have a super high internet connection to where you can be the first in there to grab whatever it is to grab, arbitrage, right? You must be they're taking advantage of every flaw in the system and getting a penny here and a penny here 1,000,000 times a minute, right? The thing is so damn controlled. I think it would be practically, I mean, what would it take for there to actually be a somewhat natural crash? Maybe if AI came along and just took over everything, but I mean,
well, it already has in some sense. I mean, I was just talking to someone who said that was a bad thing, that 80% of the trading is being used with AI, but we're talking about intraday trading, which again, these the guy I just mentioned in particular, he knows how to write these algos himself. And so if these algos do this, his algos follow this thing that he wrote up, right? To react in different scenarios. So any one of us, someone like me, can do that as well. That's easy to code in the trading platform. So at the end of the day, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's AI doing most of the intraday trading, because like you're talking about earlier, when the market's going to crash because of some catalyst that the public doesn't know about, I know about ahead of time. I see that coming and I know how to work the markets. Well, I can buy out of the money calls on, let's say, wheat contracts, because I know that the price of wheat's going to skyrocket as soon as Ukraine war kicks off. Beyond the intraday AI trading, I can just take a position way ahead of time, even before the algos do anything.
Right. We have this sort of economy of not only building, but superintending and keeping and ensuring that the artifice, the entire fictional structure keeps working, including the money. So that's where we're at. And, you're I guess you'd be a fool not to take advantage of it, right? I mean, maybe I'm a fool. I don't want to have any part of it. I don't disrespect or hate anybody that does. It's just not for me. My goal is to get everybody out of this thing, eventually. And perhaps to do that, we're going to have to participate in the system a bit and earn some money. How do you sell everything you own if you don't own anything, right? But I think the most important part that we're trying to get across here with the model of own nothing, control everything, there really is no reason for these guys to assume control of the liability of a company, right? There's no reason to take the stock ownership out of such a powerful central entity as quote unquote government, this thing that nobody really knows what it is, but it somehow holds all the property of the world as its collateral, right? Including us. Well, okay, there's no reason for these guys to get rid of that model when it's so successful, when they are controlling everything and yet have no liability whatsoever.
Yeah.
Because all these companies are artificial persons that assume the liability instead of the people behind it. Well, the people behind it are not stupid enough to invest in it themselves. They do it through all of these, convenient funds and all that stuff. And it's I as much as I hate it, it is the way it is. You can't just ignore it,
Yeah, exactly. And bitch and moan about the Federal Reserve all day, pretend like they're the bad guy. But look, I mean, just say that it's going to change and it's all going to collapse. How long have those guys been wrong? Every day they're making up these random predictions, and then every year they're wrong. To recap everything that we just went over, the Federal Reserve System is not owned by anyone. The Federal Reserve was created in 1913 by the Federal Reserve Act to serve as the nation's central bank. The Board of Governors in Washington, D.C. is an agency of the federal government and reports to and is directly accountable to the Congress. So contrary to G. Edward Griffin's book that painted this theatrical story where Congress wasn't present and the Federal Reserve Act was passed at midnight during the holidays, is simply just not true. 76 of the total 434 members were listed as not present for the vote. So that's 18% of House members were not present for the vote, which is actually not at all uncommon. 76 members were present to vote, and they all voted nay on the act. The total votes would have just stood at 136 nays and 298 yeas. This would still have been well over 2/3 majority vote in favor of the Federal Reserve Act by the House members. So we need to stop believing the fictitious story by Griffin and talking heads. The Federal Reserve derives its authority from the Congress, which created the system in 1913 with the enactment of the Federal Reserve Act. So the central banking system has three components: a central governing board, the Federal Reserve governors, a decentralized operating structure of 12 Federal Reserve banks. And so the board, appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate, provides general guidance for the Federal Reserve System and oversees the 12 reserve banks. And what are these 12 reserve banks? Well, they're 12 regional banks that have a board of governors comprised of 12 people appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. And this is to limit the president's power. He can only appoint one governor every 2 years with a 14-year term. So the board reports to and is directly accountable to the Congress, but unlike many other public agencies, it is not funded by congressional appropriation. The chair and other staff testified before the Congress, and the board submits an extensive report, the Monetary Policy Report, on recent economic developments and its plans for the monetary policy twice a year. The board also makes public the system's independent audited financial statements, right? We've covered the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, that's put out every year. Anyone can access this. This is all public information. So we need to stop the nonsense of audit the Fed rhetoric. They are audited, and they have been. So the independently audited financial statements, along with minutes from the FOMC meetings, are public information. Some observers mistakenly consider the Fed to be a private entity because the reserve banks are organized similarly to private corporations. So for instance, each of the 12 reserve banks operates within its own particular geography or district of the United States, and each is separately incorporated and has its own board of directors. So commercial banks like JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, that are members of the Federal Reserve System hold stock in their district's reserve bank, right? One of the 12 regional banks. However, owning reserve bank stock is quite different from owning stock in a private company. Each regional bank is a corporation that has its own stock. Every nationally chartered bank in the U.S. is required by law to keep 6% of its capital in its regional reserve bank. In exchange for that capital, that private bank receives an equivalent amount of shares in the regional reserve bank. But these shares are quite different from the shares of public companies. These prices of the shares are fixed at $100 per share, and they cannot be sold or traded. Again, unlike regular corporate shares. The real power is actually in the board of governors appointed by the president. These shares have a 6% dividend per year, and this does not entitle the banks for the Fed's profits. Again, the 6% dividend payout per year is actually, under law, it goes to the Treasury as a franchise tax for the United States. So there are no ownership shares for the Fed because the Fed does not offer ownership stock. Target and Walmart, they offer public ownership stock, right? For which people and governments have been purchasing for decades. But government corporations do not offer public ownership stock, which means the government is not owned. The reserve banks are not operated for profit, and ownership of a certain amount of stock is by law a condition of membership in the system. Government created a system to control bankers. In fact, the Federal Reserve, the reserve banks are required by law to transfer net earnings of those dividends to the U.S. Treasury as, again, a franchise tax. After providing for all necessary expenses of the reserve banks, legally require dividend payments and maintaining a limited balance in a surplus fund. So just want to go over those points again.
Killing a sacred cow today. That sacred cow is the Federal Reserve. Now, I'm probably not going to be going where you think I'm going to be going with this, because I'm not actually going to be killing the Federal Reserve. I'm going to be killing probably what you think about the Federal Reserve. So, there's this idea that's been going around for a while that I used to firmly believe is that the Federal Reserve is a private organization that controls the nation's money supply when it entirely doesn't need to. The country can make its own money on its own, but it has given up control over the nation's money supply to this private organization owned by unknown shareholders that are likely connected, or they themselves are international banksters that print the money at interest, and in order to pay back the interest, the government has to tax the local population in order to pay this interest on money that the government could have just printed in the first place. And when it can't tax enough, it actually has to go back and borrow from the Federal Reserve in order to pay the Federal Reserve. And every time it does this, it just increases the interest that is required to be paid back with future generations of taxpayer money. Our great-great-great-great-grandchildren are going to be infinitely paying off this burden that could only get greater because every time the money gets created through the Federal Reserve, more money is owed back than is actually created, and you can never, ever, ever get out of that loop. And the problem behind all of this is that the Federal Reserve is a private organization that gets to socialize, that gets to privatize its profits and socialize its losses. Now, if this is true, this is a very big problem, right? Because the inevitability of an economic crash is built into the system, right? This is like the Austrian Peter Schiff style thing of like, oh my God, it's going to crash at any moment. It's going to crash at any moment, and it does crash. But eventually, there's supposed to be like the big one. There's supposed to be the big one, where the whole thing crashes and never is able to come back, in which case we better buy gold, we better buy bullets, we better go hide up in the woods and just bunker down and wait for this inevitable crash when this worthless money finally actually is shown to everybody to be worthless. And if the Federal Reserve is private and the story that I described is true, then maybe that is a rational course of action. However, if the Federal Reserve is not private, it's an arm of government, and it doesn't quite function the way I just described, the solution that is generally prescribed, as I just described, might not be the best thing for you to do. So I wanted to take some time to look into this because I myself was on board with the fact that the Federal Reserve is private and all the things that I just said previously were true. And as I've grown and read and become more knowledgeable, it has come to my attention that that is indeed not the case. How do I prove that? Well, watch the video and find out. So whether you've come to this realization that the Federal Reserve is private through the Creature from Jekyll Island or anything, any speech that J. Edward Griffin has made, the American Monetary Institute, with people like Bill Still and Steven Zarlinga, have produced things like the Money Masters and written books like The Lost Science of Money, that even though J. Edward Griffin and the American Monetary Institute have different solutions that they would want to put forward, they both agree on the basic premise is that here's this private bank, this private organization that charges interest on the money that it creates. And if you've come from that arena, if you've come from that area, I could totally see why you would think that's the case. But what's really interesting is that in all this sleuthing and all this research, nobody really appears to have read the Federal Reserve Act or any of the official Federal Reserve material, because when you read it, you get a very, very different picture. So I wanted to go over some of the things that are just immediately readily available and really ask ourselves the question as we go through this: is the Federal Reserve really a private organization, or is it a public institution? And I think by the time we get to the end of this video, that it's going to be pretty clear. Federal Reserve was created by an act of Congress, right? So first and foremost, that this is an act of government which creates this entire apparatus. Now, what gets confusing, and you'll see this as we start going into the language of the act itself, is that there is a lot of corporate terminology used, like members, shareholders, profits, net income, that sort of thing, which you could really, I mean, if you just took it at face value and say, hey, look, here's this language that's associated with private organizations. See, it's private. But if we look at the way that the Federal Reserve Act defines these terms, I think we might get a different picture. So first, I want to look at the Federal Reserve website. So let me pull this up here. And the first thing I want to point out is this is federalreserve.gov. And in order to even have a .gov website, there's a regulation that says you have to be a government organization. Now, I don't know if that's enough to just stop the conversation right there. I'm going to keep going anyway, but that is a kind of a first indicator that we might not be working with a private organization. So this here is the Federal Reserve website. It has the Federal Reserve Act text written on here. And I'm going to go first to Section 10. This is the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. So when we look at this, the Board of Governors is like the top power of the Federal Reserve after the government itself, after Congress and the president itself. So the Board of Governors is composed of 7 members. It says this right in the first sentence, and also in the first sentence, they are to be appointed by the president. So this flies in the face of one of the things I said at the beginning, is my original understanding from reading The Creature from Jekyll Island and Bill Still's Money Masters and all that sort of stuff, is that, or was that, the president only chose the chairman, and confirmed by the Senate, and everything else was private, and the government didn't have any other control after that. As it turns out, there are 7 members on the board, and all 7 of them are appointed by the president, by and with advice and consent of the Senate. So the whole governing apparatus up top is chosen by the government, the whole thing. And then if you scroll down a little bit more, when you get into the how the chairman and vice chairman are selected, let's see, it's right here. Of the persons thus appointed, it's referring to the 7 members, 1 shall be designated by the president. And 2 shall be designated by president to be chairman, and 2 shall be designated by the president to be vice chairman. The first of which is the deputy chairman, and he serves in case the chairman is not there. Boring role. But the second one, this is more interesting, is the vice chairman of supervision. The vice chairman of supervision shall develop policy recommendations for the board regarding supervision and regulation of depository institution holding companies and other financial firms supervised by the board, and shall oversee the supervision and regulation of such firms. That's a pretty powerful and important point, and so far it's been 100% government getting us there, right? Act of Congress makes the thing. Members chosen by the president, and then confirmed by the Senate, and then same thing with the chairman and both vice chairmen, one of which is this guy who supervises all this stuff. So at this point, we've got government from the top. Now, if we're going to talk about the members, because that's one of the big things, it's like, okay, yeah, all right, Dylan, so the government's involved here. What about the members? There's these unknown members that make up the Federal Reserve that get all the profits. Okay, let's look at the members. Okay, so if we go to the Federal Reserve Districts, this is Section 2. So the Board of Governors is up top, and underneath the Board of Governors, you have the individual districts. I think there's like 12 or 13. These are the actual banks. So it's my understanding there isn't really much financial stuff that goes on at the board level. That's just governance stuff. The financial machinations actually happen within the individual districts. So if we go to Section 2, Part 3, it says subscription to stock by national banks. There's our word stock, right? If we had stock in a company, this would indicate some sort of private ownership within that company. But if we look at this a little closely, under regulations to be prescribed by the organization committee, which was the committee put together by the government to originally form this stuff, every national banking association in the United States is required, and every eligible bank in the United States and trust companies within the District of Columbia is hereby authorized to signify in writing, within 60 days of the passage of this act, its acceptance of the terms. So first off, the Federal Reserve Act forces all these organizations to accept the terms of the Federal Reserve Act. And one of the terms are, let's see where to go, every national banking association within that district or each individual district shall be required within 30 days after notice to subscribe to the capital stock of the such Federal Reserve Bank, so whatever individual district that they're under, in a sum equal to 6% of the paid up capital, some complicated formula for figuring out how much stock they have to buy. But what's important here isn't how much stock they have to buy, but individual banks are required to buy stock. National banks. Do you know what a national bank is? Yes, in other countries, a national bank is a way of saying central bank. We don't use that term in this country. In this country, national bank refers to any bank that operates in more than one state. That's a whole heck of a lot of them. And even if you don't operate in more than one state, there's another section in here somewhere. Where was it? State banks as members. I'm not even going to open it up. We'll just describe it. Even if you're a state bank, there's this weird aspect of banking in this country where you get to choose what regulations you follow. Like, you could choose to be regulated by the FDIC. You could choose to be regulated by the comptroller of the currency. You could choose to be regulated by the Federal Reserve. There might be more. I don't know. Those are the 3 that I know off the top of my head. If you choose to be regulated by the Federal Reserve, so I could go start a bank. I file the appropriate paperwork. I have enough assets or whatever, and I open up shop here, I guess. I could choose to become a member of the Federal Reserve, at which point, by law, I am required to subscribe to Federal Reserve stock. So there's your answer to who the Federal Reserve members are. It's every national bank and every, we'll call it local bank for lack of a better term, every local bank that chooses to subscribe to the to be regulated by the Federal Reserve has to subscribe to stock. There's no hidden members. There's no international banker Rothschild freaking. Not saying the Rothschilds don't influence this thing, but in terms of who owns the bank, This isn't ownership, right? We're going to see in a minute what control banks have from this stock. Excuse me. We're going to see in a second what ownership or what control banks have through this stock, but it's not like these are owners that get to operate outside of the realm of government. No, this is the realm of government saying, hey, you got to do what we say here. And one of the things we say is you need to subscribe to this stock. So if you want to know who the members are, just look up any national bank or go to the FDIC data tool. Seriously, there's a data tool. You can look up any bank in the country and it'll tell you who they're regulated by. Like all this stuff, this is all public information. You can figure out who the members are. It's not a secret. Okay, so if we go over now to the Federal Reserve banks, so these are the individual districts that we're talking about. If you read through this, and I'm not going to read it word for word, each individual district has its, here goes over some of the corporate powers these individual districts have. And if we look at this, sections 10, 11, and 12. Each individual Federal Reserve district has a board of directors that consists of 9 members. And there are 3 classes of those 9 members and 3 of each class. There's Class A, Class B, and Class C. So when we look at what each of these individual members consist of, Class A directors shall consist of 3 members who shall be chosen by and be representative of the stockholding banks. Okay, so here's our first level of private, right? Here's our first level of private, that the stockholding banks, who are required by law to have that stock, have voting capacity, and it gets down here somewhere. Yeah, here nomination and election and preferential ballots, how that actually plays out. But yes, 3 of the 9 members are chosen by the banks to be representative of the banks at the Federal Reserve District Board for the individual districts. There's point 1 for private. The Class B directors shall consist of 3 members who shall represent the public, and with due but not exclusive consideration to the interests of agriculture, commerce, industry, services, labor, and consumers. Now, if we go down here on section 14, it's very clear that no director of Class B shall be an officer, director, or employee of any bank. So, I mean, I'm not saying that, you know, a sneaky group of Illuminati overlords couldn't get around getting their people in here. But the law is very clear, like you can't be an employee or associated with a bank in order to be one of these Class B directors. Now, it doesn't say right here, but it details it somewhere else. I can't remember where. These are also chosen by the stockholder banks, the member banks. So, okay, 6 out of the 9 of the board of directors of each individual district are selected by the banks. Looks like we do have some private power outweighing the public power here. Just wait until we get to the Class C directors. Class C directors shall consist of 3 members who shall be designated by the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. So now we're back to government. Remember, the Board of Governors is chosen entirely by the government. And now these people chosen entirely by the government for a government institution created by the government with a .gov website, they designate these Class C directors. So I would say these Class C directors are public. The Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System shall appoint Class C directors and shall designate one of such directors as chairman of the board to be selected. Okay, so we do have, first and foremost, this 6 private, 3 public, but the main man, the chairman of the district, the individual stockholders get no choice over that whatsoever. The people chosen by the government up top, they get to choose from the bottom. And that person from the bottom, no director of Class C shall be an officer, director, employee, or even a stockholder of any bank. So even if you own stock in a private bank, you can't be the chairman of a Federal Reserve district. Now, there's an additional power here. It was mixed in right here. So these are this is part 4, section 4, part 4. general corporate powers, the fifth of the general corporate powers of the individual district banks, Federal Reserve banks, is to appoint by its board of directors a president and vice president and such officers and employees as are not otherwise provided in this act. Now, the president shall be the chief executive officer of the bank and shall be appointed by Class B and Class C directors of the bank with the approval of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. So, I mean, again, the representatives of the bank for the banks, they don't even get to vote. They have nothing to say whatsoever in terms of who is the chairman. And then the chief executive officer, Class A doesn't even get to vote. Only Class B. And then, or excuse me, classes B and C. So, okay, now we got three, in quotes, private, but nobody represented the banks. Three private, and then three government, and then whoever they choose still has to be approved by the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. So, this is, I mean, it's just like public, almost all the way down. We finally hit private. Private is given space at the table, but almost all the powers are removed from them. And I think it's worth pointing out that there's nothing particularly unique with this government bureaucracy, the Federal Reserve System, by including private people in its board of directors. Lots of government bureaucracies do this, and I think the idea is that we want to include members of the public in private industry, and whether it's healthcare, or finance, or airplane part, whatever. We want to include the public so we can have their feedback and their input when we're doing the process of making these regulations. Now, of course, it's very easy to control who gets on there, and it's not like the public is even aware this is going on and know that they should participate anyway. So I don't think this is like a big opportunity for the public to step in and go, hey, I want my voice to be heard, and how this gets directed. It's pretty well controlled. But the point being, even this private aspect that we have within this Federal Reserve System, it's not unique to this particular bureaucracy. So far, there's nothing about this description. There's nothing about this organization that we've gone through that suggests that it's private. So that leads us actually to the real big aspect of, okay, Dylan, sure, you've described all this stuff. We see that all of it's okay. Yeah, it's government and it's not private. So what? It's still charging interest on money. And who's getting that money? I'm glad you asked, because I believe that is the most important question. Because whether or not this is private or public, the question is who benefits. Well, in order to answer that, I'm going to go over to some Federal Reserve financials. And before we get into those financials, I do want to look at, where'd it go? Right here. There's a claim that goes on, and Ron Paul repeats this claim incessantly, that nobody's audited the Fed in however many decades or since its inception or whatever it is. Now, I don't know if these people haven't read this section. There's one sentence. It's not very complicated. This is section 11B, annual independent audits of the Federal Reserve banks and board. The board shall order an annual independent audit of the financial statements of each Federal Reserve bank and the board. So the Fed has been audited. It gets audited every year. It says right here. Anyway, so looking at some of those audited financials about what they do with this money. So this is the Federal Reserve Bank's combined quarterly financial report. Oh, this one's unaudited. Oh, yeah, because it's not annual. This is Q2, June 30th of 2022. Now, when you look at these numbers, keep in mind that these are in millions, so you need to add 3 zeros. So if this says 11,037, this is actually $11,037 billion in gold certificates. Ooh, do you wish you had $11 trillion in gold certificates? That'd be pretty nifty. Now, scrolling down here, there's a number that I really want, which is right here. So you scroll down, and it says the Reserve Bank and consolidated variable interest entities net income before providing for remittances to the Treasury. So this says roughly 31,000, and if we add 6 zeros, that turns into 31 trillion. So in Q2 2022, the Federal Reserve system, the combined banks, had a net profit of approximately $31 trillion. What did they do with it? Well, let's look at the next line. Earning remittances to the Treasury, $30.56 trillion. If you do the math, that comes out to more than 98%. So all this profit, all this interest money that the Federal Reserve earns is turned around and given to the U.S. government. Let me say that again. All the money, 98% of the money that the Federal Reserve earns gets turned around and is given to the U.S. government. What private institution do you know that gives 98% of its revenue, not its revenue, its net income to the U.S. government? Well, yeah, I got to pay 1/3 of my money in income tax. Yeah, that's a whole heck of a lot less than 98%. 98%, I mean, it's essentially 100%. And the remaining 2%, as best as my understanding, is there is a return on that capital stock that the national banks have to, the national banks or any other member bank has to acquire. And, it mentioned it back here. Yeah, so this is part 3, or excuse me, section 3, part 2 again, where every national banking association has to subscribe to the capital stock equal to 6% of the paid up capital stock and surplus of such bank, 1/6 of the subscription to be payable on call to the organizational committee of the board, blah, 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 blah. So they have to own a certain stock by this calculation. And I'm not going to find it in here. You can look this up yourself. But there is a part of the Federal Reserve Act that specifically describes how much return an individual bank can get on this stock. And there's a complicated way of calculating it. But then the second part says this maxes out at 6%. So if we just take that 6% number, if I started a bank and I had to buy $10,000 of capital stock in the Federal Reserve, because that's the law, I could at most hope for $600 a year on that $10,000. That's what the other 2% is. So yes, there's some kickback there, but it's not financially significant. I mean, we interviewed Warren Mosler here one time, who used to own a bank, and he pointed this out. He said, "Yeah, I got this kickback from the Federal Reserve, but it wasn't like it was some sort of significant amount of money that I was able to use." So again, I think that's really, really the kicker here, is that 98% of the profit goes to the federal government. It doesn't need to get paid back. Nobody needs to be taxed for this stuff, right? This is all different accounting entries, and it does not work like a normal bank, right? This does not work like a normal bank. This does not work like a private institution or even private lending institution. This is the federal government that has the sole authority to coin money. Like, oh, but it says gold and silver in the Constitution. They're not supposed to do that. Sure, I'm not disagreeing that things aren't done the way that they were supposed to be done. But in terms of how the system actually works, the Federal Reserve is a branch of the government. It is federal. And it is a reserve. I'm not going into why it's a reserve in this video, but it is federal, and it creates the money, right? It doesn't need to tax to get that money back because it creates the money. So these are just different accounting entries, and based on how the accounting entries go, some of that money gets to go back to be used by the U.S. Treasury. In conclusion here, okay, Dylan, fine. You've proved but this is actually from the Federal Reserve website, so I don't actually believe it. Okay, so you don't believe the act of Congress, like literally what the act of Congress says and what's printed on the Federal Reserve website in terms of their financials based on what the act of Congress has told them to do? Fine. Okay, if that's the case, then go watch something else. But the conclusion here is, if you want to fix things, you have to understand how the system actually works. Now, I'm not saying this to say that everything's hunky-dory with the financial system. This is great. I'm not like giving this my stamp of approval. There are serious issues wrong with the way that our central bank works. And in fact, if you want to know like a concise and not realistic, that's not the word I want. Accurate, that's the word I want. If you want a concise and accurate understanding of how the Federal Reserve System works and the problems with it, you want to go to Professor Richard Werner's website. He's got an article on it that breaks it down unbelievably well. And the issue is, if you want to fix a system, you have to know how it actually works. And going back to what I said originally, if you're afraid that the entire system's going to crash because we're based on this Federal Reserve system that's going to crash everything in its entirety because it's siphoning off the productive labor of everybody by charging interest on creating the money that's owned by these international banksters that nobody knows who they are. Yeah, it makes sense to go hide in the woods with a bunch of food and ammo and gold. I disagree on the gold, but you get what I'm talking about. But if it doesn't work that way, then your solution is crap. You need to find a better solution. And like I said, I think if you go check out Professor Richard Werner, you're gonna get some better solutions. And also, if this is the case, it also means that the crash isn't this like big crash that has to happen isn't around the corner. That the Fed does not need to because the Fed does not need to tax, or the government doesn't need to tax to pay the Fed. That's entirely a myth. It doesn't have to happen. These are all just accounting entries that the Fed changes around, that the financial system changes around. We've come here because of a very erroneous understanding of how economics works. The central bank narrative is a microcosm of the entirety of how economics works. And we talk about this all the time on the show. We'll keep talking about it again. I'm zooming in here on the Federal Reserve for now. But the neoclassical understanding of economics, which is like the official government academic understanding of how economics works, and its supposed enemy, the Austrian school of economics, both agree on fundamental principles that are completely wrong. They're completely erroneous. They have nothing to do with describing reality. They have economic principles that have absolutely nothing to do with describing economic reality. If we have that as our understanding, we're just spinning around in a circle, fighting over stuff that doesn't matter, fighting over stuff that doesn't exist, preparing for problems that aren't going to come because those problems don't actually exist when other problems are actually happening. Okay? This system can totally be controlled by a cabal of, secret Illuminati overlords, but the same way they control everything else, right? I mean, they have their secret meetings and they get their people, they get their fingers and everything, and they control it that way. I'm not saying that isn't happening. I think it is happening, but it's not happening the way you think it is. And to emphasize the point that I want to make here, I got a comic I want to share. This is SMBC Comics. We'll zoom in a little here. A little too much. And I think this guy's a little bit of a lefty, but he really nails it on a lot of things. And whenever he does well, this one's not about economics, but he does a lot of economics comics, and he just kills it. Like, I don't know if he knows what the right answer is, but he's definitely good at pointing out how dumb the mainstream economic understanding is. But anyway, this is, if you're listening to this and not watching, it opens up saying TV show idea, a 17th century medical drama. So this opens with an experienced, in quotes, doctor here, which looks like to be in a Puritan hat, and a rookie right next to him, and this guy dying on the ground. And the experienced doctor says, he's got too much blood and too much bile. The rookie says, they never taught me about this in chirurgeon school. The doctor says, damn your books, rookie. This is life and death. We've got to bleed and purge him at the same time. The rookie says, how? The doctor says, stab in the bowels. We can get the excess blood and bile out in one stroke. And the rookie goes, but that's never been tried before. Watch me. Then minutes later, doctor says, we lost him. And the rookie goes, have you noticed that we always lose them? Followed by, shut up, rookie. Now, why is this funny? It's funny because the system being described here, this idea like, oh, there's the sickness is being caused by too much blood and too much bile, we know is a false description of how the body works. So he comes up with a solution, stab him in the bowels in order to get the bad fluids out as a solution. But we know now stabbing someone in the bowel just kills them, right? So in the same way, if we want to come up with a solution, end the Fed, if we can get rid of the Fed and get rid of the private banking control over our financial system, everything will be better. Well, that's the equivalent of stabbing in the bowels in this comic. It's not the way it works. And if you want to figure out how it works, listen to this show more, but also check out people like Professor Werner and check out Modern Money Theory. I know it has gotten a bad rep, but we do our best to separate the leftist nonsense that gets wrapped around it and what it actually, what modern money theory actually describes here on the show. So I want you to take this to heart. Well, I pointed to my head when I said to heart. Take this to your head, take this to your heart, and share this, because this is really a sacred cow that I think is preventing people from moving forward and coming up with actual solutions to fixing the severe and egregious problems within our society, and particularly the financial realm. Because the Team Freedom, and I like to say that I'm on Team Freedom, that I read a TV is for Team Freedom. The Team Freedom interpretation is generally that the Federal Reserve is private. And if you question that, it's a sacred cow that it's just assumed, oh, well, then you must be on Team Illuminati Overlord. Why don't you just go join the Rothschilds and microchip yourself and like plug into the Matrix and get vaccinated and sign up for digital currency? That's not what I'm talking about. If you want to fix a system, you have to understand how the system actually works, and the amount of doublethink, the amount of cognitive dissonance that's out there. And this happened to me too. In order to cover up what is so simply read on the damn Federal Reserve website is astounding. And I'm hoping I could at least start to break the spell by making this video. So this has been Dylan Moore with Irita TV. Come back often to get cool content like this. Irita.tv.
There is a great mythology surrounding the Federal Reserve. In modern history, no institution has been made subject to more conspiracy theories, making up accusations, or having just ridiculous myths surrounding it. And no matter what side of the political spectrum you stand on, there's, whether that be zeitgeist, or Ron Paul, or anarcho-capitalist, or whatever you be, even liberal, there are still ridiculous misconceptions about the Federal Reserve. In truth, the Federal Reserve is not a conspiracy. It's in fact just a central bank that does everything it's supposed to and tells you everything that it does. Now, obviously, us as Marxists would never take such an unscientific view as to resort to conspiracy theories to explain things. So what I am going to do in this video is explain how the Federal Reserve works, explain that it's fully constitutional, and that it's not a conspiracy. It's just a bank. The most virulent of accusations made against the Fed are made by libertarians and anarcho-capitalists. The crux of their argument is that the Fed is a deviation from their real capitalism. To them, there is no central bank in a truly free market. Otherwise, it isn't free. The problem with their thinking is that it presupposes, praxeologically, that the market is some kind of natural force like gravity or electricity. Any intrusion into it is considered an invasion of a natural force, and thus, since the market is presupposed to be freedom, it is therefore an intrusion upon freedom. There is no critical thinking in their view whatsoever. No matter what, anything that disagrees with them is automatically an attack upon a certain perception of freedom. Here I'm going to take on a lot of the myths that are spread about the Federal Reserve. Now, these primarily come from the United States because the United States has the most particularly outlandish and virulent type of conspiratorial theory or culture around it when it comes to the Federal Reserve. That is not to say that these kind of outlandish accusations don't exist in other countries. They certainly do. It's just that its greatest expression is found in the United States. Thus, it is a good place to start when dealing about myths of the Federal Reserve. The fact is, the Federal Reserve plays an important role in society, one that needs to be understood correctly. All these conspiracy theories abound reflect only a lack of knowledge on the subject. For those who lack a true understanding, anything at all could be the answer to their ignorance, regardless of how ridiculous it may be. As the primary banking institution in society, it wields significant influence in the economy. I say influence, not control over the economy. The Fed certainly does not have as much power as many people claim. At best, the Fed's job is to keep capitalism from imploding via its own internal contradictions. which it attempts to regulate. One must keep in mind that it is the Fed's power and actions are determined by the system in which it exists. In this case, capitalism. In another system, the central bank operates in a completely different manner, including policies. There are fundamentally incorrect ideas about the Federal Reserve, and these objectively wrong ideas lead people astray. I'm not talking about some kind of bias, a bias in ideology. Some things are straight out objectively right or wrong, and these misconceptions are what drag a lot of people down the wrong road to give them a wrong understanding of what the Federal Reserve is and what it does. Having said that, let's jump right into myths surrounding the Federal Reserve. One of the most hotly contested ideas is who owns the Federal Reserve? Who is sitting on top? Who does the Federal Reserve answer to? And who has the power in this situation? It is commonly repeated about the conspiracy, the so-called conspiracy of the Jekyll Island meeting that essentially stole the entire country via the central bank, that the evil private bankers all got together and conspired to rob the public of all of its wealth. Well, believe it or not, it's actually not a conspiracy, and it's actually all perfectly explainable. Some people claim that it's a private bank with, frankly, really nothing whatsoever to back it up, and it doesn't even really make any sense. If the Federal Reserve is a private bank, and private banks are okay in the eyes of many right-wing people, then what's the problem? Many people believe that the Federal Reserve is an entirely state-owned bank, which is part of the socialist conspiracy to rob us all of our wealth. This is also not true, because if it did rob everybody of their wealth, then the system wouldn't be able to function, and that wouldn't make any sense whatsoever. If the job of the Federal Reserve was to secretly inject socialism into the country, in the last 100 years, it hasn't done a very good job. The truth is actually both. It is a hybrid of both public and private aspects. The reason for this lies in the very nature of capitalist banking itself. The market must be allowed to function in a particular way or it simply won't work. The market, however, cannot be allowed to function completely unhindered by regulation, or we get disasters like the Great Depression that cause us to need central banks to begin with. This is one of those aspects of capitalism that bourgeois economists can't wrap their head around sometimes. The market is not a perfect entity. Due to the inherent self-destructive contradictions of a system of private appropriation and common wealth, a system is needed to be set up to try and prevent them from reaching their ultimate conclusion. Another aspect of the monetary system that nearly all bourgeois economists don't understand is the creation of fictitious value. In Marxist economics, we understand that the credit or promises of repayment on interest or without it are fictitious values because they have not yet been realized. They require the creation of value in order to pay these loans or bets back. When a house is sold, the cost of the house goes into the mortgage and a little bit extra for profit. This debt that is paid for the house is a fictitious amount of capital or value. It is not real, something of substance, until it is paid back. This is one of those moments where money is created upon bookkeeping entry. What exacerbates this process is the fact that banks hold outstanding loans as assets, which represent value on their balance sheets, when really there is nothing there yet until it has been realized. Now, due to these kinds of problems, you needed regulation like the Federal Reserve. You see, previously, the health of the economic system, or at least the banking system, was dependent on the individual health of each private bank. See, what happened was we learned in the 1800s, or the late 1800s, early 1900s, that that's not really a good idea. See, there's a whole bunch of problems that pop up. Lack of regulation, bank runs, counterfeiting, a lack of clearing houses, just created a whole ton of problems that made the banking system completely unstable. Even, some clearinghouses were created, but they were unable to keep up with the rapidly expanding banking system. Now, because of that, it became very clear that some regulation was actually required. Regulation was clearly needed to solve these ongoing problems within the banking system. Solutions were set up to address these problems. Most well known are the National Banking Acts of 1863 and 1864, which brought a national currency and some regulation. This did little to combat the bank runs, which were a big problem. Some clearinghouses were set up, but they did not have a large enough reach to take care of the rapidly expanding banking system. Later in 1929, the Great Depression took place that shattered the U.S. banking system right to the ground. Without this clearinghouse ability, a large enough one, the banks did not trust each other. This situation was only able to be dealt with when J.P. Morgan became a kind of central liquidity provider by making massive loans to the banks in New York. Commonly, this is believed to be a conspiracy by the Zeitgeist movement. At this point, it became clear that the system required a national central clearinghouse to watch over and interconnect the banking system. Now, it wasn't even until 1913 when the Federal Reserve Act was created that some of these problems started being taken care of. Essentially, now private banks had a place to go to in case of crisis that could help them out and stabilize the system. Even the Federal Reserve today puts out tons of papers on economics and actually gives a ton of information that's very valuable to anybody who wants to understand what's going on in the economic system right now. One of my favorites is the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. It provides a great wealth of information to the public. On top, there is the Board of Governors, which is national. These people are the ones who create the monetary policy the country follows. They handle the regulation of the financial services industry and monitor the nation's payment system. Underneath them are 12 regional banks, which are owned by private banks. Not all banks are members, only some are. These smaller regional banks offer services for bankers specifically. The very top is a national controlled component, and the lower section is privately owned. This is a combination of the two. This adequately reflects the need for some state control over the market to keep it from collapsing in contradiction. Thus far, this system has worked out the best for the US and many other countries. While these regional banks are owned by private banks, their power over them is quite minor due to the structure of it. One of those structural restrictions is that the shares of the stocks in the regional banks cannot be sold, but they do yield a 6% dividend. This does not provide the banks with absolute control over who leads the banks. These members are obligated to elect 6 of the 9 directors of regional banks, which facilitate their daily operation. In this group of directors, there are Class A directors who are elected by member banks to give voice to the stockholding banks. Class B directors are elected by those same member banks, but their function is to represent the interests of the public. Finally, Class C directors are chosen by the Federal Reserve Board to represent the government. The Board of Governors are appointed by the U.S. President. Just as capitalism functions in contradiction, so does the Federal Reserve itself. It has both a private and public aspect. Just like capitalism, the market has to be free to function in order for capitalism to function. However, there must be some restriction on it or it will destroy itself in the end. This is reflected in the Federal Reserve itself, the very public aspect to it and the private aspect to it. This flow between the two is just like the market. It has to flow as it wants, but there has to be some kind of restriction or it'll destroy itself. What capitalism is in real life is also reflected in the functioning of the Federal Reserve. What the capitalist class needs is a largely autonomous body that represents their interests, but can also regulate their own inherent contradictions and competing interests between each other. The failsafe that the Fed supplies overall is a lender of last resort to provide aid to private banks if their health becomes too ill. From what we have seen, the Federal Reserve is neither a public nor a private institution. It is a combination of both, because those who set up the Federal Reserve, those who work to create the Federal Reserve, realize the necessity of an independent regulator among banks, the financial institutions, and the economy itself, in order to keep the very self-destructive contradictions of capitalism from getting out of control. This is the key point to remember when trying to understand the functioning of the Federal Reserve. There are contradictions in capitalism that will eventually lead to its destruction and leads to periodic crisis. The point of the Fed is to take care of as many of these contradictions as possible. It is the Federal Reserve itself that allows American capitalism to function as it is. Without it, it wouldn't be functioning at all. One of the biggest misconceptions of the Federal Reserve is that it's not monitored, that it's free to do whatever it wants. And this is started largely by Ron Paul, who's been running around for a very long time saying how the Fed, audit the Fed, see what the Fed's doing, expose their corruption so that we can finally see what they're doing. And he ran on things like this. He's made countless statements saying we should audit the Fed and find out what they're doing. The truth is actually the complete opposite. The Federal Reserve is audited, and it's audited quite frequently. Far from this idea of it being some kind of monolithic entity that can just do whatever it wants and hold some kind of ultimate unaccountable power in society, it's in fact just like a bank that's made subject to the same checks and balances like every other institution is. Here are the actual accounting mechanisms of the Federal Reserve that allows them, and does have them, audited. Yes, the Board of Governors, the 12 Federal Reserve banks, and Federal Reserve System as a whole are subject to several layers of audit and review. The Government Accountability Office, GAO, conducts numerous reviews of Federal Reserve activities. The board's financial statements and its compliance with laws and regulations affecting these statements are audited annually by an outside auditor retained by the Office of the Inspector General. The board's OIG audits and investigates the board programs and operations as well as those board functions delegated to the reserve banks. Completed and active GAO reviews and completed OIG audits, reviews, and assessments are listed in the board's annual report. Before 2002, the reviews were listed in the board's annual report budget review. The financial statements of the reserve banks are also audited annually by an independent outside auditor. Each week, the Federal Reserve publishes its balance sheet and charts of recent balance sheet trends, as well as provides an interactive guide to the Fed's balance sheet. The balance sheet is included in the Federal Reserve's H41 statistical release, Factors Affecting Reserve Balances of Depository Institutions and Condition Statement of Federal Reserve Banks. In addition, the reserve banks are subject to annual examination by the board. The board's financial statements and the combined financial statements for the reserve banks are published in the board's annual report. The reason why we have this view that the Federal Reserve can just do whatever it wants and has some kind of hegemonic, powerful role in society is because of misinformation that has been put out. The Fed is held accountable. And in fact, was it not Ben Bernanke that was hauled before Congress to answer questions about the Great Recession of 2008? If there was nothing to hold them accountable and no investigative abilities, how was he pulled before Congress? In fact, this information is made publicly. Anybody can go and get it if they just go to the website. So it's very far from this libertarian idea where the Federal Reserve is just some kind of evil entity that's interfering in the market that just wants to destroy things because socialism bad. The fact is, there's great contradictions throughout all of capitalism. Even bankers know that. Even the biggest capitalists in the country know that, and they need a regulatory mechanism. They don't always like what it does, but they recognize why it has to be there. Because if it's not, then the system is going to destroy itself. It's one thing to not like the Federal Reserve. It's quite another to spread deliberate misinformation about it. In fact, I'm not even entirely certain Ron Paul really believes what he's saying about the Federal Reserve, because very clearly, right here, these are the actual rules. Here's the names of the documents that you can go to see where the Fed is being audited and to see what the Fed is doing. And there's multiple layers of auditing. It is a huge myth that the Federal Reserve is some kind of entity that goes unaudited. It certainly has, and the proof is right there. One of the really big myths, whether you're zeitgeist left or libertarian right, is the idea that somehow a bunch of bankers got together with top politicians on Jekyll Island in a secret clandestine meeting and put together the Federal Reserve with this evil plot to take over the world and rob the public of their wealth. Well, actually, that meeting wasn't really actually secret. And the plan that was submitted that they created there actually didn't get passed in Congress. So that whole bit of conspiracy is nothing more than something that was made up by conspiracy theorists, which a lot of people on the fringe politics group like to take as some kind of big conspiracy. I mean, think about it. You're saying that really high-ranking politicians and the wealthiest of the capitalist elite get together and talk? Well, no kidding. That's called capitalism. It's a bourgeois system. The bourgeois control everything. In capitalism, inherently everything is controlled by capitalists, or is controlled by the market, which serves capitalism. The politics of the system is no different. All politicians are funded by various capitalist interests in some form or another. We really only need to look no further than who funded who in the election to see that they're all relatively the same. These politicians represent different interests among the capitalist class, who are in conflict with each other. In the case of the creation of the so-called Obamacare, where it was the interests of employers and insurance companies that came into conflict. Since 1907, there was an effort to bring around a central bank, meaning there was an effort overall that was not secret. In 1910, the so-called secret conspiracy meeting took place on Jekyll Island that gave birth to what is known as the Aldrich Plan. This plan was the brainchild of several moneyed interests and their representatives in government. Despite what the conspiracy claims, the Aldrich Plan was actually defeated in a vote in the House of Representatives in that same year. The Aldrich Plan called for the creation of a National Reserve Association, which would be made up of 15 regional district branches, 47 directors pulled from the banking industry. The purpose of the institution was to provide emergency loans to member banks, print money, and act as the fiscal manager for the U.S. government. It also had the idea of allowing the state and nationally chartered banks to be able to own specified stock in the local branch. The plan was eventually defeated by the Democrat Party, which won control of the White House and both chambers of Congress in 1912. Their concern was that the government would have too little control. It was also opposed by rural and western states that feared it would become a tool of bankers to take power in the country, which happened anyway. A large player in the creation of this was the Money Trust of New York City. They were investigated by the Pujo Committee, and a subcommittee and the House Subcommittee on Banking and Currency chaired by the Democratic Representative Archie Pujo from Louisiana. With Democrats running on a platform strongly opposing the Aldrich Plan, they instead offered a series of reforms that would protect the public from domination by what is known as the Money Trust. They offered an alternative that was actually quite similar to the Aldrich Plan, but offered mainly more control to the government. In the end, a plan very similar to what was put in place. The spirit of the Aldrich Plan survived, but not in the totality of the power it wanted. The final Federal Reserve Act was eventually pushed through. What this did was it substantially altered what was originally offered. What the banks wanted was a huge free hand to do whatever it is they wanted with all the power necessary to save them from their own greed. What they got instead was regulation putting a leash on them. They got the kind of safety net, but not the complete one that they wanted, with a bunch of restrictions placed on them to try to avoid those problems to begin with. No one denies that the banks have a good deal of influence over the money system, or that they have a good hand in the creation of the Federal Reserve System. It is not, however, a conspiracy to take over the world and rob the public of all their wealth. This is the capitalist system. Capitalists have their hand in absolutely everything, and it is their system after all. However, rational heads prevailed, as appropriate restrictions were placed on the industry to keep it as functional as possible. There is far more to fear from capitalism itself than from the Federal Reserve. Unless, of course, you're a president in the 1980s who deregulates the banking industry. One final, very commonly believed myth is that the Federal Reserve is unconstitutional, that it doesn't have the legal right to print money, and that this is a big thing that's held by libertarians, constitutionalists, sovereign citizens, and all manner of people. They believe that the Federal Reserve doesn't have the legal right to create the money in the system. Therefore, any system created by the government is therefore invalid. This has been challenged in court many times. I do not have the time in this video to go into every single one of these court cases and how they turned out. But suffice to say, in every case where the constitutionality of the Fed and the money that has been made always comes out on the side of the government. The state, the Federal Reserve, is fully constitutional. First and foremost, it is Congress that has the right to coin money and regulate its value. Secondly, Congress has the right to regulate interstate commerce. Banking would definitely fall under this power because the law has to decide the outcomes of various legal actions between institutions. Courts have already ruled that banking is an interstate jurisdiction. Thirdly, Congress has the necessary and proper power, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 18, to do what is required to carry out its responsibilities. This includes the power to create a Bureau of the Mint as a mechanism to coin money. Finally, Congress has the power of delegation or enumerated powers to coin money, regulate the value thereof, and of foreign coin, and fix the standard of weights and measures. This too has already been decided in a court of law. In the end, all of these ideas about the Federal Reserve, all of the big myths and the conspiracies surrounding it are false. The reality of it is actually quite plain and very boring. It is just a state bank. It's not part of a conspiracy to rob the public. It's not a part of some secret agenda by the New World Order to take over the world. Capital concentrates into as few hands as possible. That's just a law of capitalism itself. That's just what private accumulation does. All the Federal Reserve really does is just regulate the money system because it cannot be left on its own because it will self-destruct, as it frequently did in the past. You cannot have this completely unregulated because it just creates disasters. Every banker knows that. Every state knows that. The Federal Reserve is very far from a gigantic evil boogeyman that many libertarians make it out to be, and the sheer amount of dishonest information that's put out by organizations like Zeitgeist and people like Ron Paul. It is in the end just a state bank. It is made as completely answerable for what it does as any branch of the government does, which leaves that, which is a question in and of itself. But this is very far from the gigantic boogeyman that we're given to try to make us be afraid. This is very far from what Ron Paul, Alex Jones, and so-called anarcho-capitalists give us. It's just a plain, regular old bank, just a regular big fat bureaucracy.
Reserve in the U.S. is unique among central banks, not just because the U.S. dollar is the world reserve currency, and not just because U.S. dollar-denominated assets account for something like 60% of the global total, but because of the U.S. Constitution. The Constitution is what's keeping the window of transparency into the Fed permanently open. And by extension, it keeps open a degree of transparency into foreign central banks as well. True, the Federal Reserve is not completely transparent, but legally, Congress, meaning directly elected representatives of the U.S. people, have the right to access any information they want from the Fed whenever they want it. And if you don't think that's the case, it really is testament to the Fed's success in pushing total lies on the public. We are going to look at Galbraith again here. Here he's being questioned by Ron Paul. As you can see, the topic is foreign agreements and foreign payouts of money, but the issue is what information Congress can get from the Fed. Listen to what Galbraith says here.
Maybe you could comment on these foreign agreements. These are like treaties. The Federal Reserve goes and makes these agreements and they pass out money. Does this strike you as maybe that too might be challenged if you happen to come at this from a constitutional viewpoint?
Well, I think under the Constitution, the Congress has every right for whatever information it seeks from the Federal Reserve.
Congress has every right to whatever information it seeks from the Fed. No ambiguity there. So while the Fed might use its delegated money coining power to hand out money to dubious recipients, what the Fed can't do is evade scrutiny of the authority that did the delegating to begin with, and that authority legally is Congress. The Constitution requires that. It requires that the Fed answer to Congress at all times and to be transparent. To return to our owner versus renter construct, Congress is the owner of the money coining house. Most certainly has the right to inspect that house, regardless of what the Fed, who is merely rents the house, tells you. Congress might have to give advance notice of inspection, but Congress most certainly and most definitely has the permanent right to inspect its house. And frankly, I doubt any advance notice is required. But in any event, if Congress can pass an act tomorrow erasing the Fed from the face of the earth and take possession of the money house, which it can do, it can inspect that house as well. There are 900 members of the federal judiciary, and there's not one who'd make Congress actually go through the extreme hoop of dismantling the Fed just to get documents. The judges would simply order the Fed to turn the documents over, and the Federal Reserve damn well knows it. Permanent enforceable transparency is a feature of the Federal Reserve that separates it from central banks generally and from the European Central Bank in particular. The ECB has what I call window display transparency. Yeah, the ECB might issue a report here and there, and it might even be required to issue reports, but it's the ECB that has total discretion over what source documents to put into the report and whether it releases those documents. It's not going to release them. In fact, ECB officials are expressly prohibited by treaty, by law in Europe, from taking instructions from national governments. We'll see that in a later episode. Whereas the Fed has a legal duty to follow instructions from Congress, including instructions to disclose information that it does not want to disclose. And make no mistake about it, the yoke of enforceable transparency around the Fed's neck has a very real tendency to beef up the window displays of transparency from central banks globally, like the ECB. Those central banks have to at least pretend to care about transparency, or they suffer by comparison with the Fed's disclosures. And to be blunt, quite a lot of those disclosures are forced by the very real teeth of transparency laws in the U.S. So the U.S. law is very clear, very clear. So why is it then that we see Ben Bernanke and Donald Cohn and the Fed gang consistently acting like European central bankers and refusing congressional requests for transparency and accountability? That's actually a very fundamental question, and I'm going to answer it in the next episode. But right now, I'm going to answer a much easier question, which is this: how does the Fed even purport to resist congressional efforts for transparency and accountability, since the law, since U.S. law at least, is so clear-cut on the side of transparency? The answer takes us back to the White House memo and to its title, Central Bank Independence, the importance of central bank independence. Central bank independence is one of the biggest global propaganda campaigns ever, replicated here in the U.S. It is aimed at convincing Congress and really the American public that the best course of action for the U.S. is to treat the Fed just like the European Central Bank. Leave us alone, let us do whatever we want. The basic pitch of the Central Bank Independence campaign is: research shows that central banks that are independent achieve better economic results. So if you enjoy the better economic results here in the U.S., you best leave us, the Fed, alone and let us function like central banks, like independent central banks, all those other independent central banks around the world. Don't ask so many questions and don't demand disclosure of so many documents. Now, the legal case that the Fed is not independent is airtight, because the Fed absolutely cannot escape the clutches of the primary bedrock legal document in the U.S., which is the Constitution. And I'm going to tell you right now, the Fed's pitch for independence, its pitch for Congress to abandon its constitutional oversight function and just let the Fed do whatever it wants, buy assets from whomever it wants, is extremely weak. The research the Fed is relying on is at best ambiguous, and in one very notable instance, actually undercuts the Fed's position, as you are going to see in the next episode. Separately, moreover, I am going to prove beyond any doubt at all that a passive, hands-off, don't ask any questions approach to the Fed by Congress is a recipe for disaster. And that's all quite aside from the untrammeled cronyism that approach begs for. So you might think that the Fed's independence pitch, its ad campaign, hasn't been effective. You would be very much wrong about that, though. Its independence pitch has been highly effective in Congress, as the following clip makes clear.
One of the points that I've been trying to make, and that is transparency of the Federal Reserve. It sounded to me like the majority here is for independence, which is a code word for secrecy, and in opposition to transparency.
Perfectly put. Independence is a code for secrecy, a code word for secrecy. But notice that Ron Paul reveals that he's in a minority when it comes to Fed independence. And he's here complaining about the majority going along with the Fed's claim that secrecy is the best policy. And by the way, lest ye think that Fed transparency is somehow a partisan issue, as some people would have you believe, let me show you another clip from one of the leading Democrats at that time, who was just like Ron Paul, very pro-transparency, and that is Barney Frank. You're actually not looking at Barney Frank, you're looking at Ron Paul. Barney Frank, in the clip we're about to look at, is actually the witness because the hearing is about Fed independence. And Barney Frank had chaired the House Financial Services Committee throughout the global financial crisis. So he knew a ton about the Fed's tricks to remain secret. Listen to what he has to say.
Now, Mr. Frank is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your acknowledgement of the work we did together. It actually is work, as you know, that began with one of your Texas colleagues, Mr. Gonzalez, who looks down at us, who was a pioneer in forcing the Federal Reserve to be open. He made them release information that they claimed didn't exist, kind of a magical feat. But one of the things that ought to be noted, in every instance, beginning with Mr. Gonzalez, and maybe before I wasn't here, and the work we did, as the information flow has increased, it has been beneficial. There have been none of the negative effects some people have worried about.
Okay, that's a very gentle poke by Barney Frank at the Fed's Chicken Little Act when it comes to disclosing information. In other words, during the financial crisis, the Fed was forever claiming, oh, we can't disclose information or the sky is going to fall. And Frank is there saying not only is that Chicken Little story bogus, but that more transparency and more disclosure are beneficial. Secrecy, as we are going to discover later in a future episode, has everything to do with protecting the Fed's power and nothing to do with helping the country. I'm flagging it for you now, though, because it's what the Fed's independence campaign is really all about. It has nothing to do with better economic results. That's simply ludicrous, as you're going to see. But in any case, you might be wondering, since I brought up the topic, what connection there is between secrecy on the one hand and Fed power on the other, or why the Fed, if it's a government agency and it's not on the profit model, would be motivated to increase its power in the first place, or even how to measure the power that the Fed does possess as a renter of the U.S. money coining house. Those are all good questions, and their answers are inside of a Pandora's box that we are going to be opening next episode, which you will not want to miss. In the meantime, thank you so much for watching. I will see you in 2 weeks. If you would like to support this channel and the War for Bankocracy series, you can do so by sending cash or check to me at the address on the screen, John Titus, 9660 Falls.
All right, we made it through intermission, and we are back here in the movement traps. Fallacies in the truth movement. Falling into the movement traps continued part 2, Federal Reserve Mythology. That's what I get for doing such a long title. So I just want to clarify a couple things. Okay, let me hold on. Let me make sure. Seems like I'm a little hot. Maybe just keep this away from me a little bit. First of all, I liked the clip there from John Titus at the end. I'll share the clip link in the show notes. And you can check out part 2 of that series. That was from part 1. And now part 2 is out as of this recording today. By the time you're watching this, man, the whole series might be out. Or maybe part 3. But I'm not in agreement with his views on the Constitution and how it protects us and it's protecting us from the Federal Reserve. I don't think the Constitution is in effect in this country. I'm not sure if it ever was, and I don't think that you're the people, we the people. This should be a whole episode I do in its own self, actually. That's a good idea. I should note this idea down. Actually, I'm pretty sure I'll be all right because this is being recorded, so I'll remember if I watch this back. That the idea is, Tyler, note down under the Patriot Movements section for the Movement Trap series here in the continuation of falling into the movement traps in regards to fallacies in the truth movement. Let's go ahead and add the Constitution Con in the section there, and how the Constitution really doesn't actually apply to you, and you're not we the people, and it's not the document that's backing us up in our rights here in this country, or what protects our rights. Essentially, you're like a piece of cattle on a farm at this point, being managed by the overlords. You're definitely not the people in the Constitution, but this is a different topic that we'll get into another time. Also, a good clip from Jason Unruh, that guy who's wearing like the communist outfit and had like a communist logo on his video. I included that video as well as the other one for the context. I don't necessarily agree with his conclusions, and I don't support communism. I'm not a communist. I think we should be able to take in information from different sources and weigh it out. The point is the information that he provided really does help back up our argument here. And it was very well presented and simplified down in a manner that it was a nice capstone at the end before that shorter clip from John Titus. And I think the guy from Irida TV, I didn't catch his name, and I'll have to follow up on that resource he mentioned. I've got it up in a browser tab. The Professor Richard Werner. I'll check that out. We'll see. I'll include it in the show notes. He did mention it, so we'll see what value is there, if that sheds any light on this topic here tonight. I didn't get a chance to go through that, but I did note it down as I was rewatching it here on intermission. And again, you know, his views, he seemed like he was promoting the right, and he kept bashing the left. And you know, I don't have politics either way, as we discussed. I'm not promoting one side of the dialectic or the other, as far as that goes. All right, so let's continue on, and I just wanted to get those points out of the way, that I don't necessarily think like, oh yeah, it's the Constitution that's going to save us. And again, I don't think there's a particular piece of paper that we file or fix that's going to fix the problem. That's not my position. If anything, I'd be more of a Declaration of Independence kind of guy, even though I don't think we need to rely on the document. And again, more of a Lysander Spooner Constitution of No Authority take. If you want to go check out Lysander Spooner's book, which is probably like a free rip of it on YouTube that you could listen to pretty quickly, or find a copy of that short, basically pamphlet out there. That would be more my position on that whole setup in the Constitution. And then maybe Michael Tessarion's article, The Constitution Con. So I'll have to come up with a different title, but The Constitution Con would be another good article to go read. That, yeah, you're not the people. Don't get it twisted. They're not talking about you, okay? They're talking about themselves and how they want to protect their assets from a slave class of citizens, okay? Now, again, let's move on. Here, John Kenneth Galbraith, a former professor of economics at Harvard, writing in Money, Whence It Came, Where It Went, says, "The study of money, above all other fields in economics, is one in which complexity is used to disguise truth or to evade truth, not to reveal it. The process by which banks create money is so simple, the mind is repelled. With something so important, a deeper mystery seems only decent. He seems to have his thumb on the message here. So, all the key mythologies that we reviewed earlier, the Christmas Eve, voting, the secret island trip, the private corporation, the audit the Fed, the fear, it's all going to collapse, they're stealing your money, oh, the CBDCs to control everything. Now, I'm not saying that that's not something that they're going to do. The point is that the fear about it, and oh my God, the government's going to use technology. The government's going to actually start utilizing the technology that's available to keep up the fiat currency system that they have going and tokenize it. Yeah, probably they are. And so all the fear about it and the collapse and the imminent collapse of the whole thing has to systematically, mathematically collapse because that's just how it works on paper, don't you know? As we saw there, that's not all necessarily true at all. And in fact, each one of these points is false. 100% false mythology, not accurate, not portrayed correctly, not contextualized properly, and used for the final point to drive the fear. For what was it again? To buy our products, to buy our services, to get our books sold, right? There's always a product behind all the mythologers around this, if you notice. Only people who are actually legitimately in pursuit of truth and non-contradictory, applying logic in a non-contradictory way through the grammar that they're parsing to be able to come up with the rhetoric that then would be more in alignment with truth, those people can actually see what's going on here. As you can see, I'm not like some new guy coming to this concept. There's plenty of people out there that know exactly what I'm talking about and have tried to make content on it anyway, but you'll still see this passed around continuously, probably till the end of the Fed, once they do CBDC tokenize the US. But again, it won't be the private banker cartels necessarily that are completely in control of it. And again, we'll move on from there, but the false sign over all the key mythologies, just wanted to make sure and make that really clear. That's the conclusion that we've come to here. And if you need to go back and rewatch the presentation up to this point, you should also be coming to that conclusion as well. So governments and central banks will be using CBDCs or some form of digital tokenized currency. Of course they will, right? Point one, the government using more recent tech? No way! I don't believe it. Are you serious? The government's going to be using technology like they already do? Like the money system is already basically digitized? Okay, so who cares? Again, does this really even matter? Is this really a point of concern, or is it a delusional, crazy person's way of explaining the world? When I'm asked about this question, what are we going to do about it? What are we going to do about it? I'm like, well, you resist tyranny. And that's what we do. I'm not going to say we need to do this and we need. I'm going to be a big we need. I'm not a we need. So for me, it's, well, if there's tyranny that is using coercion on you and threats of violence and even violence, then it's your responsibility to resist that tyranny, to properly resist it, put it down, evade the tyranny. Art of war, a status jujitsu type of maneuver where you're maneuvering around the mob. Essentially what I refer to this whole system as is just the mob. The mob is going to do what they're going to do. In this case, they document very well what they're going to do. And then you have an option on if you're going to resist that or not. Are we going to be forced medicated with experimental medications because the government is trying to scare everybody with all their propaganda to take a experimental medication? Or are we going to resist that? You know, am I going to use US dollars to take place in the market? And am I going to use CBDCs? Oh my God, did he just say he was going to use CBDCs? I don't know. Maybe I will use CBDCs if that's the thing that they're using at the time, if that's what's going to get the resources. Does it mean I'm a total slave because I just said that and I'm a total statist, or I totally agree with all of what they're doing because I just said that? No, that's not at all. That's not how art of war would be. That's not how the statist jujitsu is. It's not just a utopian idealist mindset. End up living in a mud hut, as a lot of people do. Live in my trailer or in a mud hut, and that's freedom. If I do the very bare minimum by resisting or by avoiding all of the things, then now I'm free, right? Shooting yourself in the foot, a lot of the time, again, being a utopian vision idealist about how it's supposed to be. And in reality, it's just not going to be that way. And you're living somewhere in between. That's not a really great place to be. You need to find better workarounds. You need to find a better way to resist the system that you're trying to resist. So yeah, hello, technology is the future, and we're not going back to the older tech. So we're not going back to gold or silver. And come on, slow boys. You know, all the fear mongering around this is ridiculous. So the point is it doesn't even really matter. You're not even focusing on the right issue anyway. So you have the collapsed doomsdayers in the Patriot Movement, the economics doomsdayers, and it's synonymous. I think there might be a typo there. I think this was a slide that I had put the thoughts down but not corrected, so I'll have to correct that. If that's the correct spelling, I'd be surprised. But anyway, the point of it was that it goes hand in hand. The doomsday collapse. Yeah, absolutely not how you spell it. That's funny. Now you know how my brain works, which is not very well sometimes when it comes to spelling. It's the same thing. It's the Patriot Movement, Federal Reserve guys are all into the economics doomsday thing. The prepper economics doomsday porn. Get your money out of the banks, buy silver and gold, maybe a little Bitcoin, but mostly silver and gold, and then stress out all the time about something that you're also saying like it's privately owned, which is bad, but I'm a libertarian, so I'm pro free market. I don't understand if I want private ownership or not, but it's all going to collapse and it's all not real. But it's not, we should really focus on things that aren't real. And then we should spend our whole lives creating products around this problem, and then we'll make videos and content explaining to people how it's just around the corner. And if they take our advice and do what we say, that's going to solve the problem for them financially, because that's how you become free, right? You move your currencies around and freedom happens because that's how freedom works, right? So it's not even understanding the natural law creation, or, you know, looking at the law of attraction or hermeticism or manifestation or anything like that about how we would actually solve the problem that they're trying to solve. The problem that they're trying to solve doesn't even logically make sense as they present it in their own arguments, as we've broken down here today. And that's why we're taking the time so extensively to do the breakdown, is because for me, this topic needs to be settled. And now I can point to this recording. As long as this recording, I'll knock on my particle board desk, finishes up okay, and we can get it out, expect it out by tomorrow morning time. The audio and the video be posted up on the website. Then for me, at least, I can just point to this instead of trying to get into arguments with people who have all these beliefs and all this wish-washy thinking going on. I'm going to present my arguments in a pretty strong manner here, which we've already basically done. So now we're just going to finish out capitalize on what we think is exactly going on, and then the real solutions, again, that we need to talk about and make sure is understood. So part of what's going on is apophenia. And if you're not familiar with this word, it's a good one, apophenia. And it's the tendency to perceive meaningful connections between unrelated things. So believe it or not, this is a big part of the whole truther, conspiracy, freedom movement paradigm. And you can be offended about that if you want, or you can say that that's not true, but it's absolutely the case, and 100% is what is going on in a lot of the cases, and exactly why you have the phenomenon that you have with this Federal Reserve mythology. So as you can see, it's from a Greek verb, Romanized apophanein, and was coined by psychiatrist Klaus Conrad in his 1958 publication on the beginning stages of schizophrenia. He defined it as an unmotivated seeing of connections, accompanied by a specific feeling of abnormal meaningfulness. He described the early stages of delusional thought as self-referential, over interpretations of actual sensory perceptions as opposed to hallucinations. Apophenia has also come to describe a human propensity to unreasonably seek definite patterns in random information such as can occur in gambling. So it's like a bunch of fucking crackheads is what it's saying. Well, y'all truth and movement people are like a bunch of crackheads, a bunch of drug addicts. Schizophrenic drug addicts who really gotta soothe and hit that itch button of the worldview paradigm that they need to put forward. And so they just gotta keep hitting the button, right? So that's why you still see G. Edward Griffin, and I like G. Edward Griffin, and I've even sat down and talked with G. Edward Griffin and helped record an interview with him at the Red Pill Expo 2017, 2018 or something, 2019 maybe. 2019 sounds more right. Before COVID, so yeah, I think it was 2019. Good dude. I mean, a lot of his earlier work was dead on, really good stuff. I think, didn't he interview Yuri Bezmenov? You know, on how they would use certain techniques, the Soviet Union, to demoralize the United States. It turns out it was just the CIA that was doing that all to us and still is, right? So he was wrong about that. Like, it wasn't Russia. It's just our own government and the CIA and the intelligence agencies that demoralized you and still are. It's not like, you know, that's where Yuri Bezmenov was wrong. But anyway, that was like early days of G. Edward Griffin and some of his recordings, like in his living room, you know, he just reminds you of like a nice little old man. He's even got the voice thing going, like a storytelling kind of thing back like in the 50s, like Disney cartoon kind of voice guy. And if you notice, like Ron Paul kind of has the same thing. So I kind of noticed that, you know, there's something about this fathery figure up there, you know, fighting for the money to be correct. It's very psychologically correct as far as manipulation goes and propaganda, right? Like your kind little old grandpa's getting taken advantage of by the mean bankers, but he's out there and he's gonna fight them, you know. And like you just have that spirit with G. Edward Griffin and Ron Paul, like, and they're just very likable people, right? So I think that's part of the deception, don't you think? I mean, at least I think G. Edward Griffin's aware of his likabilityness. I'm not saying like he's part of the bankers or something on with that. I'm not saying that. I think obviously you're going to use the things that appeal to people about you to do your thing. So there's nothing really wrong with that. It's just interesting how we latch on to that, right? Like the Ron Paul movement. This like little old man up there. I don't know. He seems short. I've never met him in real life, like personally, but he seems like a little guy, and the little Rudy character that's gonna get out there and win back the Federal Reserve System from all of us, right, or whatever. I think it's all very symbolic and allegorical and psychological. The manipulation being done with this Federal Reserve mythology, and part of it is they know the apophenia, and they know. The people in the truth and freedom movements are very gullible. They don't really look into things very well. They're not very good at actually doing research. They actually, although they claim that all these things about them are the case, it's actually the opposite is true. And they are like more like borderline schizophrenic people a lot of the time from all the trauma that they've been through. And I'm not faulting people for that. Obviously, I'm not doing that. But let's take a look here at another psychological phenomenon that I think helps explain this whole thing, which is known as the Asch experiment, okay? Now, the Asch experiment was conformity experiments where a series of psychological experiments conducted by Solomon Asch in the 1950s. The experiments revealed the degree to which a person's own opinions are influenced by those of a group. Asch found that when people were willing to ignore reality and give an incorrect answer in order to conform to the rest of the group. And this is exactly what's going on with this whole Federal Reserve mythology mixing in with the truth and freedom community, when again it's more of like a patriot mythology, which really like libertarian anarcho-capitalist types shouldn't really be just lumping in with the patriot mythology, because they're not really pro-statism, but somehow they just sort of, again, going back to what their philosophies really are is utilitarianism. Whatever sounds good, like I'm nonviolent communication, I'm gonna stick that here, and I'm gonna take my NAP, the non-aggression principle, I'm gonna take that, and take that sounds good too, because it sounds like very virtue signally. And then I'm going to take voluntarism. Yeah, I'm going to take that too. I'm going to put it, the Rothschilds and the Federal Reserve, I'll have some of that. And I'm going to put it out that there. And then everybody else sees this happening, and everybody else just repeating the same lines, the same gold. If you know the Federal Reserve's private, voluntarism, non-aggression principle, maybe veganism, nonviolent communication, unschooling. I said all the right things, right? So now I'm free. I get to be free now. And I get to be in the community. And now we can all be in the we needs. And what we need all the way to town until we have solved the problem of human slavery. And now because we've all said the right things and moved our money from this place to this place, now we have real freedom on the planet, right? So this is the lines, and the reason why they repeat it is because of these kinds of psychological phenomenon that we're going to see talked about here. So let's go into this clip.
The Asch experiment is one of psychology's oldest and most popular pieces of research. A volunteer is told that he's taking part in a visual perception test. What he doesn't know is that the other participants are actors, and he's the only person taking part in the real test, which is actually about group conformity.
Please begin. The experiment you will be taking part in today involves the perception of line length. Your task will be simply to look at the line here on the left and indicate which of the 3 lines on the right is equal to it in length. So, for example, if you
The actors have been told to match the wrong lines. The volunteer will be monitored to see if he gives the correct answer or if he goes along with the opinion of the group and gives the wrong answer. In the first test, the correct answer is 2.
1. 1.
1. It's 2.
1.
Once again, the correct answer is 2.
3.
3.
3.
3.
3.
The Ash experiment has been repeated many times, and the results have been supported again and again. We will conform to the group. Again, we're very social creatures. We're very much aware of what the people around us think. We want to be liked. We don't want to be seen to rock the boat, so we will go along with the group. Even if we don't believe what people are saying, we'll still go along.
1.
1.
1.
1. Group dynamics is one of the most powerful forces in human psychology.
1. 1.
So really, if you don't think that's playing a big part in what's going on here, I have a recording, The Rule of Crowdocracy. It's part of the Movement Trap series. It was done earlier on, and I think that would be a great one to check out. More in line with the Ash experiment and what's going on there. I mean, I think most people are kind of aware that that's happening, but when we apply it to these concepts like we're talking about today, like falling into the movement traps, the freedom and truth community, the anarcho-capitalist, libertarian, anarchist, spiritual anarchist, any hyphenated anarchism, any hyphenated movement, any label, all these groups have a particular tendency to fall into this sort of groupthink mentality and going along to get along kind of stuff. And hopefully there wasn't an echo there. I just noticed something happening. But anyway, the Ash experiment, part of the explanation of the reason why this mythology is continuing on to be propagated and being propagated. Felix Frankfurter has it, the real rulers in Washington are invisible and exercise power from behind the scenes. So a justice of the U.S. Supreme Court maybe had a little bit of better understanding of how the real power works, and that it's not like direct ownership, and they just took control of the money system on the Christmas Eve from Jekyll Island and made the, no, not so much so straightforward as that. In fact, you don't know who these people are, and they wouldn't make themselves so liable as to directly link themselves in with the financial system like this, okay? It's going to be a lot more complicated and a little bit less direct than that. Mark Gordon from the Shadow Government has it, those who wield the real power do not seek office, nor do they require ownership, for influence. For influence is far more effective than possession. So now we're getting a little bit closer to how it actually works, right? So we're not back in the dumbed down, well, if you know how it worked at Jekyll Island, and then the Congress just didn't know on Christmas Eve. Okay, you get out of the hillbilly patriot fucking allegory or lore. Okay, you start to get a little bit more better understanding, kind of like how John D. Rockefeller was famous for his method of own nothing and control everything. So this is how it actually works, right? We're not going to have direct ownership. That creates liability. That creates someone to come after. That creates a way to lose your assets. So what you do is set up a system where you actually have no ownership through trusts, through indelible trusts, through various private membership organization structures, LLC, and you don't need direct ownership, but you still have control. Okay, so how else may you have control besides just direct ownership? Can we get a little creative and think about that? So you have Congress creating the Federal Reserve, and the creator controls. In this false man's law system, the creator controls its creation, and Congress is the creator. So am I saying, well, what we should do is vote harder next time? That's what we should do. Do you think that's my solution? No, but should we fall for this whole, we just don't know what the Federal Reserve did and how they got control. It was Christmas Eve, I guess. Like, don't you think they just love the story is bought by the idiots out there that take it and just swallow it whole and don't question anything? Because then it just makes them less accountable for what's actually happening, right? If you're going to claim that this system Congress holds people accountable and we can use the law and the Constitution and Congress to make everyone accountable, well, then shouldn't we do that? Like, if that's... Or we just continue playing around like we don't know what's happening and, we just don't know. They're just private, I guess. And they're like, we can't get in there and see what's happening. I guess we better audit the Fed. I guess we better get in there and check out the Fort Knox gold and see, if they have any gold in there, when it's all just the government. Okay. So money itself is just a belief system. And the belief in this false fiat usury money system is a false religion. Okay, so you wouldn't think, oh, money's a religion? Yes, so is government. These are all false belief systems and things that aren't in and of reality and of nature. Especially this false fiat usury monetary system. And the belief in government that gives it its power. Okay, and I'm not just like, if we only had an anarcho-capitalist free market society, then everything would be perfect. Okay? I'm not claiming that the solutions are in fixing the economy. Or my solution here is to give up your false belief in these false religions, in money, and authority, and government. All right, and the bullshit lies that you believe, that you tell yourself, even the ones that you tell yourself. That's what we need to end and give up. So Adam Smith from The Wealth of Nations has it, money is a matter of belief. Or do you think he had any sort of concept of it? This man, or maybe he just didn't know what he was talking about. So the collapse of a false paradigm is the result of nature and its law in motion. So even if we did have a collapse, and or some big catastrophe in the financial markets, or the world economy, or the Federal Reserve System, all the debt somehow causes a big collapse, or they cause their own big collapse. Well, who cares? That's, again, this is going back to, isn't that what we're hoping for? Don't we need that to happen? Isn't the course supposed to correct? And nature will correct its course. Unfortunately, that may end up with a lot of people being harmed in the process. But when we give power to these illegitimate institutions, the result is always a massive amount of harm. And this harm is caused directly by humanity's refusal to recognize natural law, in effect, and their continuous belief in government as a legitimate authority. So for me, it's like, well, then if that's the case, I can just sit back and watch, right? Like, what's to be upset about? It's upsetting because it's avoidable, and it's upsetting because it's our false belief in these false religions that is perpetuating this system of slavery and harm. And we are due to get more and more of that based on our behavior. and inviting the tyranny into our lives and allowing it to persist and exist because of our belief in it. So again, it's not my chip on my shoulder guy over here against authority. Like, this is natural law in motion. This is an observable scientific effect and the correct conclusion to come to when observing the cause and effect that's going on here. It's not just some opinion about how it works. So the solutions, if you haven't got it by yet, are not in fixing the economy. It's not about fixing an economic solution to all of our problems. And we need to go deeper. Probably what will help is if we go and look at something like the series I've done on the creature of control and unveiling modern slavery's invisible chains to talk about the real problem. And that was the last episode we did in the creature of control. The next one will be the Pyrrhic progress. That'll be another creature of control. That's probably going to be the next episode in serious presentations like this. I may do some walk and talks and some content in between, but as far as the next presentation I'm working on, it's going to be most likely the creature of control, unless we sneak in another bio-sci war, because sometimes we just have to get out on the front lines of the bio-sci war and start covering what's happening there as it comes into that might come into priority along the way. So, but focusing on economic problems or the Federal Reserve as the source of our problems is a distraction and will not address the actual causal factors of the current human condition, a condition of slavery. Most human beings support the system of human slavery and are in a satanic mindset that promotes and continues the growth of this system. So make no mistake that the belief in this false system of government, in government in general, in external government, and the me, my freedom, the government's going to give me this if we get our guy in there mentality, and then the condoning and promoting of enslaving other human beings to these ideas and concepts or whatever whims and wills the government comes up with, and promoting that as a good thing, is a satanic mindset, and you're just supporting and promoting the growth of a human slavery system. That's what your position is if you're into statism. You say, well, what we should do is force people to see it our way by the threat and use of violence, and promote the empire of the state as the only top priority of all other things in a moral relativistic manner. That's your position. So in the movie The Matrix, of course we can't get through a presentation without a reference to The Matrix. Morpheus, where he's saying the world has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. And of course, Neo says, what truth? And what's the answer? That you are a slave. And the world has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from that truth. One of the most true statements in any cinema. Until the belief in government and authority in man's law systems is seen as slavery by the common person, and as long as we continue to overwhelmingly support and believe in this system, or these systems, then expect more and more slavery. That's what you'll get. Okay, let's keep perpetuating the system of slavery. Well, what are you going to get when you keep perpetuating and promoting and condoning and going along with the system of slavery? Well, guess what? Guess what you get, everyone? More slavery. That's what you're going to get. So enjoy that. And I'm sure we're all going to enjoy the future that we're building and creating together, because that's exactly what we're going to get more of. Until we wake up and stop believing in these false religions, stop promoting and condoning systems of slavery, then don't expect anything different than what you're going to get and what you're leaving behind for the future generations. So again, I'm not trying to fix the Federal Reserve myth and the Patriot mythology and rearrange it in this way so that we can win the Republic back in this way. I'm not trying to fix the myth. Instead, we need to remove the contradiction from our rhetoric and thinking and logic and everything that we promote and put forward and move on. That's it. You don't try to fix voluntarism because it's retarded and doesn't even follow logically and just makes a bunch of pathetic losers who don't actually know how to fix and do anything to fix the problem of human slavery. We don't try to fix it because it's full of contradictions. We don't say, well, let's make voluntarism work in this way. We just take it away. We just stop saying it. We just stop promoting it. Stop being a part of something that doesn't make sense. Same with the Federal Reserve mythology and everything else we're going to talk about in the Falling into the Movement Trap series. It's not about fixing the problem and the contradiction so that we can warn people about the Fed in this way. This should all be a big relief for you once it all comes home to roost and you finally figure out what I've been saying here and let it sink in to say, okay, good. Now we don't even really need to worry. This is just more of the mob being the mob. Not even going to promote or ever be a part of the solution. This whole Svengali, mesmerizing, hypnotic, MK Ultra, fucking psyop after psyops all the way down thing show going on over here. I can just put that over there with the people that require me to have particular types of plastic when I drive down the road, and I'll have my particular piece of plastic and give it to the guy with the gun. Right? And I'm not going to take the statist jujitsu. I'm not going to take them on directly. Okay? I'm not going to go be protesting at the Federal Reserve or paying attention to what Donald Trump is saying to Jerome Powell about the interest rates. Okay, this is all just bullshit pony show actors, fucking La La Land. Okay, that's what it is. So it's not about end the Fed. It's about ending slavery. And maybe we just need a reminder that that is the mission that we're trying to achieve. And it doesn't have anything to do with the Fed. And this is all just a giant fucking psyop to get you off of the mission of what we're really here to do. So end slavery. Not end the Fed. Okay, let's get it straight. Alright, so we made it through the presentation. Now, again, my notepad has crashed here. Let's pull open the backup. Okay, so now what I want to do is jump in to a little bit of fun. I'm going to pull over this. Let's end this. Minimize this. Okay. All right. Now, what do we have going on in the modern day? And I got to put on my earmuffs. And I'm going to learn to turn down the clips a little bit. That way I can make fun of people over the top and you can hear me. Because it's not as funny if you can't hear me like making fun of people. But anyway, so let's go and see what some of their what they're saying out there these days. We got a lot going on. Plenty to cover with this same topic still being talked about now. Still, you go look out there what's being said. Still, how Alex Jones here, February 5th, sharing the Freedom to Fascism, Aaron Rousseau, where he exposes that there's no law that you have to pay your income tax and how the Federal Reserve is a private system, right? I had a whole section broken down here that was going to go over the whole income tax law, how a law doesn't exist. Okay, but it was way too much because we have to, first of all, explain everything like we've unpacked it here in this episode to show that I'm not like promoting it. But in the man's law system of the IRS and the Internal Revenue Service codes and all the tax codes, maybe a code's not a law and blah, blah, blah. But it very, very clearly, like with everything you sign when you, let's say, get hired on somewhere about like they're going to garnish your wages for taxes. Then you have the IRS, which has its, tax code, which says that you need to file your taxes if you're earning an income under a W-2 or, the various other means that you might earn income. And it's all pretty well laid out, pretty clear. And so there's a whole documentary about how there's no law and what the hell is going on. And we're going to, and then the second half of the documentary points out the Federal Reserve is, the whole documentary is totally horseshit. Like, okay, the lights are coming on. Again, you should start to realize, again, that the truth movement has its own shedding of all the lies and all the bullshit that it needs to do and its own cleansing. Let alone let's focus on all the problems out here in the world, and let's not focus on our own bullshit right here where we're saying all the things that aren't true, right? So let's scroll down a little here. What do we got?
Who got the money?
To financial institutions in Europe and other countries.
Which ones?
I don't know.
$500 billion, and you don't know who got the money?
The loans go to the central banks, and they then put them out to their institutions to try to bring down short-term interest rates in dollar markets around the world.
Well, let's start with which central banks got the money.
There are 14 of them, which are listed I'm sure they're listed in here somewhere.
All right, so who actually made that decision to hand out $1 trillion that way? $500 billion. Who made that decision?
The Federal Open Market Committee.
Okay, and was it done at one time or in a series of meetings?
A series of meetings.
And under what legal authority?
We have a long-standing legal authority to do swaps with other central banks.
They're going to bail themselves out. They're
of any kind.
Use the system and keep using it. Oh my God, the government's using the technology they created to do the thing that it said they created to do, and now they're doing more of it. Oh my God. It's like, this is how the thing works, dude. And they're going to keep pumping money. Yeah, that's how it works. It's not that surprising. They're stealing our wealth by inflating the currency. Okay, man. It's 2025. There's a technological complete explosion happening on this planet. There's so many crazy things happening. It's unbelievable. It's an unbelievable time to be alive. Absolutely amazing time to be alive. I'm going to be a scarcity mindset and complain about the economy. Oh, I don't like how things are going. It's retarded. It's the stupidest thing when you start to see it. This whole thing, okay? Let's just hear what else we got. We got the old G. Edward Griffin clips here. See the nice little old man thing going.
That it is an appearance of the fourth kind, something which is not, and yet appears to be. When I did my research on this topic, I came to the conclusion, which may startle you folks here, that the Federal Reserve System does not need to be audited. It needs to be abolished.
I love it.
And the reason I say that is because I'm sure that if they audited the Federal Reserve System, they would find out that it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. There's no secret there. There's no shenanigan going on behind the scenes. It's all out in the open. If we'll just study the Federal Reserve System on the basis of what we know already, if we'll read their literature, if we'll dig into the history, we find out that it's one of the greatest scams of all history. Out on the surface, it doesn't need an audit. An audit, I'm sure, would merely delay the process for a couple of years, give the American people the false impression that something is being done about this problem, and at the end of 2 years they'd say, well, the books are clean. I came to the conclusion that the Federal Reserve needed to be abolished for 7 reasons, actually, and I'd like to read them for you now.
Because if we could just fix the Federal Reserve, then we can fix the government, right? That's, I mean, again, see how likable the guy is making some good points, but his conclusion is, I don't think, correct. Now let's go on. Okay, what's this here?
Meanwhile, everybody was watching Vivek, the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell. Today, interest rates were the big topic, but he's still defending their proclamation early on when they said that inflation would be transitory. Watch.
We thought the inflation was transitory. I can
It's
show
transitory.
you forecasts from the end of 2021 by us, by staff, by the blue chip. Everybody thought it was going to be transitory. That's why we didn't raise rates.
Is that satisfactory for you?
Yeah,
It's
let's
not.
move on.
And the dirty little
Any debt it has, because we can always print money to do that. So there is zero probability of default. The United States can pay any debt it has because we can always
We
print.
misunderstand and people misjudge, in all seriousness, their ability to keep this whole thing going, to keep the charade afloat. What charade? We're $37 trillion in debt and need to print money and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they'll just keep blowing shit up with the most expensive weaponry possible and then keep printing more money, keep buying more, keep more. You make more, houses are worth more, groceries are going up, more. Okay, I mean, it kind of can keep going in that direction. They're going to, tokenize the currency, maybe a great reset type thing. Maybe we sort of do a debt jubilee and wipe it out. Maybe there's going to be a massive amount of harm and fallout because of that. I'm not saying that. Am I saying you should spend all your time worrying about that? Worrying about the economic collapse? No, I don't think that's what we should spend our time doing with the situation, okay? I think that you should take care of your responsibilities and take care of the things you need to take care of. A lot of this stuff is way outside of our control and influence anyway.
7 years. 58 to be exact. I apologize, Goldfinger. It's an inspired deal. They get what they want, economic chaos in the West, and the value of your gold increases many times.
I conservatively estimate 10 times.
Brilliant.
It's been 51 years since we've had an audit of the gold in Fort Knox. So did Goldfinger get it? Or is this an effort? We could go just wargaming this out as a conspiracy theory. Does Musk want to really create chaos and havoc? He could do an audit of Fort Knox and we could find out that there's no gold there. That would throw everything into chaos, wouldn't it? And cause the price of gold to go up. Well, who knows what the intention is of all of this or if there's any gold there. Rand Paul calls for the first Fort Knox gold audit in 50 years, 51 actually. FOIA requests show 7 out of 13 previous audits reportedly are missing. They cannot find the audits. Whistler says the funny thing is, if Goldfinger succeeded in his plan, we'd never know. Because I'm not allowed to see it. It's there.
That's probably a really good clip from David there, but okay, so then the next article below that, these are my bookmarks on the Fed that I just recently did some bookmark pulling up on. X is actually pretty good for searching a topic and getting like the posts on that aren't some algorithmic response to what it's just like in time what the posts are that have been on that. So I'm able to find recent information on what people are saying about the Fed or Fort Knox just by throwing in a quick search. So they were throwing around all this information. They're going to audit the gold reserves and they're going to go in and David was just saying there's stories going around about how there hasn't been an audit and they're going to have to do another audit on the Federal Reserve soon. Sorry, let's get a little more light in here. I noticed it's a little dark. Well, then we have these articles here. Let me just pull these over. Okay. Rand Paul suggests Doge help audit Fort Knox gold reserves. This is February 18th, 2025. Okay. So they're pushing for the audit. Here's an article from August 21st, 2017. After 40 years, Fort Knox opens fame vault to civilians. Oh, interesting. So they went in and found all the gold. Being surrounded by more than $186 billion worth of gold was no sweat. So wait a minute. What is this information going around about how we need to audit Fort Knox? It's never been audited. Okay, let's see this.
As the penny production costs twice as much as what the coin is actually worth. Such a hot story. We had to send our very own Good Days Meredith Gorman out to the Upper West Side, where I'm assuming you're not trying to find any pennies on the ground, Meredith, but you're going to tell us all about this very important situation.
That's right. You know, I've tried to find some pennies on the ground. I haven't found any, but if you have a piggy bank at home, you might be in luck there. But say goodbye to the penny, because President Donald Trump announced Sunday that he's telling the Treasury Department to stop minting that coin. Now, President Trump took to Truth.Social last night during the Super Bowl game, writing, quote, "For far too long, the United States has minted pennies, which literally cost us more than 2 cents. This is so wasteful."
Right, that's interesting. Not what we came here to see. The point I'm trying to make is that why are they talking about auditing it again? Here, look, here's another article, March 15th, 2018. The Travels of Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. The Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin or whatever, and his wife Lois Linton deplaned in Lexington, Kentucky on August 21st, 2017, a trip that coincided with the solar eclipse. The tableau became an almost instant meme for government excess. Okay, the point is that they went to visit Fort Knox and the gold, and they saw the gold back then as well. Okay, maybe that. I had a few other articles, but there is this example here again from the August 21st, 2017. It was open to civilians. If you go look, there's articles from back around at that time. Here's another one. They go to Fort Knox. $186 billion worth of gold. So, again, why this propaganda about auditing the gold again when they did it during Trump's first presidency? So you just got to wonder, like, what is this? They're playing this psychological daddy figure saving you from the evil bankers and stealing all of our gold and wealth. When it's just a distraction. What is it a distraction for? Well, we'd need to go back into the bio-psy war for my explanation of that. I think it's all just setting the stage for the next pandemic that Bill Gates always talks about. Oh, in the next pandemic, then we'll really get you. Don't worry, guys. If we didn't get you this time, in the next pandemic, then we'll really all get caught. Well, unfortunately, me and understanding the things I do up to this point from history says, yes, humanity is definitely we're going to be facing another natural pandemic. No, it's going to be definitely promoted and caused by the same folks that carried out the last one. Let's just leave it out there. Again, we'll leave that for the bio-psy war. But yeah, let's see. If we have the gold, of course, they're talking about auditing the gold in all these cases. Very interesting. Why?
It's official. Senator Rand Paul says a criminal investigation is being launched by Doge into the missing gold, not just at Fort Knox, but other Treasury Department vaults in New York and other areas. That's why They've been shipping
I mean,
it back
let's see
as
what
fast
comes
as
out
they
of it,
can
right?
the last 5 weeks.
Let's see what comes out of it.
Inaugurated. We've literally caught them with their pants down in the crime of the century. This will further completely devastate the deep state and legitimize, supercharge the already completely constitutionally legitimate actions of Trump, investigating these federal agencies and finding massive fraud.
I mean, Alex Jones is gone, dude, on the Trump Kool-Aid train.
It will
What
also
the
bring
fuck?
down the deep state for the crimes they have committed. This is so historic and so critical.
Yeah.
It is Sunday, February 16th, 2025. I'm already up here at the office.
Man, Alex Jones like looking like Mr. Clean these days, though. You know what I mean? Damn, got that Tomcat Ali going.
Central Time. But I wanted to just do a quick update on Doge.
He's taking those supplements for sure, right? Get my supplements. I took them, and look what happened to me.
U.S. gold reserves that have not been at Fort Knox, have not been audited since the early 1970s, 1974 to be precise. We've also been talking for months. We're the first to be doing it with Dr. Kirk Kelly,
Should
the
we
great
trust
economist,
Alex?
that there are record levels of gold being shipped back into New York and into the U.S. government vaults there as well. It takes months and months now to even be able to get your gold out of the National Central Bank there in England, in London. And so there are short supplies of gold all over the world taking place because they've always been shorting it and naked.
Okay, yeah. So does that mean we should buy more gold? I'm trying to understand, Alex. Does the manipulation of gold mean that we should buy more gold? What else we got from the Doge team over here?
Ruthlessly, viciously, without rest.
And then, you know, but spirit.
All right, let's move on. What do we got?
Your answer is to cut both taxes and spending. You say that you would eliminate the IRS, the CIA, the Federal Reserve, the Department of Homeland Security, Medicare. I know that you used to want to end the FBI. I'm not sure whether you still support that idea, sir. Perhaps you can tell us. But if you get rid of the CIA, let alone the FBI, how would President Paul have any idea?
See, this guy here says, join the movement to audit and end the Federal Reserve, the private Federal Reserve. The Illuminati bot says that in the post.
$1 a year. And
So,
the FBI was producing numerous information about people being trained on airplanes to fly them but not land them. And they totally ignored them. So it's the inefficiency of the bureaucracy that is the problem. So increasing this with the Department
so
of
if we
Homeland
just move the
Security.
deck chairs around on the Titanic, we can fix the problem with government.
To Israel. And the last American president to stand up to the Federal Reserve was President John F. Kennedy. And he paid the ultimate price. He was publicly murdered in broad daylight in front of his own citizens.
Stu Peters to me is like a little bit too much,
He
bro.
took on this degenerate debt-based system of usury that's eating America alive. That's what that was all about.
See, the passion.
It's very, very obvious that this is exactly why Kennedy was killed. You know, 13 years ago, when decent journalism still slipped through the cracks at dying local newspapers.
He's pretty serious. I'm sure he knows what he's talking about.
In the Gainesville Sun. And that article recounted the events leading up to Kennedy's death and the direct relationship between Kennedy's assassination and the Fed. Quote, because President John F. Kennedy did not like the debt-based financial system created by the Fed, he issued Executive Order 11110, which made the U.S. Treasury the nation's bank in June of 1963. By doing
I want to
this,
say that John Titus goes into this in episode 2 of the War on Bankocracy. Let's see. You go check that out. We'll leave that there for now. Okay, let's check this out. What's this?
Guide the government. The government can. And who can tax the sunrise? Who can tax the trees? Let you run a business and collect up all the fees. The government can. And the government can, 'cause they mix it up with lies and make it all taste good. The government takes everything we make to pay for all of their solutions, like healthcare, climate change, pollution. Just throw away the Constitution. I wrote that, thank you. And who can give a bailout? Tell us to behave. And make the founding fathers roll over in their grave. I don't care if you hate me, I'm going to sing it anyway. Oh, the government can. And the government can go and mix it up with lies and make it all yummy, 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 yummy. The government takes everything. They're all power hungry and malicious. Their economics are fictitious. Soon we'll have to eat our dishes. Yeah. Delicious. And who can be a failure? In so many ways. And instead of getting fired, hey, we'll give ourselves a raise. California, you know what I'm talking about. Oh, government can. And the government can, 'cause they mix it up and like make it all taste good. And the ultrasound can, mixes it to life. Get down! Get down! And I feel so good. I could.
All right, I just threw that in there. I didn't even ever really watch that. I just bookmarked it. Little lightening it up a little bit here as we round out third base in this part 2 of Federal Reserve mythology.
So I don't have any, we've had no contact, and I don't really have, I have nothing for you to report today on that.
Well, you know what happened to Treasury, and you know what happened over at the CFPB, and the people of this country are being violated because all of our privacy is being taken up by
not true.
Elon Musk.
You've been violating
and Trump,
us.
and we don't know what all they have on us, our bank accounts, everything that in our lives. So I want to protect it in the Fed. Mr. Powell.
She doesn't even know that the Federal Reserve is private. Let's start with Maxine Waters.
Oh, man, is that Mr. Clean? Oh, no, it's Alex Jones. This is where I got the clips from in that montage. Like, you don't even know how it works, you dumbass.
I got some exciting announcements.
So I want to protect it in the Fed. Mr. Powell.
She doesn't even know that the Federal Reserve is private. And she's like, we don't know what they got. We don't know. You don't even know how things work, you dumbass.
It's private. No, Alex, you don't even know how things work, you dumbass. You need to watch more falling into the movement traps, brah. Oh, no, wait. You're too, you have your head stuck. Yeah, that's why your head is nice and shaved and so clean now, because it's stuck so far up Trump's ass. That way when you're pulling it in and out, the little hairs don't irritate his anal glands, because Trump's like an alien. So similar to dogs, he has like anal glands that he has to pop, and he uses Alex Jones's head to do it. Him and Benjamin Netanyahu. So again, just the obsession with Ron Paul. There's so many people. Oh, well, here we say, Elon Musk just endorsed Ron Paul to lead a Federal Reserve audit. Oh, okay, don't worry, guys. Elon Musk and Team Humanity has got it for us. They're going to save us from the Federal Reserve, right? Still pushing this same horseshit. Apparently, Elon Musk is not able to figure it out either, right? So he's gonna push this same propaganda and continue this same mythology of the Federal Reserve audit and let's go, we got to audit. Don't you see the illusion? Is it starting to be clear how they're using this to manipulate you into thinking that something's being done? Into thinking that there's hope in this path? Is that pretty clear now? Oh yeah, let's fucking go, Sam Tripoli says. Elon Musk supports the idea that Ron Paul leading a Federal Reserve audit team. Okay. Alright, so the main point being, again, that it's not about ending the Fed. This is a distraction. It's meant to distract you from the real solutions. And it's continuing to be perpetuated and propagated. So what you could do is take this video and share it with your friends if you want to help stop the spread of this disinformation. That would be a good thing that we could do. Rather than supporting Doge and Elon Musk and getting all caught up in this bread and circus show, why don't we actually take some effective action into helping people understand what's really going on here? And start to see through the illusion and the psyop. Because that's what this is. And if you don't understand that, then maybe you could watch this video again. But pretty much the whole thing is set up as a giant psyop. Most things in the truth and freedom community are like this. And when you dig deep on them, the philosophies really start to fall apart. And we really get to the garden path of nowhere that the freedom movement takes us down and leads us to. Which is very typical, like I said, and it's not something that's atypical of a lot of the rhetoric and the movements and the labels and things. And so the idea is to start shedding those things. Again, we're not trying to fix the rhetoric. We're not trying to fix the contradiction. We're shedding the contradictions. We're removing the contradictions. And someone who has done a very good job, I think, at doing that, although I think he pedaled it back a little bit too far, kind of to promote the fact that he's not a conspiracy theorist to his audience, but is Lennon Honor, someone who I have had the pleasure of meeting in person. He moved to Salt Lake in my general area, and I was able to meet up with him and meet him in person. We never really talked much more than that, but I really like his take here. Speaking of elderly men with good wisdom, I think this is something that we could all take something from, and Lennon's experience in the field gives him some weight to listen to what he's saying. So let's go to the Lennon Honor clip, and then I'll come back and we'll get a couple more clips after that, and then we're done for today. So I'm going to go to the Lennon Honor clip now, and we'll be back here, I think, in about 20 minutes.
Greetings, everyone. I wanted to do a video to talk about a post that was made on one of my conspiracy theory. I have a series of videos called My Journey Through the Conspiracy Theory Paradigm. And I think I'll probably add this to that particular series. For many of you guys, or at least for some of you, because I know this is I'm dating myself. I got into the conspiracy theory paradigm. It was in and around 2008. It might have been 2007. And I was introduced to a book by David Icke called, I think it was called The Big Secret, or The Biggest Secret, something like that. And I immersed myself in that. And I read that book several times. It was like that thick. And I read it over and over, at least twice. But then I would refer back to it. And a friend actually let me use it. And I read it twice. I ended up getting my own copy. And that just took me down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole. I got into Credo Mutwa. I got into Alex Jones. I got into, one of my favorites was Jordan Maxwell. I think he's passed away, so rest in peace. And there's a whole group of people. And then there's people who were doing conspiracy theory paradigm videos that I either met with or worked with. I remember Freeman Fly, Mark Passio, and there's plenty of other people too that I actually met. I actually met Jordan Maxwell in person too. It was at a conference. But I went deep into it. And I think that in my life, and I've talked about this in the past too, in my life, there are certain periods in my life where I made decisions that really either set me back or set me on the wrong course. And me going deep into conspiracy theory paradigm, not only did it set me back, but it set me on the wrong course. I went down so deep into the rabbit hole, and it affected me on so many different levels. And I was focused on that more than anything else. And my family suffered because of it. My mental health suffered because of it. And I made a lot of bad decisions because of it. Now, this is to say that I'm not saying that conspiracy theories are that it's the wrong, that we shouldn't explore these things. That's not the case. What I'm saying is that we have to have balance, and we should take precautions. And if we're not balanced, as we go down the rabbit hole, and I was imbalanced, totally imbalanced. I was fanatic about it. It can really impact our lives in a really negative way. So that's what I'm saying here is we have to be careful. And then this person says, and I always remember your name and looked you up today. So that way I could scratch that conspiracy itch that I have. LOL. Yeah. It never goes away. I did a video for members to talk about this because not Dave Chappelle, but Cat Williams was on Joe Rogan's podcast. And for the vast majority of that video, they were talking about conspiracy theories. And I got excited. I really got excited about it. I was getting, and then I had to say, wait a minute, calm down. Cause it is, you get that itch, you want to get back to. I said, no, don't just stay what you're doing. Keep going to do it because life is better these days. Don't, because I made a lot of horrible mistakes when I was in the conspiracy, and my family suffered because of it. We're in a lot better place these days. And part of it is because I got out of the conspiracy theory. Now, are there theories that are true? Yes, absolutely. But I went so deep with the reptilian shapeshifters and the FEMA death camps, and, the world was going to end. And I remember there was one, that Planet Nibiru and Planet X and the end of the world, a lot of the end of the world types of prophecy stuff. And we're still here. Okay. Anyway, but then there's plenty of other, what we would call conspiracy theories back then that proved to be true. But the point is that we have to have balance as we approach these things. And I just threw caution to the wind. I went in down that rabbit hole deep and got lost in it and made a lot of mistakes, lost a lot, and lost mental health, suffered because of it, and lost my mind at a certain point. It can put you in a very dark place. But every once in a while, you get that itch you want to scratch. Okay. But I did a video to talk about that because when I was watching the Joe Rogan interview, him interviewing Cat Williams, they were mainly talking about conspiracy theories. I was getting excited. I said, no, to calm down. I was getting excited at first. So I understand that. And then they said, but I find myself to be in the same place. And they're saying that they've progressed beyond the conspiracy theory paradigm, or at least they approach it in a much more balanced way. And that's good. They said, I thought I'd do, and although I do recognize the conspiracies that are real, it annoys me when I go into YouTube chats and other channels and people think that we haven't been to outer space. Yeah, there's conspiracies. There's a lot of conspiracy theories dealing with space. The moon landings were a hoax. Another one, I guess you can say, is the flat earth theory. That's more recently, that one's picked up a lot of traction with people. I remember there was when I was really deep into conspiracy theories, it wasn't that the world was flat. It was that the world was hollow. And that it was called the hollow earth theory. Anybody remember that one? The hollow earth. I got deep into that. And see, back then, YouTube was just coming on to the scene, but mainly there was like forums back then. There'd be some websites. I can't remember what that guy's name was who had a website that I used to go on all the time. I can't remember. I can't remember his name right now, but I remember he had like on a wig for his picture. He had on a wig and a mustache because he didn't want to show his identity. Was it Rents.com? I want to say Alex Rents or Mike Rents, something like that. I could be wrong, but it just came to mind. But there are people who had forums and stuff. You go on their forums, and I remember this one Hollow Earth one, and this really impacted me because I remember it to this day, and it put me in such extreme levels of fear. And that fear turns into anxiety, and then from there, it can really put you in a really dark place. But the Hollow Earth, I remember there was this one forum. I can't remember which website it was on. And there was this guy telling the story. And they say how he had went and he found a cave, and he went to this cave and just kept going on and on. And I think he said he had a torch or something at first, but then he found these pathways that had lighting, and it wasn't like light bulbs. It was some other kind of, I don't know, futuristic lighting system that he couldn't identify, but you can walk through. And he said he just kept going, and it would descend even further, descend any further. And it was intriguing. He was talking about how the earth is hollow and how there's civilizations under the earth. And then it gets to the point where he says he comes to this precipice. It's like the edge and it's like a cliff, and there's light emanating from down below over this cliff, and he sneaks up. It's still dark in there, but there's these lighting sources, but it's still dark, relative to actually being on the surface. And he says he slowly comes up over the precipice and he looks down, and he sees these 20-foot tall humanoids walking around. And I mean, it scared the mess. Now, on one hand, when I think about it now, it's like ridiculous. But back then, I believe I was so deep, I was really getting deep into the conspiracy theory paradigm, and I would believe anything at first and then try to prove it not to be true, which is it's an inappropriate approach, because anyone can tell you anything, and it doesn't, with no substance whatsoever. And then you're the one who's supposed to prove it? No, it shouldn't go that way. The proof should be right. Now, this guy didn't provide any proof. He didn't take any photographs, any pictures, any video, or anything like that. So there was no proof, but I believed it, and it put me in extreme levels of fear. The point I want to get to was that back then, a lot of stuff was on forums. Now, once YouTube came onto the scene, there were other platforms too. I can't remember some of the names because a lot of them are defunct these days, but there was other platforms too that came onto the scene. People started uploading conspiracy theory related videos onto these platforms, but YouTube became the hub. It's not anymore because YouTube, their policies changed, especially after Google acquired YouTube. Once the transition took place where it was not just website based and forum based, the transition took place where it was actually social media. That's when it really blew up. That's when people like Alex Jones really, there was another guy, Cooper, I can't remember his first name right now. He kind of preceded Alex Jones, but Alex Jones kind of took the mantle and took it to a whole other level. Some of you guys may remember Cooper. I can't remember his name right now for some reason. He wrote the book, Behold the Pale White, William Cooper. He wrote the book, Behold the Pale White Horse. So the reason why I bring this up is because I remember back then on YouTube, there was a lot of videos that were talking about alien conspiracies. And one of the conspiracies, like I said, was the hollow earth. That's how I got to the topic. But another one was that the earth, and more recently, the earth was flat. But then also extraterrestrial life. And there were these videos that would come up. I can't remember the guy's name right now. Lear. I can't remember. He had a whole thing, the UFO Chronicles or something like that. He was talking UFO stuff, and there were so many different people. I can't remember a lot of these people, the names, but I can remember their websites. Just go to their websites and order the DVDs and all that stuff. There's two things here. On one hand, we have to be careful. There are conspiracy theories that when we research, they prove to be true. Wow, it just reminds me of other ones too, like the FEMA death camps. They were talking about, I remember the Amero. They were talking about how this one world currency that was going to be called the Amero. There was a guy, I remember he did this, but he passed away, rest in peace. Caruso, I think he was a film director or film producer, something like that. But he talked, I remember he did a video to talk about that, and it was part of the New World Order. And here we are over a decade later, and there's still no Amero. And it sounds convincing back then. I just think we have to be careful. There's nothing wrong with getting into conspiracy theories. We just have to be careful about how we approach them. And we shouldn't assume that it's true. We should assume that it's not true and then try to get the evidence that we need to prove that it's true. In other words, there have to be some proof, not just because someone says that something is true. So that one comes to mind. I mean, he stated it with such conviction that it was believable, and I believed it, but here we are, it's over a decade and it never came to pass. There's a lot of conspiracy theories, date-based conspiracy theories that never came to pass. That's one point I want to make, that we just have to be careful. We have to have an approach. There should be balance there, and we shouldn't accept things outright. The idea is that, okay, it's a theory. Let me do the research and let me approach this intellectually to where I can either find the evidence to prove or find the evidence to disprove this particular theory. And if it is proven, then it's not a conspiracy theory, it's a conspiracy fact. If it's not proven, then you can either say that it's still a conspiracy theory or that it's a conspiracy lie. Okay, it says that's or untruth if you hear. So that's one thing, but there's another aspect to this. The need to have to, or it's really a feeling that you have to argue with people about it. And it goes both ways. If you believe a conspiracy theory, that you have to argue with other people to make them believe it. Or that if you don't believe a conspiracy theory, that you have to argue with people who believe in it. And that you have to change them somehow. You have to change their mind. These two aspects are both unhealthy. They're unhealthy approaches to this. So what I'm getting at is that, because I used to do that too. It was almost like you want to convert people. You want to make people know. When I was deep into conspiracy theories, and I used to believe in all of them. Okay. And I really thought that I knew things and other people didn't know, and that they were not in the know. They didn't know the quote unquote truth. Even the terminology just goes to show you how deep I was into this stuff, because you believe it wholeheartedly. And then you want to convert other people so that they know the truth and that they believe what you believe in. Come to find out, here I am all these years later with wisdom, and the vast majority of what I believed in was untrue. And yet I used to go into these campaigns to argue with people and to dissuade people from, being part of the matrix and being part of the system. And, you have to come to the truth with the conspiracy theories and the New World Order and the reptilian shapeshifters. The list goes on and on and on, the global bankers and the global elite, and it goes on and on and on. Both aspects of this is unhealthy. And this is where I think people need to be careful. You don't go blindly into this believing everything that comes across your desk, comes across your computer screen, and I've done that. And then you also don't have to, you shouldn't feel as if it's your job to convert other people to your beliefs. In other words, if you believe in these conspiracy theories, that it's your job to convert people to believe in them. Or if you, at this point, in your journey through this conspiracy theory paradigm, or at least you've gotten out of it to where you have, you can think rationally about these things, and you can say, no, that conspiracy theory is not true, but this person believes that it is true, so it's my job now to go and change their mind. Okay, both of these aspects, it's unhealthy. And what I would encourage people to do is to not spend time arguing with people and going back and forth, whether you believe in a conspiracy theory or you believe the conspiracy is not true. Because at the end of the day, the person who believes or disbelieves, it's going to be up to them to come to whatever the actual truth is. You can try to encourage them, but I used to think that was part of my job. But these days, I don't. I leave people to their own devices. I may do a video like this every so often just to kind of give people something to think about. It's like fair warning. If you're going to go down the conspiracy theory paradigm, go down it with balance. Don't go blindly like I did, because it can really mess you up and put you back in life. Your life progressions become encumbered because you can go too deep and you can get caught up in it like I got caught up in it. Then on the other hand, I can tell people, listen, if you're going to go down into the conspiracy theory paradigm, there's a way that you can go down it with balance and you can get something out of it that can actually benefit you, but it doesn't become a detriment to you. And it doesn't encumber your ability to be successful in life and enjoy life and be happy. You see what I'm saying? And then I can also say, listen, I've been there where I wanted to make people believe. And there was a time where I wanted to get people to stop believing conspiracy theories videos. But with wisdom and at my age and going through what I've gone through, at this point, that's not my job. See, life is a journey, and the best that I can do is to share my experience, and hopefully someone can kind of connect to that, and then they can see, wait a minute, okay, he really messed up here, he messed up there. Maybe I can learn something from that so that I don't get caught up and fall into that pitfall like he did. And trust me, I fell deeply. See, that's a different approach than saying, okay, it's my job to go in and argue with people and prove, and so I can disprove to them that what they believe is, no, I don't, it's unhealthy. It's unhealthy for you. And it's going to be unhealthy for them. There's one other thing I want to say too, is that one of the things I learned back then was that oftentimes individuals who have a certain set of belief systems that are so deeply entrenched, and it can be around anything, but we're talking about conspiracy theories in this case, that when they have people who question them, or when they have people who try to dissuade them from those beliefs or try to prove those beliefs to be untrue, they actually become more fortified in their beliefs because they feel like this is part of this journey of knowing the truth. This is part of it, that they're going to persecute me. The way that I look at it at this point in my life is that it's not my job to prove conspiracy theories are true. It's not my job to disprove conspiracy theories to be true, because that's frustrating. My job is to use my life experience as someone who was a conspiracy theorist and was deep into it. I use my life experience as an example and share with people some of the pitfalls so that they can make the best decisions that they can make in their life. And that could be that instead of going 500 feet down the rabbit hole, maybe you'll go 450. Instead of going 450, maybe you just go 435. You know what I'm saying? To where it's not too deep where you get lost in it and then you lose, so much in life because of it. Again, like I said before, I wouldn't tell people, listen, you shouldn't go get into conspiracy theories altogether. I wouldn't say that. Life is life, and there's a journey, and there's information that we get into. I think that there could be benefit to it. It's just we have to have balance, and we have to have a balanced approach to it, to where we don't get caught up into it and get lost in it. And I got caught up in it, and I got lost in it, and I suffered because of it. My wife suffered because of it, and my children suffered because of it. And I don't want that for anybody. Okay? All right. So again, just be careful. All right. And thank you for sending me the message. I'll post this video here in my Conspiracy Theory Journey Archive series. And if you guys haven't watched the other previous videos in this series, go ahead and check them out. I think that it'll be beneficial. Okay? All right. Y'all take care. Peace.
All right. Excellent clip there from Lennon. A very balanced approach, I think. Words of wisdom. You could agree with the points that were made. You could say, oh, well, I think that we should actually, prove to other conspiracy theorists how they're wrong. Well, obviously here we've taken quite a bit of time to go into this particular topic and take some time to dispel the myths of the Federal Reserve System. So by doing that, I actually find that to be quite the healthy approach for me and my style. It's not something I want to obsess over, but do I want to go back and do some cleansing from time to time in things that I used to believe were true? Yeah, I do. I did that with my childhood religion. If you don't know, I was actually raised LDS, left the church early on in my life, wasn't ever really like fully, this is the thing, this is what I'm going to be into too much anyhow. But so I understand how it is to go back and have to relook at something, because I took some time to actually, go back and look at that particular topic of Mormonism and see, what the real history on it was really all about. And that was years and years later after I had left the church. I didn't go back and do that till like a decade later. And so, I think it's actually a healthy process to go and look at things again and to take another look and, see if we can find more helpful information that is going to help us along our journey. And so hopefully that's what we've done here tonight. I want to thank everyone who I was sharing their content here in this encapsulation of the Federal Reserve mythology. It looks like we're going to hit like the 6-hour mark or so by the end with the last two clips here that we have. So I'm going to go ahead and try to exit the stage here. But I do appreciate your time and attention. Hopefully you found some value in the information that I took the time to compile in this way and share out in this manner. I'd like to hear some feedback if you have it on arguments, not so much what I said in the way that I said it, or some kind of conundrum with the way I look, or how my nose is or something. Keep that shit to yourself. People that can't control themselves. But otherwise, if there's like good feedback on, oh no, Tyler, you missed this aspect here on how it's actually really totally private. Don't you see this? I don't want to argue about the shares and, oh no, you don't understand. It's really, those shares do give them control. That's definitive for me. We're done with that. Okay, we're done there. I'm speaking now. But any other points that maybe we missed here, okay? I can go into it on the next Falling into the Movement Trap series. We'll bring it back up, or we'll do a quick video on it. But anyways, appreciate you guys for being here. I have a clip here for tonight. Just mixed that up. Appreciate you for being here tonight. Thanks, everyone. I want to make sure that's clear, that I'm happy that you made it this far. Congratulations. The Easter egg at the end is Aaron and Melissa Dyke's video. It's called The Feds Are Arguing Your Money Isn't Your Property Now. I thought that was it's a little bit of like a comic relief, but then also a different take. It's not so much on the topic in general tonight, so it's sort of in a different area of this whole thing. And then we're going to close out with the song from the Black Angels, Currency. Other than that, have a great night, guys, and I'm happy to close this one out, and we will see you next time in the Movement Traps for Falling into the Movement Traps Part 3, And we will give you the subtitle on that when we get closer to having that ready. So have a great one, and we'll see you next time.
If you've ever been to the Department of Justice building in Washington, D.C., then you know that it is like a temple. There are carvings in the walls above windows that say things like, "Where law ends, tyranny begins." Above the massive doors on this temple, it says, "The place of justice is a hallowed place." Hallowed, sanctified, consecrated, venerated, sacrosanct. Hallow is defined as to make holy, to set apart for holy or religious use, to consecrate, to treat or keep as sacred, to reverence. Some very high language being employed. So it's incredibly hypocritical to an almost asinine level for people whose agency is housed in this building to blatantly ignore the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Supreme Court's rulings, and to play legal semantics games to bureaucratically abuse the law, to ignore Americans' inherent rights to due process, to try and steal their money for the government. So I just want to make this video really quickly, because if you've been paying attention at all in the last week or two, you've seen how many stories are coming out of the billions of dollars that our government has spent on things that the average person in this country who pays taxes would never in a bajillion years support.
Because if you look at the waste and abuse that has run through USAID over the past several years, these are some of the insane priorities that organization has been spending money on.
USAID gave money to a transgender clinic in India.
$6 million to fund tourism in Egypt, $20 million on a new Sesame Street show in Iraq, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $4.5 million to combat disinformation in Kazakhstan,
$122 million of that to groups aligned with foreign terrorist organizations.
$47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap.
Ever. Not ever. And it's not our representatives that are doing this. It's unelected bureaucrats, thousands upon thousands of people that no one ever voted for, making these kinds of decisions.
To include $168,000 contract for an Anthony Fauci exhibit at the National Institute of Health Museum.
And I've actually seen the phrase, "no taxation without representation," making a comeback, and rightfully so. I think it's way past time we had these conversations, because the stuff that's coming out is freaking insane. But I thought everyone should see this so that you can understand as an American the level that we are at, because I don't think a lot of people do. But here it is in black and white. This was in Reason a little over a week ago. The government says money isn't property, so it can take yours. Yay! In a jaw-dropping argument, the Department of Justice claims seizing $50,000 from a small business doesn't violate property rights because money isn't property. And I'm just going to read this article. It says, as a lawyer who sues the government, you get used to the different kinds of arguments that government lawyers use to justify abuses of individual rights, sweeping claims of government power, bad faith, procedural obstacles, and more. This was a new one. The DOJ argued that confiscating $50,000 from a small business did not infringe on the business's right to private property because money is not property. Quote, money is not necessarily property for constitutional purposes, the government's brief declared. This is a legal brief, okay? Putting the very idea of property in square quotes, reading at my desk, I practically fell out of my chair. The DOJ gave 3 rationales for the argument, all packed into a doorstopper of a footnote, and listen to the first 2. Number 1, the government creates money, so you can't own it. Because the government created it, you cannot own it. That's the first argument.
What can money be used for? What is money anyway? Not yours, bro. According to the Justice Department's lawyers, money is not necessarily property for constitutional purposes. And because the government creates money, you can't own it.
This is the first argument they're making. Number 2, the government can tax your money so you don't own it. So the power to tax you means you don't own it.
Also, the government can tax your money so you don't own it.
And number 3, the Constitution allows government to spend money for the general welfare. I don't even understand how the third one comes into this at all. Like, what does that have to do with ownership of money that someone earned because they have a business and they made $50,000? Like, what does the Constitution allowing the government to spend money for general welfare have to do with taking somebody's personal money? I don't even understand why that's thrown in. It just feels chucked on. Like, maybe it almost feels like this lawyer wrote this the same way, maybe say like an elementary school kid writes some homework at the last minute that they didn't even read the chapter and they just like turn it in just to have something in the hopes that the teacher grading it will only read the first few lines or something. I don't know, because this doesn't feel real. It says, if a libertarian was asked to write a satire of a government lawyer's brief, this is what they might come up with. But here it was in black and white. Whose money specifically was the government saying wasn't property? That of Chuck Sane, the owner of CS Lawn and Landscaping, a small landscaping business outside of Annapolis, which has been in operation for 40 years. Sane became a client of the Institute for Justice, which is a public interest law firm, when the federal government sought to impose over $50,000 in liability on his business through a trial, quote unquote, derisive air quotes, trial, held deep inside the bowels, I think he meant to write bowels, of a federal administrative agency. At said trial, both the prosecutor and the judge were employed by the same federal agency. So that's not really a trial, just by the way. That's not a fair and impartial trial if both the prosecutor and judge are employed by the same federal agency. That's called a snow job.
Members of the jury are dismissed.
So the Institute for Justice sued on Sane's behalf, arguing that before the government can impose that kind of liability, it has to provide a real trial before a real judge and jury. The specifics of what the government claims Sane did wrong, in short, arcane labor law, are beside the point. And at this point, I would argue, yeah, that's beside the point, because here we are at this moment. If the government wants to confiscate $50,000 from your business, you must have the chance to argue your defense to an impartial judge and jury, not an agency bureaucrat. And that should be basic. You know, the Bill of Rights was ratified in 1791. It's been around for over 230 years. And it should be basic that is just known. Now the DOJ is arguing Sane has no right to a real judge and jury because the government was only trying to take his money, not his property, which they have now tried to legally argue one is not the other. They claimed that fiat currency is a legal fiction.
The United States can pay any debt it has because we can always print money to do that. So there is zero probability of default.
And that the government can easily destroy as created.
Because apparently, fiat currency is a legal fiction that the government can as easily destroy as create.
Well, that's actually true.
Ain't that a bitch?
Lest anyone miss the implicit connection to the history of the gold standard, DOJ's footnote prominently cited the legal tender cases where the Supreme Court upheld laws forcing people to accept paper currency rather than gold and silver as a payment for debts. This was an argument for taking Sane's $50,000 without a trial before a real judge and jury.
With due regard to his honor.
But the same argument can be used to justify all manner of mischief. If your money's not your property, what's to stop the government from just seizing all of it tomorrow for any reason it gives? Because yes, when taken out to its logical conclusion, that is where you end up. This doesn't make any sense. Like, it doesn't make sense as an argument. He says, let me reassure you the DOJ's argument is wrong. The due process clause applies to life, liberty, and property, and the Supreme Court has repeatedly applied that clause to money. It follows that since money is neither life nor liberty, it must be property. To be sure, DOJ's arguments have a force as a philosophical critique of government taxation in the monetary system. They may also highlight legitimate reasons to hold part of your wealth in gold, or for some, cryptocurrency. But for constitutional purposes, to borrow a phrase from the DOJ, the arguments are a flop. It's not just a bad argument for the people's side, it's a bad argument for the government to be arguing either, because if fiat currency is a legal fiction and the government can just destroy and create it, which is actually true, but if they're going to use that as a legal basis for just taking everybody's money whenever they feel like it, then why are they taking it at all?
That smells like bullshit.
Right? Why even take it? If they don't even care about it and they can just create as much as they want, why are they taking anybody's money? See? And then you start going down that road and you start saying, yeah, why did you set up an agency with thousands upon thousands of pages of code that's all about taking it? If taking it is not, there's no point in taking it because it's basically just a fiction, doesn't count as property. You don't have to go down that road very far to see how the entire thing starts to fall apart on itself fast. I don't know that they want people thinking too hard about these concepts, but it's too late for that. They already put this into a legal brief, so.
Two things occur to me on hearing a summary of this story, the things that the government lawyer admitted in court. I mean, number one, does this negate the ability to prosecute people who steal and thieve? Because they put people in jail all the time for that. It's one of the most basic crimes we have in our society. And two, if the government has argued that they can steal money because they create it, are they just flat out admitting that they've created a tool of enslavement through money? Are they just flat out admitting that money is a tool of enslavement?
Ain't that a bitch?
As some of us have surmised, albeit slowly, this is astounding. It doesn't stand on its face logically unless those are the conclusions, that we are slaves of the government and money's the tool of enslavement and that anyone can steal without consequence. So,
ain't that a bitch?
A federal court will soon decide whether to uphold Sane's right to a trial before an impartial judge and jury, and hopefully the court will agree that money is property and an agency bureaucrat is not an impartial judge. Because if they don't, and they agree to all of this stuff, then what they're basically admitting is we have no taxation without representation. Our monetary system is basically just government-imposed financial slavery. And the whole system will implode on this argument if they freaking try to make it and uphold it. The entire system, not just private property, property ownership rights, but also due process, some of the most fundamental inherent rights that we as Americans have, will all be destroyed if this gets upheld, essentially. I can't believe that this is the level that they're actually trying to argue this. But the fact that they are, and the reason I wanted to show it to you, is that's the level we're actually at. We're actually at this level. So this is what they're trying to say. They're trying to make legal cases for us going back to purely bureaucratic trials. So they're really just show trials. They're not trials at all, because it's not an impartial judge and jury. It's really not based on what anyone would consider the rule of law. And they're basically just trying to justify theft, really, by saying, well, we created it so we can take it from you. So, I mean, there's no standard there. I mean, they could just, if they can say it here, they can say it anywhere, pretty much. I mean, and I don't think this is going to be upheld either. I agree with the lawyer writing here for reason, but it's the point that that's the level the government is at trying to make. I mean, they're destroying themselves. They're destroying themselves. Do you know how many people I have seen in just the last week talking about 1776, talking about tax revolts, talking about no taxation without representation? I can't even count to you the number of posts I've seen of people who are saying, I don't see how it's okay for us to have to pay. When none of this has been accountable for so long, people want refunds. They want refunds for decades. They're angry. People are angry. People are putting up signs in the streets. People are making videos about how pissed off they are.
I would like all of the income taxes that I've paid since I've been alive and working to be returned to me ASAP.
And now you have this level here. It's like these people have forgotten where government authority comes from. It comes from the people. If the people legitimize you as an authority, that's where you get your power from. Otherwise, if you're not legitimized by the people, then you can't authorize yourself. I mean, that's the founding documents of this country. Please go read them. Go read the Declaration of Independence, where it explicitly states exactly what government is and where government powers are derived from. Go read that again. Like, it's very, very clear that this is not how it works. So we're in a pretty serious situation right now, because this is the level that we're at. And these kinds of arguments are so egregious. They're so outlandish. They're so above and beyond what anyone should consider just. This is the Department of Justice making this argument. They have justice in the name, and this couldn't be further from justice if you tried. That's the level. That's the level. So something has to change, because when you start going down this level of the fall of Rome type of stuff going on, like, your whole country could be destroyed under stuff like this going on. You're stomping on the basic framework of why you're even in that department, why you even can walk around claiming to be Department of Justice. Like, you're destroying yourself. You're destroying yourself with this argument. You know, you are undoing all of the legitimacy that your authority is based on with this. And it never ends well. History lesson after history lesson will show you that this kind of egregious overstep here, that's just so absolutely jump the shark, cartoon level, clown car, cartoonish circus. Like, when you start going that way, when you're Caligula hanging out with your horse, like, you've gone too far. Okay, you've gone too far. And that's what this is. This is the same level of insanity here. It's just, there's not much beyond here if they start doing things like this, other than really bad ends. So I just thought everyone should see this. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe that someone actually sat down and wrote this out. And you could say, oh, they're just kicking the can down the road. They know it's not going to be upheld by the court. But the fact that they want to try to argue that and have it be taken all the way up the chain to a federal court to actually have to sit here and adjudicate this, the fact that they're even trying to take it to that level when they should know on its face is ridiculous, but they're going to do it anyway. I mean, that should tell you something about the level we're at. I mean, I've seen lawyers argue a lot of stupid shit over the years, but this is the fact that we're to this level, okay? Because they wouldn't have done this 50 years ago. They wouldn't even have tried it. They wouldn't even have attempted it. If for any other reason than their own self-respect. But we don't have that kind of level anymore. We're just in the David Lynchian nightmare basement of government at this point, okay? That is where we are. And I really hope people start to realize it and wake up, because this doesn't have a chance of going well if they don't. People need to start realizing, like, where does the legitimacy come from that gives authority for the government? The government does not legitimize itself, and this is clearly why, okay? The fact that this is even being argued is a problem. It's a real problem. I don't even know what else to say.
I would like to solve the puzzle.
again.